Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, and I'm on time today. Take that. I'm actually here probably before most of you because I didn't put up the link early, so sorry. Ooh, morning radio voice. Welcome to the show. Today we'll be watching the... Oh, wait, it's sword and scale voice. Today we'll be watching the Karen Reed trial. Karen Reed is accused of killing her boyfriend with a Lexus SUV on a stormy night in Canton, Massachusetts. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm organizing all my windows and getting everything ready. Then we'll start talking. True Crime Law Channel. What happened on that night in Canton? Oh my goodness. I hope you guys had a good weekend. I was planning on streaming last night, but I had an extended family member who needed some assistance. And it was like, well, there went that idea. Yeah, I don't know. I woke up at like, I randomly woke up at 5 in the morning today, which is good. That's what I liked doing. I was in a habit of that until I started streaming, and then that went away. And I was like, oh, that was useful until now. But I woke up at like 5 in the morning, and then I've been just kind of off and on and off, napping until a little bit ago. Still tired. I was up late. How would I defend Karen Reed? With a sword. Striking down officer after officer as they charged in a frantic attempt to kill what they cannot conquer. Extended family member like someone was racked. Yes. They were placed on the rack and set subject to the wheel. Okay. Your guys' voice do that? Like in the mornings, it drops like a whole octave. And you get this nice roll. Nice roll on the end of every word. Sound like someone important for no reason. And then by the middle of the day, you're like, hey guys, what's up? It sucks. It's like, no, I want to sound cool all day, please. What happened? Anyway. So let's see. I guess we should tweet this shit out, right? We are going to be watching. So we're on week 4 of the Karen Reed trial. Should I highlight my hair? Nah, I don't know. I don't know if I agree. I was blonde as a kid. Man, I'm tired. Nick sleeps listening to the new Ye song. Yeah, I just hum it in my sleep all the time. When I'm in line at the bank and stuff. Isn't it week 5? Yeah. Oh, did I say I said week 4? The title says week 5. I was right there. He said I'm tired, man. I'm not gonna highlight. I'll frost the tips of my hair. And I'll gel it upwards. like Guy Fieri. Like Guy Fieri before he started eating. Are you still bar certified? I don't know what that means. If you're asking if I have an active license, no, I don't. I was dumb. I mean, my life was in crisis, and so I didn't do my continuing legal education last year, and it was a submission year for me. So I need to just make that up, and I haven't taken the time to do so because I'm busy. Then I don't really practice, so it doesn't matter that much. Ben Togel says, "Is Nick early?" Yes, I came early. That's right. Maybe you should sleep at night. Maybe you should sleep at night. Sleep at night. Oh, okay. That's a good idea. Sometimes it doesn't work that way. I don't know. Maybe it works that way for you. You're like, oh, you know what? It's night. I'll sleep. I didn't know if you had a shot to do continuation of law, not trying. No, I didn't think you were trying to be negative. Don't worry. I'm sorry. You came across as just inquisitive to me. Yeah, I could do like again, I can get my license back and practice law. I don't really want to practice it that much though, like because it's a lot of work. Thank you, Allison. I really appreciate that. That's nice. Why are you tired? Do you have insomnia? Well, no, I had an unexpected guest. And not for like a fun reason or anything. Like it was just had someone who needed some help at my house for a while, and then it was like, oh, okay. Well, now it's late. All right. We are live. We are live. We're live for Karen. Karen Reed. Day, what, 18? Hashtag FKR. Let's see. Let's see if the state will finish their case this year. It is getting a little drawn out and protracted, isn't it? What say you, chat? Should the state finish their case sometime soon? I think so. I think they should go ahead and wrap it up. YouTube. What's up, my Rumble people? How we doing over there? Rumble. Was it Aaron? You coming clean about it? No. Was it April? No. No. Both of those people are far, far out of my life. May I get tagged in this yellow flash stuff? I need to do a night show because, like, there's this Karen Reed trial, but there's a bunch of other stuff to talk about, and I want to talk about it. Q Revere says, "Wait, you were early." Yes, I was. I'm going to talk in this low pitch for a while and just annoy people, so I can hear a million times more as to why my voice is this low. It is because I'm doing it because it's funny. Time to find out what time it is. Interstellar original motion picture soundtrack. Why is someone tagging me in this stuff? I don't get it. I don't get it. Let's see. The state should quit in disgrace over the sham of a case they brought to court twice. I agree. Karen Reed should not be prosecuted. I mean, that should be very clear. The prosecution, I think they're making a really good effort with what they've got, and they may still win. That's kind of scary for Karen. You were early. Are you heterosexual now or something? No, I'm just passing. You have a very husky voice today. I know I'm taking advantage of my morning voice because it's funny to me, like how much it changes. I don't know if you guys get that as much as I do, but it'll also, I know it'll drive some people crazy because they'll be like, oh, listen to him. He's on drugs. He doesn't even know. How would I not know? Don't look into the logic of it. Just understand that his low voice is why we know. Listen, Nick, we know. Voldemort have low morning voice, then midday it's normal speaking. Yeah. It's something, it's got to be something with like how the vocal cords relax or something. But I'm not a throat doctor, so I don't know. I should probably pull up the stream. Holy shit, just in case, it actually starts. NBC 10 Boston. All right. I'm talking to myself. Really, it's your fault for not telling me. All right, we got some volume boost. Full screen. What happened to my background?
Shall give the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
This guy looks like a dork. By that I mean he looks kind of like.
All right, Mr. Lally,
like
whenever
me.
you're ready.
It's like me if I was sad.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name?
Yep, my name is Nick Bradford, Bradford.
What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a DNA expert for Bodhi Technology
And where is Bodhi
I
Technology?
bet you
located?
are.
in Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school, sir?
I went to school at Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania for a bachelor in forensic biology and a master's in forensic molecular biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at Bodhi in about 2009.
And so did you work at Bodhi prior to your graduation?
Yes.
And how long have you worked there at Bodhi?
Since then, I spent 2 years at the Pennsylvania State Police at about 2021.
And when you joined Bodhi Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially a DNA technician
And when did you become an analyst?
in 2014.
And what is the difference between a technician and an analyst?
The technicians operate the robotic equipment in the labs and assist with paperwork and various reagent duties and things like that.
This guy looks like one of those
And what is
sad
an analyst?
puppies.
An analyst analyzes the DNA evidence that's submitted from various police agencies from around the country. We come to court to testify and do statistical analysis of any comparisons that we might do.
This guy
If you
always
could, sir,
looked like
please
they ran out of
describe
his
to the jury
bagel.
The training that you underwent initially as a technician.
As a technician, it was probably a few, maybe 2 or 3 months training process that involved various reading of the manuals for the robotics and various written and verbal exams.
Now, is there a continuing educational component at Bodie?
Yes, for DNA analysts, we have proficiency testing twice a year. We have to do a certain number of hours of continuing education. So that would be things like conferences, things like that.
Yeah, you get your
And we
license
have to
suspended.
do scientific literature reviews. So we have to keep up with scientific articles 4 times a year.
Now, if you could just expound a little as far as what exactly does that continuing educational component consist of, as far as the conferences and scientific literature review? What specific areas are you reviewing and going to conferences on?
Yeah, so that would be areas specific to forensic DNA testing.
Now, how many analysts work at Bodie?
Somewhere between 60 and 75, maybe.
If you could, please describe for the jury what kind of lab Bodie is.
So Bodie is a private DNA lab, and we take casework from various police agencies across the country, and we also have groups that work on international cases and things like that.
Now, you mentioned some of your work, bless you, is submitted from law enforcement agencies around the country. Is that the entirety of the work, or where does some of the other pieces come from?
Yeah, so like I said, some of it is international, and then we also do some research work as well.
Now, what type of analysis do you currently perform?
Yep, TextVet, here it comes.
So I am part of the customized casework group. So we take generally one-off cases or smaller, more complex cases, and then we work through those.
Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury, first in sort of general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Yes, so for DNA analysis, what we're trying to do is obtain a DNA profile from a piece of evidence and then potentially compare that with a reference sample from a known individual.
Now, is the Bodie lab accredited?
Yes,
And by whom is it accredited?
through the National Institute of Standards.
Now, within the Bodie lab, are there certain steps that are taken to prevent against contamination?
Yes. So at every step of the testing process, we have positive and negative controls. The evidence room is a secure room, so only a handful of people have access to that room. And then everything that we would need to test, we would sign out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody. The building itself is secure, so you need to swipe your badge to sign in. We wear protective equipment through all parts of the process. So we have gloves, goggles, lab coat, hair nets, masks. And during, after we write the reports, all of our results are reviewed prior to being reported.
Now, to that point, sir, is there a review process that your work and any analyst work undergoes at the Bodie labs?
Yes, so the final step would be a technical and an administrative review.
Now, can you describe that process as far as the technical review and review in general at Bodie?
Yes, so we submit the case file with the report and all of our conclusions. And then another analyst goes through everything and makes sure that they agree with everything that we submitted.
I think you made reference to this a little earlier in your testimony, but as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, twice a year.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process?
Yes. So twice a year, we get what's essentially a mock case submitted from an outside vendor that we treat as if it were an actual case. We go through and do all the testing that we would normally do, and then submit that back to the vendor, and they compare the results to the known results of what they should be.
Now, what areas have you specifically undergone proficiency testing in?
So everything that I am trained and signed off in.
In DNA specifically, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, you made reference to this a little earlier, but can you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls?
Right. So positive controls we use to make sure that the various testing steps that we're performing are working as we expect. So if we have a positive control, we would expect to see the DNA profile that we intend to see in that positive sample. Negative samples we use to make sure that there aren't any sources of contamination along the way. His nickname in
college was Manbian.
The chemicals that we're using aren't potentially contaminated, or that maybe samples were switched or something along the way.
Now, when you were assigned work within the DNA unit at Bodie Technologies, where do you retrieve that item, or where do you retrieve those items physically from?
Yes, so those would be delivered to our secure evidence room, and then any testing performed, we would need to sign that out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody.
Now, the secure evidence room, is that temperature controlled at all?
Yes, we have just basic climate control as well as freezers and refrigerators.
And
That's where we store
freezers,
both lunch
refrigerators are commonly referred to as cold storage.
and the
Is that
DNA.
correct?
Correct.
Now, why is items of evidence stored in cold storage?
Certain items of evidence are stored cold because things like heat, UV light, and moisture can cause microbial activity or degrade the DNA. So we would not get the highest quality results that we would want.
Now, when you retrieve items from the cold storage or from the secured evidence room, how are those items packaged when you receive them for DNA testing?
So they're usually, however, they're packed from, like, for example, the police agency that sends it to us, they'll pack them according to their guidelines and standards, and then they're sent to us and we store them in the freezer. And then when they're signed out on our end, we just have a basic container that we put them in to keep the case together.
Now, sir, what is DNA?
So DNA is basically the manual for a living organism. Most of the DNA is contained within the nucleus of every cell, or pretty much every cell. And it contains all the information that is needed to make an individual.
Now, is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes.
And how many steps are included in DNA testing?
So forensic DNA testing, the testing that we did, there are basically 4 steps.
You said
So there's
testing,
DNA extraction,
not tasting.
quantification, amplification, and profile detection.
Now, can you describe for the jury what each of those steps are and sort of what they entail?
Yes. So DNA extraction is we are basically trying to separate out the DNA from everything else. So all the other parts of the cell or any other material that might be part of the evidence. So we're left with just the DNA. Next is quantification. And we are trying to figure out how much DNA we have to work with. The steps further down the line are calibrated to a certain amount of DNA input. If we add too much DNA, it can cause problems. So we need to know how much we have to work with. And then the next step is amplification. So this is when we take 20 to 25 different locations within the genome that we're interested in looking at. And we make millions and millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a fluorescent tag that's embedded into each one. So then that leads to the final step of profile detection, where we separate those fragments out by size, and that fluorescent tag allows us to identify those particular locations.
Now, sir, in January of 2024, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number, your Bodie lab case number, CCA 2416-0023, pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, you received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you also, when you receive items from an outside agency, do you also receive a corresponding submitting agency case number from that agency?
Yes.
And in this case, that was Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So in this case, I was assigned to look at an extract that was submitted from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, as well as a hair, and then 2 reference samples that were also submitted.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process that you used to analyze, in general terms, evidence in this case?
Yes. So generally, we follow that same process, with the exception of the extract that was submitted. Since the extraction process was already completed, we did not need to do that, and we could move straight to quantification. And then we did the entire process for the hair as well as the reference samples.
Now, you made brief reference to it a moment before, but was there a known standard that was done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard of John O'Keefe?
Correct.
And how was that done?
Yes. So the entirety of the testing was
Gotta get
performed at the state
Warmed up
lab,
in the morning
and
here.
they submitted the final profile to us for comparison.
Now, what is a DNA profile?
So the DNA profile is basically just a list
What
of all the
is
variants
a DNA profile
at those 24 or 25 different locations that we're interested in. And the entirety of those different variations are what makes a DNA profile individual or unique.
Now, as far as when you're looking or analyzing or examining a DNA profile, can you describe for the jury, what does it look like? What are you looking at?
So when we're looking at a DNA profile, it's essentially a graph with a series of peaks across the horizontal axis. And those correspond to the length of the DNA fragments that we
Hit up my
amplified.
Twitter.
And
Caption this guy.
those are assigned
Why he
a
looks
number
so
based on the
friggin' sad.
length of that fragment. And those numbers are what we refer to as the alleles. And those numbers are assembled into essentially a chart, and that's the DNA profile.
Now, could you please describe to
And
the jury
Toggle
the
says
process of
Edward
comparison
Snowden seems
between a
sad
known
today.
standard and an evidence sample?
Yes. So when we have an evidence sample, we need to compare it to a reference sample. And then, so what we do is we take those two tables that I mentioned, one from the evidence sample and one from the reference sample, and we put them next to each other and do a comparison to see if the reference profile is potentially part of the evidence profile. And then if the two are consistent, then we would need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of the match. For example, if one in every 3 people would be a potential match, then that's not very strong. So we have to have some sort of mathematical weight to describe the potential match.
Now, if you could again, sir, explain to the jury, what was your role in the testing in this case?
Yes. So my role was to analyze the DNA profiles and then do the comparisons.
Now, what items specifically did you receive for DNA testing in this case?
So yes, like I mentioned, we received the hair. We received the 2 reference samples. We received an extract from a taillight, as well as the negative control that was associated with that. And then we also received a reference profile from the state lab.
Now, starting with what your lab has labeled as EO2, that has a corresponding State Police Crime Lab item number 3-1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description of that item, EO2 3-1.1?
So that was the extract of the sample from the passenger side taillight of a vehicle.
Yay.
And was there any further description or of that vehicle as far as the plate number?
Yes, there was a
model?
plate number associated with it.
Okay. And do you recall what the plate number was?
So that would be 3GC684.
And did you receive 2 buckle samples identified as RO3 and RO4?
Yes.
And what was RO3 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Yuri Bagetic.
And what was RO4 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
And then that extract portion, that was the part that was labeled as EO2, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the jury what an extract is?
So like I mentioned, an extract is essentially, it's a tube with a small amount of liquid in it. And inside that liquid is the DNA that was extracted from the evidence sample.
Now, the known standard of Mr. John O'Keefe, that had an item number as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that item number first from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
So that was 8-1.1.1.
And did your lab, Bodie Technologies, have a corresponding item number associated with that known standard?
No, we just used the Massachusetts lab number for that.
And that known standard from John O'Keefe, did that appear to be a standard single source profile?
Yes.
And what is a single source profile?
So a single source profile is essentially a DNA profile from one individual, as opposed to a DNA profile that could be a mixture of multiple individuals.
Now, what does STR stand for?
Stands for short tandem repeat.
And can you please describe that short tandem repeat process for the jury?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, what we're doing with STR, short tandem repeat testing, is we're amplifying a number of locations in the genome, and then we're separating them out by size. Now, the reason we do that is because at the at the DNA level, those regions of the genome have a series of genetic base pairs that repeats over and over again in sequence. So they're short tandem repeated DNA sequences. And the number of times that sequence repeats at that location is what we call the allele. So if the sequence repeated 5 times, we would call that allele 5. And that the summation of all those alleles is what makes the DNA profile.
And what is an SDR mix?
So are you referring to the computer program, StarMix?
Yes, StarMix, excuse me.
Yes, okay. So when we're dealing with mixture profiles, so that would be DNA evidence profiles where more than one person's DNA is all mixed together. We need to be able to try to separate that out as best we can. We use a computer program called STRMix or StarMix, and that uses various mathematical calculations that allow us to make the best use of that mixture data that we can. And it allows us to run those statistical calculations to reference profiles as well.
I'll give you all the mixture you can handle.
Item EO2 from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. What did you conclude as to that profile?
Yeah, so that was a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male.
Now, if you could, please sort of walk the jury through that process in making a profile comparison from the profile from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle and your other submitted samples.
Yes, so when we're using StarMix and we're doing a comparison, we have the StarMix output. And essentially what that's doing is we input, based on the DNA profile that we observe, the number of contributors that we would expect to be there. So in this case, we would say there were 3 individuals. So the StarMix software will break out those 3 different components and give probabilities to each different allele combination. So we would take the reference profile and then compare that to the output from the StarMix program to see if there's a potential inclusion.
Now, you mentioned a little bit about statistical calculations. How are those statistical calculations done?
Yes, so once we determine that there's a potential inclusion in the mixture, we will run what's called a likelihood ratio. So essentially what we're doing there is we're doing a likelihood ratio is we're comparing 2 different explanations for the evidence profile that we obtained. So one of those explanations would be that in this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of one of those reference samples that we're comparing and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. The other explanation would be that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals. So we compare those 2 and we determine the ratio of which one is more likely.
And where do those statistical numbers or calculations, where do they come from?
So they're all based in the fact that we know how common the different alleles at each location are within the population. So we can do a lot of mathematics and figure out how rare or common different alleles might be.
Now, sir, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from John O'Keefe, what conclusions did you make from your analysis or comparative analysis between those 2?
Between John O'Keefe and the mixture profile, John O'Keefe could not be excluded as a potential contributor to that mixture profile.
And as far as the statistical analysis, what, if anything, did you find with reference to
whoever's wiping their ass, their lavalier mic needs.
Like I mentioned, that likelihood ratio, and in the case
put in
of
prison.
It being a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unknown unrelated individuals, it would be 740 non-alien times more likely that it was a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unrelated individuals versus 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, that number that you just referenced, as far as 740 non-alien times more likely, how many zeros are in a non-alien?
Non-alien is 30 zeros.
Now, this analysis supported a a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you explain to the jury what that means as far as a strong support for inclusion?
Yes. So we have a chart that based on the likelihood ratio, so that 749 million number, based on the different numbers that we might get, we assign a verbal qualifier to that just to make it a little bit more user-friendly. So in this case, it would technically be very strong support for inclusion.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Yuri Buchanan, what conclusions did you make from your analysis of those?
So he could not be visually excluded based on just comparing the profile to the StarMix output. So we do the likelihood ratio to determine that, like I said, that likelihood ratio. So in this case, it was 46 million times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Yuri Buchanan and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be very strong support for exclusion.
And again, sir, if you could just
There you
expound
go.
a little. When you
Not
say
Yuri.
very strong support for exclusion, what does that mean?
Again, we're just referring back to the verbal scale that we have as part of our reporting guidelines.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Michael Proctor, what conclusions did you make from your analysis there?
Yes, so he could not be visually excluded, again, based on that initial comparison. So we run the statistic, and it was 76,000 times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And that would be strong support for exclusion.
So with reference to the comparative analysis between Trooper Proctor's DNA sample and the taillight sample, that was a strong support for exclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention to what your lab has labeled as EO1, that has a corresponding Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory item number of 3-6.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description that was provided by the external submitting agency as far as that item?
So that was the shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same plate number.
Now, as far as that, and I understand that your lab
I
didn't
don't
do
have
it, but you're
anything to
familiar with
drink for my
the,
pills.
Process
It's annoying.
as far as extracting a DNA profile from a hair, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that process to the jury?
Yes. So during the extraction process, we dissolve the hair and then we attempt to do our normal DNA processing.
Now, what is different, if anything, in DNA testing when it comes to hair?
So hair, generally, if it's the hair shaft only, we would not expect to get great STR results. However, it is possible. So we usually attempt that first.
Now, are you familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
And can you please explain
Inflatable.
To the jury
Facts.
what that is?
Yes. So that would be the hair follicle. And in the hair follicle, we would expect to find a lot of nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA from the nucleus of cells.
You mentioned there any sort of piece of hair. There's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And can you, probably pretty well understood, but could you please explain to the jury the difference between the two?
Yes. So the root end would be the end that we would expect to find the root or the follicle, and then the shaft end would be just the shaft of the hair itself.
Now, what is autosomal DNA testing?
Yes. So autosomal DNA test. So autosomal DNA is the DNA that from mother and father that's combined in the child. So that would be opposed to DNA that's inherited directly from a single parent. So that would be something like Y chromosome DNA that would be inherited directly from the father. So all the sons of a father would have the same Y profile. Also, there's mitochondrial DNA. So the mitochondria exist outside the nucleus of the cell, and that is inherited directly from the mother. So all of a mother's children would have the same mitochondrial profile.
Bad people know. I'm probably going to go get one in just a second.
Now, sir, from your analysis, what were your conclusions for the hair, EO1, in your autosomal or STR testing?
Yes. So we performed the extraction and then the quantification, and the quantification results were below the limit of detection. So we would not expect to get an STR profile from that hair.
And if you could expound just a bit as far as that term below the limit of detection, what exactly does that mean?
Yes. So during the quantification process, our instruments are calibrated as part of our internal validations to detect a certain amount of DNA. And once we get below that amount of DNA, it's determined. We call that undetermined. So that would be below the instrument's limit of detection. And
And it just
again,
goes
based
in
on
the
those
tasting
validations,
dish.
we would not expect to get a profile from that.
And so what happened with the hair extraction sample in your lab at Bodie from there once you had completed the SDR testing?
Yes. So like I said, it's not unexpected that the shaft of a hair would not give us STR results. So we often transfer those to the mitochondrial group that does the mitochondrial DNA testing.
And why is that transferred from you to another analyst within the lab?
I'm not personally signed off in mitochondria. We don't do quite enough testing to have everyone signed off in all the different technologies.
So you're not good enough.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Man.
All right.
That's what your mother-in-law says.
Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get him,
Good
Jackson.
morning.
Thanks for joining us. A couple of quick questions. You mentioned, Mr. Bradford, a quantification related to both Yuri Buchanan and a known sample from former Trooper Michael Proctor. Can we go over? I'm going to ask you about the sample related to Michael Proctor. I think I heard you say 1 in 76,000, correct?
Yes.
Describe that one more time for the jurors. When you quantify that profile as it compares to the population of the Earth, for instance, what does that mean? What's the significance of 1 in 76,000?
Yes. So you need to be very careful when we're talking about statistics, because if we start to introduce different analogies to try to describe them, they start to go off the rails, and we're describing things that are not actually described in the statistic. So it makes a lot of sense to compare that to the population of the Earth, for example. However, what we're talking about here are the relative likelihoods of those two different explanations of the evidence profile. So like I said, in this case, it's 76,000 times more likely that we would observe that evidence profile if it were 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, as opposed to Michael Proctor and then 2 unknown, unrelated individuals.
And sometimes
DNA evidence
Bradford,
is
we get
presented
numbers
in
that are
such
just
a
sort of
confusing way for
mind-boggling.
jurors.
You said 30 zeros. What is that number again?
Non-alien.
Non-alien?
Non-alien, yes.
Y'all literally in your job, like, almost have to make up new numbers. Non-alien, none of us have ever heard of that. That's 1
Liar.
followed by 30 zeros, correct?
Correct.
As opposed to 76,000, which is 76 followed by 3 zeros.
Yes.
Much smaller number by factors of a non-alien, nearly, correct?
Correct.
So when you say that there's strong support for the exclusion of Michael Proctor in that DNA sample, you're not suggesting that he's completely excluded as a potential contributor.
Well, no, what I'm suggesting is what the numbers state, so
Right.
that it's 76,000 times more likely that it were 3 unknown, unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals.
Understood. So you're not excluding him. You're simply saying statistically there's strong support for exclusion, but he's not excluded as a contributor. Is that right?
I am saying that there's strong support for exclusion, yes.
Understood. With regard to that taillight sample, you were asked to compare known samples to that taillight sample, the known samples being State Trooper Yuri Buchanan and former Trooper Michael Proctor, those 2 known samples, correct?
Correct.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Higgins?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from
It's a lot of
person by the
fun.
name of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person named Kevin Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of former Chief Kenneth Berkowitz?
No.
Thanks.
Thanks. That's it.
Thank you. There's
There you go.
Riley, any follow-up? All right, you are awesome.
Ugh.
Come almost witness. Okay. Please feel-
All right, we are at our first sidebar. First of many, I assume, because that's how it goes. Ever had one of those weird things where like your eye just starts watering? It's cool. It's maybe because I'm thinking of breakfast. Oh my goodness, we got some super tips here.
Am listening to this on a plane. It's so boring. I wish we had more Saudis on here.
Oh no, no, you don't. Wait, those are the safe planes, I think. The Saudi ones. Very, very. They're dancy. They're dancy planes.
This motherfucker says, SP much. It reminds me of that episode of Community where Pierce is trying to teach Shirley how to public speak. He needs to hand him a sandwich.
This motherfucker. I don't know why that voice is so funny to me. Oh. Man, I was in a good mood this weekend for most of it. Everything was just making me laugh. It was nice. Then I got back here. And now it's sad again. No, I'm just kidding. Just a reminder, those are super tips if you're new to being back, if that makes sense, or new to the stream in general. Super tips are a way to participate in the show, similar to a super chat, but a little funnier because you can have someone else read the chat out rather than me. And yeah, give it a shot. Check it out. supertip.gg/RL. It's in the pinned chat on both Rumble and on YouTube, and it's pinned in the description as well. I missed the second part of your super tip. I didn't. You didn't hit plus. And like, it's not up to me to play it. It must be your fault. Can we get Bronca today? I doubt it. I don't think he's much a fan of this trial. But I'll send him a link, I guess. Let's see. So just, summary of what we've had so far. We had the saddest looking man I've ever seen come up and basically express that the DNA that was found on the light did not include DNA from, or doesn't seem to have included DNA from Yuri Berkenik or Michael Proctor. That would be light from inside, sorry, not light. DNA from a swabbing on inside the light enclosure. But that is more likely to be three unrelated individuals, unidentified individuals as well than Yuri Berkenik, I think, or Michael Proctor. And they did, I think they found inclusion for John. I don't remember. But again, I don't know. I don't find the DNA evidence compelling until they show me how those wounds were caused by anything on the car. Who are we getting? Who's this guy?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and
Don't
nothing
say
but the
anything
truth, so help you
racist.
God?
Don't say anything racist. Don't say anything racist. Don't say anything racist.
Go ahead,
Hold it
Mr.
in.
Riley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you,
Oh,
please introduce yourself
John
to the
might
jury,
not be
spelling
worried
your
about
last
being
name?
racist.
Carl Miyasako, MIYASA.
Don't be a bigot. Don't be a
What do you
bigot.
do
Come
for
on,
it?
stop yourself.
I'm a senior DNA analyst at a forensic laboratory called Bodhi Technology,
And where is Bodhi Technologies located?
Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school?
Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what degrees did you receive there?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
I bet he's nice.
Bodhi Technology.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed at that laboratory for over 11 years.
And when you joined Bodie Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Initially, I started off as a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
After a few years at the laboratory, I became a DNA analyst.
What is the difference at Bodie Lab between a technician and an analyst?
Technician mainly does laboratory work, and an analyst is allowed to analyze data and write reports.
Now, could you please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician?
So I observed people perform all the tasks that I was training in, and then I'm supervised performing tasks by a qualified individual, and then I do competency tests where I'm performing
I don't want to.
independently.
If I say anything,
Now,
it's
is
going to
there
be
a
offensive.
continuing educational component of Bodie?
Yes.
And could you please describe for the jury what that entails?
So continuing education just allows analysts or technicians to keep up to date with current topics within the community and future advancements in technologies.
Now, could you please describe for the jury what type of lab Bodie is?
Bodie is a private accredited forensic laboratory.
Oh, God, it's so
And where do
annoying.
your cases come from?
Our cases come from different agencies throughout the country, so law enforcement agencies, medical examiners, other laboratories as well.
And is that purely on a statewide basis, national basis, or something else?
National basis.
And what is the difference at Bodie Lab or Bodie Technologies between a DNA Analyst 1 and a DNA Analyst 2?
The type of caseload and different cases being assigned to these individuals.
Now, what is your current role at Bodie Labs?
My current role is a senior DNA analyst.
And what is a senior DNA analyst, and what do you do in that role?
So senior analyst provides expertise or leadership in at least one discipline within the company. Senior analysts report challenging cases, are independent of other analysts, and also train.
So did this guy.
Other analysts as well.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please.
And sir, that microphone in front of you is adjustable. You can put it as close to yourself as
Sir, we're going to
you
need you
feel
to
comfortable.
stop saying analyst,
Thank you.
please.
Now, specifically with reference to DNA
He knows
analysis,
his
can you
analyst,
explain to the
right?
jury first in general terms how that analysis is performed at your lab.
Yeah, so it starts with receipt of evidence, and then it goes through the laboratory through different procedures up until we develop that DNA profile, and it gets interpreted and analyzed.
Now, is the Bodie Lab accredited?
Yes,
And by whom is it accredited?
we are accredited by a NSI National Accreditation Board.
Now, are there steps taken within your lab at Bodie to prevent against contamination?
Yeah, we have protocols to monitor contamination and to also prevent contamination.
Now, also at the lab, is there a review process, and can you sort of describe your role as it applies as a senior DNA analyst to that review process?
Yeah, so all cases go through a review process. So after, let's say, the reporting analyst completes the case, it goes into submission for a
Just
technical
say
review.
it right.
During that review process, the entire case file is looked over. So it's looked over to see if everything
I don't know if it's a troll or a habit.
per protocol, if it's something that I or anyone else in the lab would have done, if any necessary processing steps were taken. Data is reviewed. If there was comparisons, that's something that a reviewing analyst would also do and see if they come to the same conclusions as the other analysts.
Now, just again, in general terms, can you explain to the jury just a little bit more in detail as far as the protocols that a technical review is concerned with? And
Canadian girl. Get that butt, Rackets. What in the
how a
butt?
technical review is able to
Can't.
establish that the testing was done in comportment with that.
Yeah, so as me, if I were doing a technical review or look over the entire case file, did what processing steps happen were they per protocol? Is it's also something that I would have done in this case. If data is ultimately generated, I also do that comparison based on that comparison, what did I come to the conclusion to? Was that the same as the other analysts? Did we agree? Were stats done? Were they done the same way
I'm a
I would have
fucking
done it?
child sometimes. but it's
Essentially, all
funny.
conclusions would have to be in alignment between both analysts.
And so when you're doing a technical review, you're looking at or doing your own sort of comparisons, coming to your own conclusions and running your own statistics. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm doing the comparisons myself and seeing if I also agree and come to the same conclusions.
Now, as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process at Bodie Technologies?
So an outside organization sends tests to our laboratory. Everyone participating in these proficiency testing completes their assignment. It gets submitted back to the organization, and they review the results to see if it matches up with the expected results on their end.
And how often do analysts at your lab undergo proficiency testing?
Twice a year.
Now, turning to you specifically, what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I do testing within short chain and repeats, STRs, YSTRs, mitochondrial DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests
Oh
that
my
you've taken?
neck, man.
I have.
Now, could you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls and sort of what is the difference between the two of those?
So throughout processing, we introduce controls such as a positive and negative control. Positive control is just a known template that we introduce during processing. It measures the efficacy of the testing and to see if we develop the known profile that we are expecting, just to make sure that testing went as it should have. Negative control, on the other hand, monitors for any type of contamination and cleanliness of reagents. And there's no DNA template introduced in this, so we don't expect data. So once that aligns with it, then we know that reagents used were good.
Now, sir, are you familiar with some mitochondrial DNA testing that was performed at Bodie on lab case number CCA 2416-0023 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And the lab received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And did you also, or do you also receive a corresponding agency case number from that arraigned submitting agency?
Yes.
And in this case was the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184.
Yes.
And what type of work did Bodie Labs do on CCA 2416-0023 with respect to mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we received 2 evidence items, a hair sample and a reference sample, and we were asked to type these for mitochondrial DNA.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process in general terms used to analyze that type of evidence?
Oh, no, please
it's
don't.
a similar process that you may have heard already
It's
for
so boring.
nuclear DNA or STRs. After DNA extraction, that's where we isolate and release DNA from the sample. It goes through amplification processing. This is where we employ the polymerase chain reaction or PCR technique. So we create numerous copies of targeted section within the DNA.
I feel like he's going to bust
This is
out
just so
into
we
a
have enough
musical.
DNA to generate a DNA profile. Following that, we do what's called quantification. So we determine generate an estimate of how much DNA is present within the sample. Following that, we do what's called sequencing. So we used a technique called Sanger sequencing. So bases within the sample, the order bases are determined, and bases are essentially building blocks of the DNA. So everyone has 4 bases in their DNA, and we refer to these bases to the letters A, G, T, and C. After sequencing, we go through what's called capillary electrophoresis. And so these bases are sequenced individually, and the data is interpreted.
Now, was there a known standard done in this case?
Yes.
And then another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from Mr. John O'Keefe.
So the reason
What was that? Sorry.
they're talking about
Did
DNA
another
on the
analyst
shirt
test
is
and report
because
the results from the known blood
trying to
standard
head off
from
the
Mr. John
fighting
Yes.
And
argument.
again, with reference to mitochondrial
Fighting
DNA
theory.
testing, what items did the Bodie lab test for?
A hair shaft sample and the known DNA standard.
Now, can you please describe to the jury, again, in general terms, the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
So we generate data from typically the evidence sample first, and then just to see that we get comparable data, and then we process the known reference standard. Then we look at the two DNA profiles of these different samples and we compare them. Based on the data, are we seeing that we can or cannot exclude the reference donor as being a source of the evidence sample?
What is autosomal DNA?
Autosomal DNA is like nuclear DNA. It's something that you maybe more, when thought of forensics, traditional STR shorthanded repeats. And
what is mitochondrial DNA?
Mitochondrial DNA is a different type of DNA from nuclear DNA. Nuclear DNA, you get half of your DNA from your parents, so mom and dad, whereas mitochondrial DNA, it gets entirely inherited from mother to child.
What is the difference between the two as far as where it's located in reference to the nucleus of the cell?
Company's name is Booty Labs.
So with STRs, there's basically 2 copies per cell, whereas with mitochondrial DNA, there are several copies per cell. So there's more abundance in mitochondrial DNA.
Now, how does that apply to an extract from a hair sample?
So for hair samples, we typically categorize these with like hairs with roots and rootless hair samples. So with hair samples, typically in the shaft end, there's more abundance of the mitochondrial DNA versus nuclear DNA, where nuclear DNA tends to be degraded or not present in high enough amounts.
What does PCR stand for?
PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction.
And can you please describe the PCR method to the jury?
Yes, so that's the process where we create specific targeted sections of the DNA over and over. So we're replicating DNA using the source material as a template. This is because we want enough copies of that DNA to generate the end result of a DNA profile. So it'd be similar to, say, like a copy machine. You start with a single piece of paper and you make many, many copies from that piece of paper.
Now, sir, you alluded to it, I believe, earlier in your testimony, but just specifically as to this topic, what is DNA sequencing?
DNA sequencing is where we determine the order of bases within that sample.
And how is DNA sequencing used specifically in mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we use that to generate the sequence specific to that sample so that when we get the end result data, we compare it to a known standard or a common reference standard, and any differences from that common standard gets reported as that individual's mitochondrial profile.
Now, how is the testing different between autosomal versus mitochondrial DNA testing?
A lot of it does have some similarities, but the difference comes with STRs being more of a length fragment testing, and mitochondrial DNA is more of a base nucleotide DNA testing.
Oh my gosh. The
Now,
jury wants
as far
base
as the
nucleotide
running of the
themselves into the
DNA,
fucking ocean right
How
now.
is that sort of physically done, or what kind of tools are you using specific to mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so we use different instrumentation, such as like a
I want to
thermocycler
see this
to
guy in
do the
Higgins
PCR step. And then we also use what's called like a genetic analyzer at the end.
Stop
step
saying
of
analyze.
capillary
Like I say
electrophoresis.
it as a joke.
Is there
It's my word. You don't get to have
gel
that.
that's used as far as visualization of that profile?
Yeah, so during the quantification step, we use what's called a yield gel, and we get a visual presentation of how much DNA is present within that sample.
When you say a visual presentation, visual, like what type of instruments are you using to get that visualization?
So we use a gel and a UV light and a camera to capture essentially what we refer to as a band.
And what does that band look like?
Pearl
It's
Jam.
generally, if there is presence of mitochondrial DNA within that sample, it emits a bright band on this gel. If there isn't anything, then we don't observe that band.
And what kind of instrumentation does your lab utilize in mitochondrial DNA testing?
We use a thermocycler or 3130 genetic analyzer as well.
Could you spell that, please?
The thermocycler, or THERMAL CYCLER.
And then what were the digits after?
And then the genetic analyzer is a 3130 3130.
And if you could you please describe what those instruments do or what they're used for specifically within the process of the mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so instruments is common within laboratories for automation purposes, so that thermocycler helps with the PCR stages, and then the genetic analyzer helps with the separation of the individual bases and then generating that end result data where the analyst will interpret the data.
Now, what is a D loop?
The D loop is the control region.
And how does that D loop factor into this type of analysis?
So with mitochondrial DNA analysis, we analyze certain regions within the D loop or the control region, and we refer to these as hypervariable regions. So HV1 and HV2.
And what does the D loop have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
So this region is a non-coding region within the mitochondria, so it can allow for mutations because it wouldn't affect the mitochondria functions. Because of this highly variable difference within this region, it's useful for determining different maternal populations.
Now, did the Bodie lab also perform mitochondrial DNA testing on the known standard from John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And is that mitochondrial DNA testing the same for the known standard of John O'Keefe as it is, as you've been describing with reference to the evidence sample?
Yes.
And what is then done generally in the comparison of those two profiles?
So once we develop the profiles from these two separate sources, a comparison is done to each other, and we look at it to see if the profiles consistent, essentially matching with each other, and seeing if an exclusion or inclusion
stimming
can be
harder than
made.
I do.
And did you then perform your own comparative analysis of those two mitochondrial
No, we didn't
DNA
analyze
profiles
this.
from the hair extracts from the rear panel of the defendant's vehicle and that of the known standard of Mr. O'Keefe?
I did.
And what is your opinion or conclusions that you arrived at from that comparative analysis?
Sustained.
Hold
Hold on. Ask it differently, Mr. Moore.
What conclusions did you come to from that comparative analysis between those two standards?
That John O'Keefe could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, can you expound a little as far as your conclusion is concerned? What does that mean?
Yeah, if I may refer to my report.
Yes.
So whenever we have a conclusion of a probable inclusion, like in this case where I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a source of the hair sample, we do a statistical analysis to give weight to that probable inclusion. So in this case, using a database and with 95% confidence, at least 90%
What? What?
can
Why?
be excluded as being a source of that hair sample.
Stop being
Let me ask
bad.
you just in general terms, that database used is referred to as MPOP, EMPOP, is that correct?
Correct.
And what's an MPOP?
So it's a searchable database where we
Whoa,
search,
this is really bad audio. Just a second.
profiles in the database.
Hold on.
How common or rare profile in the population.
Dear Lord.
Up in our laboratory, we search 3 main population groups within the United
Oh,
States:
they fixed it
African American,
now.
Caucasian, Hispanic. And so the general goal is just to see how rare would that profile be within these populations.
No.
What conclusions did you
Damn
come
it.
to with reference to the consistency of the sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample in the MPOP database?
95% confidence that 95% of the population can be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Oh, it's because you ass
Now, you
bags.
made reference in your testimony a moment before about a confidence interval. What is that?
Yeah, so whenever we can be excluded as being a source of that hair sample.
And let me ask you just in general terms, that database you're using is referred to as MPOP, EMPOP, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is an MPOP?
So it's a searchable database where
Hopefully this will
we
fix those audio issues.
search minor profiles in the database and essentially to see how common or rare that profile will be seen in the population. With MPOP in our laboratory, we search 3 main population groups within the United States: African American, Caucasian, Hispanic. And so the general goal is just to see how rare would that profile be within these populations.
And so what conclusions did you come to with reference to the consistency of the hair sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample in that MPOP database?
With 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, you made reference in your testimony a moment before about a confidence interval. What is that?
Yeah, so whenever we obtain statistical data, we use a confidence interval or upper limit frequency. This is just like a range where the true value of said profile is, but we generally want to report like a conservative end to avoid any false inclusions. So it's at least 99.895% that the majority of the population can be excluded, but it could be higher, but at the lower end, it would be at least 99.895%.
And what confidence interval in your conclusion does this consistency between the hair sample profile from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle have to Mr. O'Keefe's mitochondrial DNA profile?
So it's the 95% confidence, 99.985% of the population. So the majority of the population could be excluded. However, with John O'Keefe and his maternal relatives, they could not.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, Mr. Miyasaka.
Good morning.
Couple of quick questions.
Ugh, he moves creepy.
Mitochondrial
I don't
DNA,
like
as
it.
you've explained, is different than autosomal DNA in pretty significant ways, correct?
Correct.
Ask me a
The
about our analyst.
what we think of as traditional nuclear DNA, that's autosomal DNA. That's the DNA that we derive from mom and dad comes down to the child, correct?
Correct.
Mitochondrial DNA, by contrast, is simply
Lab
the
text just-
maternal line,
O is removed from their
excluding
vocabulary.
the dads, correct?
Correct.
Correct, not correct. Oh,
So my mitochondrial DNA has nothing to do with my father, everything to do with my mother. Is that right?
Yeah, mitochondrial DNA gets inherited from the mom to child.
Okay. So a male like John O'Keefe, for instance, the known sample that you were working with, shares the exact same mitochondrial DNA as, for instance, his mother. Correct?
Correct. His mom and any other maternally related individuals.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, and that's my next question. Stop being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough task.
Wait, what?
It's also the exact same mitochondrial
That's a weird
DNA
joke.
for his grandmother, right?
Correct.
And let's move the lineage off the tree trunk and move it onto branches. For instance, if his mother had 2 children, John and a sister, his sister would also have the exact same mitochondrial DNA.
grab a drink.
Correct.
And now, staying on that branch of the tree, going out to a leaf,
I'll be right back.
if his sister had children, those children would have the exact same mitochondrial DNA.
Correct.
So another way of saying that, his maternal niece, his maternal nephew would have the identical mitochondrial DNA as John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you indicated that John O'Keefe is included in the population of those who match that profile, that does not mean that you're determining that the hair that you analyzed came from John O'Keefe, does it?
No, with mitochondrial DNA analysis, it's not unique to individual. Compared to traditional STRs or short-chain repeat, that could be unique to individual. But with mitochondrial DNA, it's not unique to individual, but more so a maternal lineage.
All right. So, Mr. Miyasako, very importantly, you're not sitting here saying that that hair belonged to John O'Keefe.
I'm saying that the hair sample on John O'Keefe cannot be excluded, as well as his maternal relatives.
So we're speaking in negatives. I want to speak in a positive. You are not saying that John O'Keefe, that hair belonged to John O'Keefe, are you? Yes or no?
Sustained.
Are you suggesting to these jurors that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
Sustained.
Are you telling the jurors, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
I'll see you at sidebar.
Sure. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Miyasako, going back to my question, you're not saying that the hair belonged to John O'Keefe, correct? That's not what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, based on the genetic data obtained from the hair sample and the genetic data obtained from the known reference sample of John O'Keefe, I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a possible source of the hair sample. In addition, all maternally related individuals could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Another way of saying that, Mr. Miyasako, is to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you cannot say that hair belonged to John O'Keefe specifically, can you? Yes or no?
No, with mitochondrial DNA, you can't
Okay.
say that it is per se an individual person. So it's more so the maternal line.
Because the hair could have come from his mom, it could have come from his maternal nephew, or anybody in his maternal line, correct?
Correct. If
Okay.
they also had access to that stuff, then yeah,
For instance, access to that stuff, meaning if his maternal nephew lived in the home with him, where the SUV was stored, it's just as reasonable if the hair came from him, correct?
Sustained.
Your analysis does not tell us when the hair got to where it was found, correct?
correct.
Your analysis does not tell us how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
And mitochondrial DNA does not reveal anything about the hair's color or age or texture, nothing like that.
Not on the analysis that we performed.
Okay. So for all you know, that hair could have been placed where it was found by somebody else.
Sustained.
You're not telling this jury how the hair got where it was ultimately found and recovered, correct?
Correct. Our testing is just based on the evidence provided to us and the comparisons done between the two different evidence.
And in short, you can't say that the hair specifically came from John O'Keefe either, can you?
With mitochondrial DNA, I can't say that it is specific to an individual.
Okay, including John O'Keefe.
In this instance, John O'Keefe's profile was consistent with the hair sample.
That's not what my question was, Mr. Miyasako. We can go round and round. I realize that you're saying it's consistent, but it's also consistent with his nephew, right?
Correct. I can't exclude maternal relatives because mitochondrial DNA is not specific to individual, but just the maternal line.
Right. So you're not saying it was John O'Keefe's hair?
I can't say whether it is, but the profile obtained from John O'Keefe is consistent with that hair sample.
You're not
But
saying it's John O'Keefe.
Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
Thanks, Bev.
The reason you can't say that it's John O'Keefe's hair is because it also matches everybody in his maternal line. That's what we're getting down to, correct?
yeah, with mitochondrial DNA, again, it's not unique to an individual, but their maternal lineage.
And if his maternal nephew lived in the same residence and had access to the same SUV, couldn't exclude him either, right?
Sustained.
So in short, Mr. Miyasako, you cannot tell this jury when the hair got to where it was, correct?
Sustained.
You can't tell this jury how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Sustained.
And you certainly cannot tell the jury that the hair belonged to John, right?
Sustained.
I think we've got it. Thanks, Your Honor.
Mr. Wiley, anything?
So, Mr. Miyasako, including the MPOP, the statistics, and the confidence interval, what is your conclusion in reference to the comparative analysis from mitochondrial profiles from the hair sample from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle and the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Based on the genetic data obtained for the two different samples, I could not exclude John O'Keefe's known standards profile being consistent with the hair samples profile, and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as a source of the evidence.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
One final question, Your Honor. Do you also maintain that 95% confidence that it is nephew?
Yeah, so again, with maternal
You can
population.
finish your
Thank you.
answer. Go.
With maternal populations, I can't exclude anybody maternally related to John O'Keefe as well.
Thank you very much, sir. You are all set.
Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Commonwealth's next witness is Shannon Burgess.
Okay.
Oh man, I love in-ear monitors a lot more than overhead or over-ear headphones, but after sometimes make my ears itchy, and itchy ears lead to problems. It just sucks because then like you have to take the headphone out to scratch the ear. You can't really scratch the inside of your ear.
You shall give to the court and the jury, and the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Who's this
Good
door?
morning. Good morning.
This guy
Mr.
analyzed
Brennan, whenever you're ready.
a
Thank
bowl
you, Your
of
Honor.
soup.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jurors, spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Shannon Burgess. Last name Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, what
That
do you
accent's
do
out of
for
place.
a profession?
Sure. So I'm a digital forensics examiner. So I investigate digital devices to
Do you?
see what evidence they may record or hold.
I don't
Do you
believe you for a moment.
specialize in any type of forensic analysis?
Sure. So digital forensics is kind of a broad field, but I do specialize in vehicle forensics and cell phone forensics.
How long have you been a digital forensic analyst for?
Sure. So I've been a digital forensic analyst for approximately 10 years.
Wow.
Before you were a
Good job.
digital forensic analyst, what type of work did you do?
Sure. So before I was
Mostly
a
looking
digital
in
forensics
windows.
analyst, I was working in the automotive manufacturing field, specifically related to automotive presses and industrial robotics.
I want to talk to you about some of your experience in digital forensic.
Sound like one of those guys who like
Did you receive any
cleverly
certifications
explains his
in
job.
digital
So
forensics?
sounds more
I did.
important.
I've received several certifications, one being what's called GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. Another from Celebrite, a company named Celebrite, in Certified Mobile Examiner, and then certifications from Magnet Forensics as well.
Is Magnet a company that also includes Axiom?
Yes, Magnet is a company that produces the software known as Axiom.
In addition to your certifications, how many hours of
He's got that
specialized
island of
training
hair up
approximately have
front.
you had
I like
in
that.
digital forensics?
Sure. So approximately, over the
All
last 10
alone.
years, I've had around 700 hours of training, including courses and conference attendance in digital forensics.
In addition to your training and your study, do you have experience over the 10 years? Have you involved yourself in many cases regarding forensics found from a motor vehicle?
Yes, I have.
Can you give a general estimate of how many cases you've worked on?
Oh,
Got
not
three
off the
different
top of my
colors of
head, I
hair.
couldn't. But it's been numerous.
You
Gray
said
on the
that you
side,
specialize in mobile
kinda
phones
orangish
and
and dark
digital
black.
forensics in motor vehicles.
I don't know
That
what
is correct.
Do you teach seminars on those issues?
I do. I teach seminars and presentations specifically in those disciplines.
Who are some of the audiences that you teach to?
Sure. So it ranges from attorneys to engineers that specialize in accident reconstruction to police agencies such as Interpol, which is a global police organization.
Have you testified as an expert
Global.
in digital forensics in court before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding digital forensics in state courts?
Yes, I have.
And could you share with us those state courts?
Sure. So those state courts would be Oregon, Texas, Arkansas,
Oh my gosh. Ouch.
New Mexico. And those would be the ones in the last 4 years that I can recall off the top of my head.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in federal courts before?
No, just in state courts.
Have you testified in state courts in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified for plaintiffs in civil cases?
I have testified for plaintiffs and defense in civil cases.
And have you testified in criminal cases before?
I have testified in criminal cases as well.
Have you testified for the prosecution before?
I have testified for the prosecution as well as the defense.
Does the data change regardless of who you testify for?
No, it does not.
Where are you presently employed, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So I'm
Dairy Queen.
presently employed with a company known as Aperture. and I'm located in their Dallas office.
Is Aperture a company that has offices outside of Texas?
Sure. So Aperture is a company across the country. So they've got a number of locations and offices, and they offer a number of service lines specifically related to forensics.
Do you ever work on different cases or scenarios with people in the Texas office?
Yes, I do. Sure. Go ahead.
Do you ever work with other employees of Aperture outside of the Texas office?
Yes. So I do occasionally corroborate with other experts in the Texas offices as well as the other offices across the country.
In this case, was there another
You mean collaborate?
professional who worked with
Maybe corroborate.
Aperture that was related to this case that you talked to?
There was.
And who was that?
That would be Dr. Judson Welcher.
Is Dr. Welcher's profession and job the same as yours?
No, it is not.
I don't
What's the
think he
difference
meant
between
corroborate.
what you do and what Dr. Judd Welcher does?
Sure. So what I do is investigate digital devices that can range from cell phones
Devices?
to vehicle modules to computer systems. What Dr. Welcher does is specifically related to accident reconstruction and biomechanics.
So you are not an accident reconstruction engineer?
I am not.
You are focused on the data?
I am focused on the data.
Did you ever publish any writings
You're
or
super
papers
impartial.
regarding the area of your expertise?
Sure. So I have published 2 papers, specifically one related to damaged devices, and that is referencing event data recorders, which is your black box or your airbag control module, and specifically related to developing proof of concepts, because a lot of times these modules will store data in different places on the module. Proof of concepts are ways to verify and validate where that data is stored, so you're not missing data.
So the first article that you wrote about damaged modules, was that peer reviewed?
It was.
And was it accepted?
It was accepted.
Could you tell us briefly what peer reviewed means?
Sure. So peer review is a process of your peers or colleagues reviewing your work and determining that it's valid.
Is peer reviewed articles often relied upon by other experts in the field?
Yes, they are.
You said that the first article you mentioned had to do with damaged modules. Is that one of the areas specifically that you're going to talk to us about in this case?
Sure. So it is specifically one of the areas I'm going to talk about in this case. And to kind of go back a little bit, the idea of proof of concept applies not only to damaged modules, but also other vehicle modules such as infotainment and telematics modules.
I don't think we're at infotainment and telematics yet. So if we can just understand a little better, very basically, what is proof of concept in action? What does that mean?
Sure. So proof of concept is taking a vehicle module, for example. This is typically an unidentified vehicle module that other individuals have not looked at or verified what is recorded and where it is stored. So a proof of concept is taking exemplar modules and doing tests on those modules. So creating events that are recorded within the modules. A lot of times when those modules are damaged in vehicle crashes or if they're just unsupported by your forensic tools, you will have to go to what's called chip off or chip swap forensics. That is specifically taking the chips off of the circuit board. So think of the hard drives from your computer, moving those hard drives to another module, a working module, to recover the data and validating that you've recovered all the data that you would expect to see.
Are there times in cases or studies where you need
Eat
to
like the
recover data
fat you are.
available to you through the traditional
Shame me,
methods?
chat.
Yes,
Save
many
me,
times.
Save me from calories.
Let me ask you, you said there was a second article. What was that second peer review article about?
I'm not immune.
Sure.
They
So
can
that
sneak
second
up on
peer
anybody.
reviewed article was specifically related to mobile forensics, specifically iPhones, and how they track your device interactions as well as speed and location data and validating how accurate that data was.
In addition to talking to us about damaged modules, as you're going to do in this case, are you also going to talk to us
Aren't there
about
people in my house that can
the
bring me
timing
food?
information from
Yes.
mobile phones?
I don't know if they're home.
Yes,
right
I
now.
am.
When did you first become involved in the study of this case?
So I first became involved in this case around October of 2024.
When you became involved in October of 2024, were you in receipt of any information or reports or documents to look at?
Yes. So I did receive some raw data as well as some photographs from the vehicle in this case.
When you say raw data from the vehicle, what does that mean specifically?
Means raw data
Sure.
from the vehicle.
So again, when you take these chips or hard drives off of these modules, you can read those chips individually and recover any type of data that is recorded on those chips. So when I reference raw data, that is looking at that data in hexadecimal format, which is as close to binary data, which is what computers use to store data in, as you would want to get when reviewing this type of data.
When you receive data, does that presume it's already been downloaded by somebody?
Yes, that is correct.
In addition to looking at the data, you receive photographs. Do you know where those photographs came from?
I do not know specifically who those photographs came from, but I do know those photographs came from an initial download attempt on those modules.
You said there was an initial download attempt. When you looked at the information you received, did you learn whether or not there was an attempt prior to your involvement in October 2024 to obtain data from the modules or the so-called black box in the Lexus vehicle?
Yes. So there was an attempt to download data from the modules in the vehicle.
Did you understand whether or not there was a chip-off process whether anybody attempted to take the computer chips off the computer boards and learn or download the data?
Yes, there was an attempt to remove various chips off of the boards and read those chips individually.
Did you have an opportunity to read any reports submitted regarding that earlier process that occurred before you even got involved?
Not before I got involved. Well, sorry. Yes, I was able to read a report from a individual known as AG Speak about that process, that initial process.
Did you learn who conducted, the name of the person that actually conducted the original process before you were involved in this case?
Yes, I understand that person to be Miss Maggie Gaffney.
Do you know generally when Miss Gaffney engaged in trying to download information from the computer boards of the defendant's car?
Yeah, if I can recall correctly, that was around December of
Ooh,
2023.
that accent.
And in your review of materials and study materials, did you receive
That
additional materials?
accent's telling me to go back to where I came from.
Yes, I did receive additional crash reports, just detailing the events of the night.
When you say crash reports, what does that mean?
So that's going to be crash reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
Is a crash report just a written report or is it data?
No, it's just a report, no data.
Did you receive any other reports from any other individuals or experts?
No, not at that time.
Did you later, over time, receive any more additional information during your studies?
Yes, I believe so. And let me reference my report just so I don't misspeak.
Let me ask for the court's permission before you do that.
Sure, sorry.
Yes.
So I did, again, I reviewed a vehicle forensics report by AG Speak. I reviewed documentation that was identified to me as evidence review.
Yeah.
A prior testimony of Trooper Garino.
The little tough to forehead hair. I know, it's so
And
fun.
I reviewed some surveillance videos as well as a report
Got a moat.
by Mr. Whiffen.
When did you receive any study or reports from Mr. Garino? Do you remember?
I do not remember exactly.
Was it recently, some time ago?
It would have been some time ago, probably late 2024 after we got involved.
Last year?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Whiffen's reports?
Mr. Whiffen's report, I believe I received in January of this year.
In the video, do you know when you received any video?
It would have been this year. I don't remember the exact dates.
Was it last month, months ago?
No, probably around January or February as well. Well, I take that back. It would have been early January, maybe late December.
Okay. I want to ask you just generally so we have a general perspective on this. When you began your study, was there something specifically that you were looking for?
There was. So specifically what we're looking for when we do a chip off on these vehicle modules, we're
Chip off?
expecting to see
It's like a freak
one of two
off
things.
or whatever the
User data
Diddy was
in a
doing.
raw hexadecimal format or a file system where user data is stored.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus?
Sure. So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition on events or power on events, as well as other data.
Did you have any information or understanding that there were text stream events that you were to focus on?
Yes, I did have an understanding that there were text stream events located in a airbag control module.
How many text stream events were you focused on?
2 text stream events.
Could you just generally characterize those 2 events?
Sure. So one event has been identified as a 3-point turn maneuver, and the other has been identified as a backing maneuver.
Now, the studies of those events, is that the role of the accident reconstructionist?
Yes, it is.
So then what was your role related to, your specific role related to those 2 characterized events, the 3-point turn event and the backing maneuver event?
Sure. So within that text stream data, those events are documented with what's called a time count. So that's going to be a running timer from the time the vehicle powers on or the ignition comes on. So that counter will count seconds incrementally. And specifically, the focus was looking for any time-stamped data that would offer when that power-on event occurred.
Come on, brother. Help me out
Did you
here.
put together a PowerPoint presentation regarding your assessment of some of this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a package, you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is my PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Can you just turn a few pages so
Sure.
you can look and see if that accurately reflects the presentation you put together?
Yes, it appears so.
And does this reflect some of your study of this case?
It does reflect some of the study in this case.
Is it an entire comprehensive study of everything that you learned, or is it an overview?
No, it is an overview.
For the court's permission, I would mark this for identification. I intend to use this with the court's permission as a chalk.
As
Okay,
a
so we'll
chalk.
mark it for identification.
You say chart?
SS for identification.
Holy buckets. This is a rough one. Oh,
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nami says this guy looks
So I
like the
want
Wish
you to
Timu
teach us a
version
little
of Mike
bit about
Shinoda from Linkin
The
Park.
computers
Talking about the
in a
last
motor
guy.
vehicle.
I
Is there
agree.
one computer
Hilarious.
like a black box in an airplane?
No, so there's actually many, depending on the vehicle, there could be hundreds with very
Hundreds.
specific functions to what they're, what they're meant to do.
Tell us a little bit about why there's a need or why many computers are used in a single vehicle.
Sure. So there's so many functions within your modern vehicle nowadays. So for instance, your infotainment module, that is a computer that operates your radio, your head unit. So that's going to be your obviously your radio, any type of built-in navigations, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay. There's what's called a telematics module. That's going to be what actually allows the vehicle to communicate
All these
with,
modules suck, by the way.
internet services. So
Like
when
one
you
doesn't
look
work.
at if you've got an app
I
that
don't know which
can
one.
track your vehicle or unlock your doors, that's being allowed through that telematics module.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Ms. Gilman show page 3 of the PowerPoint.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Lassie?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
So
I
on your
can't wait for
PowerPoint
Leslie to
page
yell at
3,
this
you
guy.
have a chalk or diagram of a car. You may have a pointer in front of you if it helps.
Sure.
If you could direct your attention to the TV to your right. Could you explain to us what this
same.
diagram shows us?
Sure. So this is a diagram that
Diagram?
just shows, a a small number of modules that you can find in specifically the Lexus in this case. Again, what we're focused on and looking at is the infotainment module and the telematics module in orange. For example, there are other modules known as the body control module and the airbag control module, the engine control module, which runs your vehicle. In addition to that, there are other modules that operate your door locks and unlocks, your windows, and various other functions.
When you use the word module, is that the same thing as a separate computer, or is it different somehow?
Yeah, so that using parlance, module would be referring to a separate computer within the vehicle.
Do all of these separate computers in the vehicle connect with each other?
They do. So all of these modules are connected to one another, and they do communicate with each other.
The information that would be commonly referred to as black box, or information that captures some of an event, where would that be in this diagram?
Sure. So the black box would be in the airbag control module.
And then as far as the radio system, you shared with us, that's the infotainment module?
Yes. So the radio system is going to be, that data is going to be stored within the infotainment module.
In the telematics module, specifically, what are we looking for there?
Sure. So the telematics module, again, is a module that allows communication with internet services. So if you've got an app on your phone that you can unlock or lock your doors, that's the telematics module is allowing that function to occur.
Do all make and model cars have the same setup as this diagram?
No, they do not. It will vary.
Does it vary from car maker to car maker?
It does. It varies from car maker to car maker. It varies from trim level as well.
Could two different cars from the same manufacturer, same style, could they have different components in those cars?
They could, yes.
Why is that?
Sure. So during the manufacturing phase, depending on cost and other things, manufacturers will source these modules from different third-party manufacturers. So one vehicle may have a module from, for instance, LG Electronics. One may have a module from Denso. And depending on how those individual manufacturers implement that software and hardware, they may record and store different types of data.
So from your experience, you've reviewed or you studied a 2022 Lexus, and then you see another Lexus, whether it's 2022, 2023. Would you be able to say you've seen it, you've already done it, or do you have to individually look at each car?
Sure. So you would typically look at, to correct, it's a
Pull that
2021 Lexus. But if you want to understand what may be stored in a subject module, you would look at, take an exemplar vehicle and conduct some testing to determine what is being recorded and how that data is being recorded.
You mentioned that you were looking for time information or power on information regarding two events.
Correct.
Can we characterize those events as text stream events?
Yes, we can.
Do people sometimes refer to them as triggering events?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are they often or sometimes referred to as something else other than a text stream event?
They can be referred to as other things besides text stream events.
Can you give us an example of what else they may be referred to as?
Sure. So that would be triggering events.
Why is it called a triggering event?
Sure. So the event is actually created when there's a trigger, and those trigger thresholds will vary and could be for a number of different reasons.
I hate coffee.
When a text stream event happens, or so-called triggering event, what happens in the data?
Sure. So when a text stream event happens, there is when that trigger is met, there is certain data parameters or data types that are recorded for a specific time frame.
In this case, how many of those events were you looking at?
Just one.
When you mentioned time, I want to have you explain to us a little bit about time. You said there's a running clock. Can you explain that in a little more detail and simply what that means?
Sure. So in what's recorded within the text stream events, I'll refer to as a running clock. Essentially what it is when the vehicle is powered on, this clock starts to run and it counts seconds from power on. So when you press the ignition on, this clock starts. And when there is a text stream event that occurs within that cycle or within that ignition on, that is recorded as the time that that trigger occurred.
Does that give an actual time, like when you look at your watch or you look at your cell phone?
It does not give an actual time. Yeah.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon the interruption. The chalk remains on the screen.
Okay, are you still reviewing the chalk?
We can take it down if it pleases Attorney Alisi.
Thank you.
So you were getting back to the clock. You said it's like a running clock. Is that like a stopwatch?
Yeah, that could be referred to as a stopwatch.
Where is that running clock kept in the data?
Sure. So that running clock is kept within the airbag control module.
Is that the so-called black box part of the data?
That is correct.
With the running clock, how do you determine the actual time as it relates to, say, for example, your digital watch or your iPhone or another clock?
Sure. So in that instance, you would need to have an event that occurs, such as a power on event,
I'm
with
an
a
event.
timestamp to reference back that running clock.
When you got involved in this case and you looked at the information that was previously downloaded by Ms. Gaffney, was there any data regarding power on, power off to mark that time?
From the initial download, there was not.
When you involved yourself in your study, what
an
was
energy
your
drink.
primary focus as far as information?
Wait, I
you
do
wanted
have an
to
energy
get?
drink.
Why?
Sure. So primary focus when I initially got brought on was to look at the modules and see if there was any data that was not recovered. And then specifically, again, looking at any time-stamped data that may have been recorded within the modules.
You talked about the differences in
It might be
modules.
garbage.
In your PowerPoint, did you provide a couple of photographs of the modules so we can see what you're talking about?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put on page 4 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yep.
Could you explain to us the photograph on the left and then the photograph on the right?
Sure. So the photograph on the left is kind of a top-down view of the infotainment module from the Lexus. Photograph on the right
Mr. Smeg,
is a
yes, I
top-down
have an
view of
Xbox
the
right- there's
telematics
nothing in
module
it.
from the Lexus.
Are these modules from
It's
this
useless
specific
right
car,
now.
or is this a general photograph of a car?
Just like
and
my
how it
heart.
works?
These modules are from this specific vehicle.
From the car you studied.
Correct.
On the left infotainment module, you have different manufacturers. Why is that?
Sure. So again, these modules are not manufactured by Lexus or Toyota themselves. They are manufactured by third parties that are providing these modules to the car manufacturer. And these are just some examples of what we have seen within these specific vehicles and what type of manufacturers provide modules for these vehicles.
If we could turn to page 5, please.
This guy makes me want
When-
Karen Reed to be guilty just for this to be over.
You looked at the data that was provided in this case. Did
Oh.
you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
Your initial impressions, can you share with us what your initial impressions were?
Sure. So initial impressions were that data was missed from the initial download.
Tide will roll. It
What
doesn't
type
matter.
of data do you
I'm
think
just
was missed,
complaining.
or did you conclude was missed from the initial download?
Sure. So that would be, essentially all of the user data was missed during that initial download.
How did you conclude
Just all of it.
or come to the opinion that data was missed on the initial download?
Sure. So reviewing the raw data, you can see that
We only like
what
it
we
raw.
would expect to find, which would be things like contacts or from devices or device connections or time-stamped data was not there in those initial downloads.
When you first looked at the data and you came to the conclusion that there was missing data, did you have a working theory on what you thought or how you thought the information was missing?
Sure.
is this
So I
the
did
new
have a
guy,
working
like-
theory initially of why the data was missing.
And what was your initial theory?
Sure. So if
Sure,
I'll
so-
reference kind of to the slide a little bit.
We can take that down if you'd like, Mr. Alisi.
Sure.
Is this the guy who's testifying that like his clock is wrong? on
Sorry,
his
can you
phone?
repeat the question?
When you had your initial theory of data missing, what was it based on?
Sure.
Sure.
So the initial theory was based on two things. Either one of two things initially I thought could have happened, and that was a bad or partial read of the chips, or it could be that the data bearing chip that we are looking for was overlooked and not downloaded.
When your first
How?
thoughts were that this was a
How does
partial
that even
read of
happen?
chips, was there anything about the chips when you looked at them that you concluded or came to an opinion on?
Sure. So initially, when I was reviewing the data and reviewing the part numbers on the chips, we can see what, how much storage is on each chip. And that can kind of get complicated, but essentially what we're looking at is data stored as either bits or bytes.
Bits
That is represented as a capital B or a small
Can this guy
lowercase
tell
b.
me about how
So
long it takes to
initially,
die in the cold?
upon reviewing the data and with the assumption that a competent examiner would not miss a chip or a device or
Device?
data bearing chip on the board, I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes, which led me to believe that there was a partial download of those initial chips.
Now, as a forensic analyst, do you rest on your initial impressions, or
About
do you
to
go through
download a bullet
continued process?
sandwich.
No, so I do not. So just like the scientific method, if you have a working theory, you then review and research to either prove or disprove that theory.
And did you engage in that scientific process in working theory?
I did.
And how soon after you wrote the report did you realize there may be another source of the material?
Sure. So, I'll clarify a little bit. That initial was not a report; it was just a protocol that was proposed. But I believe that there was a supplemental protocol written within a week or two of the initial protocol.
And when you used the scientific method and studied the theory that you had, what did you decide or what did you learn?
When you
Sure.
use
So
the
upon further
scientific method
review
to study.
and research, I discovered that there was a SD card or a micro SD card that was on the circuit boards of one of the modules that was never looked at.
Now, you weren't present at the original process?
That is correct.
When you looked at the modules, those computer boards, did you notice anything about them that happened during the original process?
Sure. So I did notice during the chip off process, what you do to take these chips off is you apply heat to them. So that essentially liquefies the solder, which is a low temperature metal that connects the chips to the board and makes those connections
Make
so
me
the
a
board
burger,
can communicate. And there was some damage caused from that
Or a
initial chip
sausage.
off.
And again, why would you take the chips off a board if they're already attached? Why would you need to do that?
Sure. So when you don't have, typically if you think about downloading data from your cell phone, you have a USB port on your cell phone that you can easily plug that into a computer. That's not the case with vehicle modules. So you have to remove these chips from the board, and then you've got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during an earlier chip-off process before you got involved?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the boards.
Could we have page 14, please, Ms. Gilman?
The objection, Mr. Lewis?
No objection, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, if we could turn to page 15. Tell us what this is, please.
Sure. So this is the infotainment module that you saw earlier. This is just two photographs during the disassembly process of taking that module apart.
Could you zoom in on the right photograph, Ms. Gilman?
Oh my
That's the best we
gosh.
can do. That's fine right there. Could you share with us a little bit about what this is?
Sure. So this is how I received the modules when we took a secondary look at them. Essentially, this is if you see from the right photographs, there's many boards that are contained within this infotainment module. This specific board that we're
Have a
looking at
cage
here
in
on
up
the
here.
right is the board where
You're
they
looking at
remove
a dangle
chips
board
from.
up on a wide.
So what we're looking at is the circuit board itself, as well
Yes,
as two
remove this, so
components
you know
that
you
were
gotta get rid of the
previously
chip off that
removed
board when you
during that
bring
initial
the
download
board.
attempt.
Putting that chip into
So
the,
if you can't
into the
read
lab,
the
we got
chips
to
on
clone
the
that
board,
out.
if you remove them, is
Group was
there
him,
a
did
tool that you
their
can use
passwords.
to actually read the individual chips in isolation?
Yes, so there is tools, various tools that you can use to read those chips and read the data from those chips.
If we could have 16, please.
Yeah, the day we have to watch like a trial from one of the
Can you tell
suburbs
us
of
what you
New
see
Orleans
here?
is going to be a disaster.
Sure. So what you see here is two of the components that were initially removed from the board during that first download attempt. I've documented an additional chip that was still on the board that was not identified during that initial download on this side of the circuit board. And then I've got photographs matching the chip and where its placement was initially on the circuit board.
Could we have page 17, please? And what do we see there?
Sure. So this is some of the damage that occurred to the circuit board itself during the initial chip off download attempt.
Do you have a pointer on the stand?
I do. Yes.
Could you show us what the left photograph point out what you mean by damage?
Sure. So right here on the left part, you've got these two highlighted blocks. So what this is if you remember back to the last slide, the larger chip that we were looking at, this is directly underneath that. So when you're removing that larger chip, what you're doing is you're applying heat to it. If you apply too much heat during that, chip off process,
Boom,
the underside of the board will actually heat up, and you'll have chips fall off of the underside of the board.
off. Wow.
So that's what's occurred here on the left side. On the right side, as you heat up these chips, if you're not careful as you pick them up off the board, you can displace other components, and that is what you see right here in this
Lincoln
highlighted
Park,
box
not-
here. Is a small passive component
Fucking
that has
new
been
divides
displaced
in my head.
where it should be parallel.
Parallel.
What is the risk of damaging components when they're taking off the board during a chip off?
Sure. So the risk of that is causing damage that could be internally that we can't see. And if you want to put the chips back on the board and assemble everything back together, it may not work appropriately.
In addition to seeing the damage with your eyes on these photographs, do you look at data when you engage in the analysis, whether or not you think data is missing?
Yes, I do.
Could we have page 6, please? Could you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is just some examples of what user data would look like and what we're expecting to see when we look at the raw data from the chips that are removed from the board. So there's two ways to look at data.
I don't
And one
understand.
way is of looking at
Why
the
didn't
file
we take
system,
the chip
similar
off
to the
the
file
first
system you
time?
would see on your computer when you store documents. Same thing exists in vehicle modules. There are instances, though, where you cannot rebuild the complete file system, and you've got to actually look at the raw data in hexadecimal format. So that hex data, the bottom photograph or screenshot, is what that would look like in hexadecimal format.
When you looked at the data that was provided during the original chip off or process,
This guy jerks off in hex data.
were you able to, at this point, identify any date and time or power on or off information that you were looking for?
No, I was not.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board.
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please?
What's up, Guido Samurai? That's a strange
Tell us what you
name.
found.
Sure. So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle.
Just like Kurt
and
micro
later validated that existed on an exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the pointer?
Sure.
I know there's a red square, but I want you to describe for us what you saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view. But what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just both sides, top and bottom.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did you receive any information that this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, I did not.
Could you just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are
I'm a lot of
commercial
fun.
forensic
I'm a fun guy.
tools that
Lot
are
of fun.
available for vehicle systems.
Gotta adjust my
One
mic.
of those tools
Is it really
referred
low?
to, or is called Burla. Burla is a company that writes hardware and software, or develops hardware and software that pulls data from vehicles in a user-friendly way, so that non-technical people can gain access to this data without having to go through the steps that we did in this case.
When you discovered this SD card and had your hypothesis that there may be data on it, did you
Mike
have
is good.
concerns
All right.
about simply removing the SD card and trying to read it?
Yeah. So anytime you see an SD card on a vehicle module, in the past, there's research and there's documentation of finding these SD cards. Most of the time, they are what's called Command 42 locked. So what that means is there's a lock put in place. So if you take this SD card out, plug it into your computer is not going to recognize it. So the SD card is actually looking for a passcode from the vehicle itself to unlock it.
Probably
and allow
talking quiet
access
because I'm
to the data.
tired.
What if you don't have that passcode?
Sure. So when you don't have that passcode, there are ways around that lock. Specifically, if we look at the left photo, you can see there's a lighter shaded black area on the SD card. What that is it's a protective covering that is covering some what's known as technological pads, and those pads allow access to reading the data and bypassing that lock.
Is gaining access to an SD card on a board like this a simple process?
It is not a simple process.
Are there a lot of advanced studies on it?
There are advanced studies on it, and it is a in-depth process to recover this data and interpret it.
Are there any concerns that you had about
Apparently that was
spoiling or
nothing.
destroying the data if you tried to access the SD card without a passcode?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no documentation or
SD card
research that suggests you
without
would
a passcode.
spoliate or lose data by bypassing that lock.
Spoliate.
Were you concerned at
They
all in
was
trying to get the
spoliating.
information from the SD card about the process of it?
Yes, I was.
Why?
To get data from this SD card, we suspected that the user data that we were expecting was on this card. So in order to validate that user data existed on this card, we processed and went through a set of testing and validation on an exemplar vehicle.
What's an exemplar vehicle mean?
Sure. So an exemplar vehicle is a 2021 Lexus LX570 that is as close to the same trim and features that the subject vehicle was.
We could take that down, Ms. Gilman. Why did you want a similar but very separate vehicle to do testing before you tried to crack into the SD card?
Sure. So, it's kind of multiple reasons. First, to validate that the process that we're theorizing to recover data is viable. But also, this is a vehicle that there's no documentation on as far as, the data that is stored and the data, how it's recorded and what it, means. So as well as, being able to validate that process, we also wanted to do testing and create some of our own data and known data sets on a vehicle so that when we got the data, we were able to look at it and compare it to our known data sets. And we were able to validate and correctly interpret what that data means.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we take our break right now?
Yes, Your
Oh,
Honor.
thank
All right,
God.
folks, we'll take a 15, 20 minute.
I wasn't going to make it. I thought I was going to die.
Okay. All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebook. Follow me.
You are muted.
You're muted. Oh boy, today is a bunch of lab nerds and I am dying. Wow. Good Lord. Like I said, forensic testimony is always tough because their processes are highly specialized, which is why they're experts. And then they have to explain them to people who will not understand anyway. But that's okay. That's how we have to do it. That's how trial works. A trial of blood, a trial of fear, and a trial of Karen Reed. Welcome to Lost Planing the Interwebs. Anyway, Ben Togel. So the company's name is Booty Labs, and they have DNA technicians and analysts. Are we sure this company is legit? No. No, we have no idea. Not so easy when you aren't bathing in magic dust, is it, Nick? It sure was easier to stay awake. Not as easy to stay focused, though. Oddly enough. Did you see Bettero's tweets about the Sure Guy's background? No. Practicing your ASMR voice. I'm going to switch to actual podcasting where I write out a script and just talk into a microphone in a low pitch with a deep timbre to add gravitas to every statement, every line of every trial that we're covering. No, I just had morning voice earlier, so it was fun to talk lower. It's going away now. Let's see. We've got a bunch of super tips chambered up here. Thank you for that, by the way. You can get a voice changer. I could, but I like doing voices on my own. I always liked Dan Carlin, how he talked about everything. You wouldn't believe what they had to do to get to court in Rome.
Micropene. There. You're welcome, motherfucker. Oh, this motherfucker right here, an analyst, all right? He be getting analyzed all the goddamn time. You should see how this boy be collecting male DNA. He got 4,072 specimens in his mouth right now.
What was that? Ronnie doesn't know numbers, but I'll take it. Oh. No one will be seated during the thrilling conclusion of the expert technician's testimony. No, they'll all have hung themselves by then.
This witness is the analyst for the Yakuza. You put some respect on his name when you speak it. He goes wrist deep every time. He also matches Kurt, micro penis.
So Kurt did an interview over the weekend. I think it was over the weekend. It was a Friday or Saturday. The days kind of blur together. Because I had a weird weekend. But yeah, I think it was Saturday, right? And he had a ton of people watching. It was awesome. With Mike Beatero. I don't know who that guy is. But I know he's like somehow attached to this case, right? Who the fuck is that? Attorney Beatero? Mark Beatero, sorry. Oh, he's just a frequent commentator. So he's not like a part of the trial. He's just a guy. That's cool. Good job. I don't know. I was thinking about checking it out on one of these breaks to see how he was doing. I've never watched Kurt interview someone else, so I'm kind of curious now. Kurt's become my like personal interest. I want to know him. I didn't take the time when I had the time. Now I'll never have it back.
Your Honor, get in the zone. Autosomal DNA. Also, Kurt has a micro penis.
How often? How often is that going to be on there? I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy.
This DNA expert is such a motherfucking lil twerp. I bet he goes home and just crawls up in a ball and cries before his wife comes home to rip him a new one.
Damn. You think he's got a wife, even like a pretend one? I don't know. That guy looks like he was married to a, like a micro dog.
So this witness can't tell whose hair it is or when it go there?
Mr. Jackson, stop blowing holes in my ship.
There you go. There you go.
Sure, I like pizza casserole. Sure. Kurt gave me this haircut. Sure. I'm bestest friends with the micropene squad. Sure. I can't speak without clucking. Sure. I like chicks. I don't mean women.
I don't wait, what? I like chicks. I don't mean women. All right, that was confusing. Camelot, why would you say that? Now I don't know what to make of that.
Your Honor, I believe the grass outside is growing at a rate comparable to the drying of the paint on the walls of this madhouse. Sweet Lord baby Jesus, this man is mainlining Ambien in his gravy.
No kidding. Like this is whew. And you got to wonder how much the jury is paying attention at this point. Like for the state, that might be good. That might be good. They want impressions. The state doesn't want facts in this case. That should be obvious at this point to everybody. If it's not obvious, it should be because you should be listening to me talk about it. Bev denied his Pearl Hawk Vice. Wow. The state's looking to develop impressions. And again, the impression is that Karen Reed knew she was guilty and talked about it. Like that's it. And that's what everybody encountered. They want that impression from every witness that they can get. The forensic witnesses are there to get facts on the record. They're going to be boring. And I think that's beneficial for the state. They've really drug out how long their case in chief is. I mean, we're in the fourth week. Or fifth week. That's a lot of weeks, man. We're in the fifth week of a 6-week case, right? Presumably, I mean, it could go longer than 6 weeks.
Why does the prosecution choose people to testify that are as ugly as them? At least give us some eye candy while we listen to this boring ass testimony. Click, boom.
The Roz Rodriguez says, if you think that was confusing, you really need caffeine or an energy drink or something. It's not confusing. It's boring. That's all.
Every time he says hexadecimal, it reminds me of the villain from Reboot.
Oh, yeah. Was the villain named Hexadecimal? I thought it was Megabyte. I thought Megabyte was the villain. Because he came back as Gigabyte the one time. He was an ass kicker.
Surely Burgess is a very credible hair tough, both on his forehead and chin. Sure, he can't say anything without saying sure.
Sure.
But surely it's only because he's transitioning to his new name, Shirley.
And stop calling me Shirley. Hexadecimal was the witch-like one. Megabyte's sister. Okay. Dude, when the Reboot was a weird show, but when they went to the future or whatever, and like the kid was all grown up and swole, and he had the eye patch and stuff, and it's like he'd seen some shit. That was cool. That was a good episode. JD JDE Corey 2012 says kids don't do drugs, or you could be analyzed or married to Nick or on a date with Kurt micropenis. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy. Oh my. I was also thinking, so we had that interview with Dave the lawyer was on. He was talking about, he mentioned the text between the FBI agents that were exposed or that exposed the attempts to suppress or to influence the election, I should say. But we got to go through those, right? Like those are sexy simp texts. Those got to be funny. That line's getting annoying. Not to me. Not to me. I've got an interview lined up, I think, for after the trial today. It's one of the lawyers in Massachusetts who wrote an amicus brief for the speech case that we talked to Mark Randazza about last week. And his name is, I have it here. Where'd it go? John Mateus. So John Mateus, he wrote an amicus brief. So we're going to have him on to talk about more about the buffer case and what's been going on with that. There was a YouTuber who was assaulted in there, I believe, today. His name is, let's see, he was telling me about it a little bit. Tom DeRosier, who I think was one of the plaintiffs that Mark was talking about when he was on for the interview. So I'm hoping you guys find interviews like that interesting. We'll talk about speech. We'll talk about speech in the context of this Karen Reed buffer case, of course. But also I would assume we'll talk about it generally and then whatever else he wants to talk about for a little bit. So could be fun. Can we talk about the trial at all? What do you want to talk about? We had 2 DNA analysts come on, and those 2 DNA analysts found John's DNA inside or like on the glass of the broken glass. And then they did inside the rear, the taillight housing. And then they found some other people's DNA that they couldn't identify. They just know that it wasn't Yuri Bukelic, whatever. And it wasn't Proctor. So it's 2 unidentified males. And then we established that they didn't test any of the people who were at the party. So they didn't have a comparative analysis of the Alberts or Higgins or anybody else. I don't know if Higgins was at the party, but they didn't have any of those people. So we've got some rather useless DNA evidence. It just shows that John's DNA was on the taillight and within the taillight housing. Which is kind of an interesting point, right? Like, because getting his DNA from inside the taillight is, it wouldn't be as likely to be in there from just if the taillight was busted even on him or that night. Like, his DNA wouldn't likely be inside the housing. It's much more likely that his DNA would be inside the housing if the taillight was broken before all of this in some way. And he came into contact with it trying to fix it or something like that. So, but there's really not much else going on to talk about today. This guy, of course, is going to come in and say, oh yeah, all the stuff that the state had testified about Celebrate was wrong. He's going to say that the clock on John's phone somehow miraculously was off by 1 second. Which then means that maybe I don't know why the state is trying to prove that John's phone was at a different time than other phones. I think it was John's phone. A phone. It doesn't matter. Maybe it's Karen Reed's phone. It doesn't really matter whose phone it was. Some phone was off by 1 second. And so now there's but it's like you're creating doubt. You're not creating a case. So it's really weird for the state to bring them on. 38 seconds. I thought they said 1 second. I thought he said 1 second yesterday or Friday. So my mistake. But 38 seconds. How's the phone off by 38 seconds? The phone grabs its time from the cell tower. It doesn't really keep its own time. I mean, it does for a little bit. But if they're going to try and say that the phone was cold and therefore slowed down by 38 seconds, they're insane and should be shot. Here we go.
Pizza casserole with minor invites. Not cool coming from the most famous micro penis. Watching his coverage of the trail is like watching grass grow. I don't know how he even has an audience.
Because betas watch their own Ronnie. Also what killed your girlfriend.
The buckshot.
The buckshot did. It wasn't me. Wasn't me. The evidence will show that it was the buckshot and not the defendant in this case.
Forget about this trial, mofo. Let's see those heavy naturals she's got hiding under that judge robe.
No. Ew. God, that was terrible. Jim tells you, says, hello, Ricada Law fam. I would appreciate any subs you could give my channel, even though YouTube is gay and demonetized. You guys can check it out, youtube.com/@ Jim tells you. So give Jim a little visit, check out his content, see if it's what you like, and throw him a subscribe, views, also like watch his show or whatever. Oh boy. So yeah, I thought maybe we'd check out some of Kurt's interview. I've never seen, like I was saying before, I've never really seen Kurt interview anybody. And I'm interested to see what the other guy has to say. Because that's that's cool. Let's see. What do we got? Joe Choi. All right. The interview that had 4 times your concurrent views. Well, I don't think it was 4 times my concurrent views because I can do math, but he did great. I don't know why people think that there's I'm surprised anybody watches this show at all, especially trials. They're really long and slow. It's not my style. It's so I don't care. The whole view, the views competing on the views. Yeah, I did. I pissed off a whole lot of people and I didn't show up for a year. Having anybody here at all is awesome. So I'm glad you guys are here. I don't really care. And as much as I think that after watching the pizza casserole video, I think Kurt's kind of a terrifying pile of garbage. That said, I mean, as long as he's making stuff, I want people to watch. I don't know why people don't understand that. I want people to find content that they like. I don't care who makes it. The only thing is I wouldn't associate with him anymore personally or professionally, but I don't want him I don't want him gone or removed from life or the platform or anything like that. And if people like his show, good. Get more people watching this shit and happy. That's good it's good for me too. So I don't know. People who do this view competition thing, it's always funny to me. It's because it's what are you whining about in the first place? What are we doing?
This trial is more boring than mine was. Let's see those heavy naturals that judge be hiding under her black robe.
No, I don't want to see Canone's heavy naturals. Ah, God. No. Bad Ronnie. Ugh. Michael SOS says, nobody should associate with you, but I do want you gone from life. Damn. That's really rude. So you want me dead and no one should associate for me? Can I send you cookies or something and change your mind? It's kind of sad. You missed what Kurt did? Explain. Well, so what video? It was early on in the trial that he discovered this. He put out a video advertising this pizza casserole that he made. And let me just say that his ad is specifically targeted to some questionable audiences with decisions that I disagree with very much. People can make their own decisions about it. I found them very uncomfortable, and I also know of I know of several women who have personally interacted with Kurt and found him to be unbearably uncomfortable, and I felt like they couldn't really speak up about it. So those type of accusations and those type of statements about people, I tend to kind of let them go until he made them on his own. He made his own bet on that one. And then a bunch of people just said he had a micro penis, which is funny. Like that's the way to deal with it. I guess.
Nick, you are still looking a little skinny. You should ask Kurt for some pizza casserole
No.
so you can gain some weight. Just don't drink the cocktails. You might end up in a bath of ice.
I can't drink the cocktails. I'm safe. I'm safe from all that. You can't get me. You can't get me. Spill the tea? Well, I'm not going to speak for anybody specifically. I just look, I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but look at Kurt at all and how he acts. You doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that women would be uncomfortable around him. He's overbearing. He's gross. Has no concept of how to interact with women in an appropriate manner. And it's not like hidden. You just spend about 5 seconds with them, and it's it becomes pretty clear. But some people are just weird and socially awkward. So I never really I didn't like when he would be particularly unbearable towards people, but at the same time, like some people are just socially awkward and weird. I didn't put any stock into it having any sort of malignancy. And then he put out his pizza casserole video, and I was like, well, that's kind of gross. Like, that's not just, oh, look, it's the Happy Town artist. That's that needs to be tamed in a little bit. So there weren't any of my qualms about making fun of him. Larry Keller says, my speculation is that he threw the glass he was holding and broke the taillight as she was driving off, causing her to back up rapidly to confront him. I think that's possible. Hey, what's up, Rita? How you doing? Louis C says, I'm here to associate with you and to analyze you. Why are there eyes? Why is it looking at me? No, wait, it's mine, I think. I don't know. Whose butt's involved in this? Diane Tessier says, I'm lost. Who the hell is Kurt? That's Uncivil Law. He's another lawyer who makes commentary about legal issues and popular political issues and stuff like that online. So you're friends with Melton. Melton uses you, and you use him as a platform to talk about errands, so you can pretend on here you don't. Okay. It's not really like pretending. It just doesn't belong here. So I go where it belongs. Court is back. Yeah, I think on lunch we might check out Kurt's interview, see what we're doing. Unless there's something else to watch. Using the term lawyer loosely there, Nick. Look, I'm suspended. I'm not casting any stones. Anybody who passes law school, to me, is well, I guess you got to pass a bar exam to be a lawyer. You can have a JD, but I think to be a lawyer,
you may be seated.
Passing a bar exam is how you do it. That's my. If some people want to have a different standard for what makes you a lawyer, you can go ahead and do that. I don't care. Jay Liebgott says
Whenever you're
Kurt
ready,
is a
Mr.
perfect
Brennan.
negative indicator. He's almost always wrong. I think he has trouble applying the practicality of law to his analysis. I think that is whatever level of on the
Mr.
spectrum
Burgess,
he
when
is,
we
I
left
think it
off, we were
interferes
talking
with that
about
ability to do that.
an exemplar vehicle that you were using for tests
I don't
and
mean that in
studies.
any negative or
If we
insulting way.
could put
I
up
think it's just
page 9, please, Ms. Gilman.
that's just my honest analysis of it.
Could you
Steve
tell us
sees
what this is, Mr. Burgess?
Yes, so this is the photographs of the exemplar vehicle that we conducted testing on.
We'll get it to.
So again, it's a 2021 Lexus LX570. And the reasoning that we did this testing was, again, to validate that the user data that we were expecting to see was stored on that SD card. Additionally, in addition to that, we were also looking to create a exemplar data set, so a known data set, and we did that by connecting these cameras here. There's a camera here looking straight out. There's a camera here looking at the infotainment screen. What those cameras are doing is they're synced together, and they're recording timestamps as well as they're recording any interactions that we have with the vehicle. So us opening the doors, turning on the vehicle, turning off the vehicle, driving the vehicle, interacting with the infotainment system is all being documented. And then that way we can go back when we get the data off of the SD card and we can compare it to that documentation.
How closely were you trying to match the exemplar vehicle to the defendant's vehicle?
Obviously, as closely as we could get. If I recall correctly, this is almost a perfect match to the subject vehicle.
If we could turn to page 20, please. Tell us what this shows. And Ms. Gilman, if you could you focus in on the top gray and white line part, if you could? A little further out, if you could.
The banjo music started in my head and won't stop. Oh, shoot.
We'd like to see all 3 rows if possible. And if not, we'll do it from a further view. Okay. Could you share with us what this slide represents, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess?
So this slide represents a comparison between the exemplar data and the data from the subject Lexus. In this comparison, we're looking at navigation system software. So that's going to be the infotainment system software. There's a number of different softwares running on this infotainment system for various functions. So you can see here there's a firmware version for the Wi-Fi functionality as well as the OS version, the audio, the DVD function, and I believe there's a section for the CD or disc version. So what we're looking at is we're looking at the software versions that are running on the exemplar. We're comparing that to the software versions that are running on the subject, and those match. So we would expect to see the user data to be stored in the same way.
Is it common that an exemplar vehicle will match the Focus vehicle exactly like this?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's common or uncommon. I have seen it in the past. A lot of times with your newer vehicles, you'll probably notice some of them tend to update more often than others. For this one, it looks like the Lexus doesn't update quite as often. So we are able to see that the software versions are the same.
If you could take that down, please. And if you could remind us before we go into your findings in that SD card that was left behind. What was the most important thing you were looking for as far as data on that SD card?
Sure. So the most important thing we're looking for is time-stamped data, specifically related to power on or ignition on events.
If you were to find time-stamped data for power on, power off ignition events, how would you use that? What would you use that in unison or comparison with the information that you already had?
Sure. So we would use that in comparison with provided surveillance videos to compare and see how accurate those timestamps are and how consistent they are specifically on the night of January or the morning of January 29th.
When you analyzed the SD card, did you get viable information?
Yes, we did.
What information did you get?
So we've got a couple different data types. We got contact
Couple
lists
different data
from
types.
some of the connected devices, as well as serial numbers and phone numbers associated with the connected devices, call logs, and then power on and power off events.
Was your focus on one particular aspect of that data?
Primarily, the focus was on the power on and off events.
And did you find information regarding power and power off events that could date and time?
Yes, we did.
If we could have number 29, please. 30. Can you share with us what you found?
Sure. So this is some screenshots from our exemplar testing. So again, these are from those cameras that I pointed out earlier. What we see when we go back and review this camera footage is we see when I press the ignition on button, there is actually a logo that appears on the infotainment screen as it's booting up. That time that logo appears on the screen is associated with a time that we see in the raw data, and that's in the hexadecimal data that is very small, so it's kind of hard to see. But essentially what you have is you've got a date and you've got a time in UTC, and then you've got a identifier that suggests that the vehicle has been powered on. So we've got 4 of these tests that we can kind of compare back to and determine that this is the time that the infotainment system powers on and that first logo screen appears. And then through testing, we can identify that that is approximately ignition on is approximately 3 seconds before that timestamp.
So do I understand if you press the button to start the vehicle, there's a 3-second delay before the actual vehicle starts?
Correct. So not the actual vehicle starting. So you press the ignition on button, there's a 3-second delay in when the infotainment system powers on.
Is there any way, Ms. Gilman, to focus in on one of those 2 photos? Can you tell us what this information is?
Sure. So this is those camera angles. And what you see is I'm pressing the ignition on at this time. In that second photo on the right, you'll see that this is specifically approximately 3 seconds after I press that ignition on, and you see the Lexus logo appearing on the infotainment module.
Let me ask you something about the clock while we're
cares?
here. You see a local time on there?
Yes, I do.
Is that local time measured by a particular clock system?
Sure. So that's measured by our reference equipment. So we're using what's called VBox equipment to capture these videos. So here, that local time is actually UTC time. So it's not actually local time for this area. So that could be a little, that could be an error in how that's reporting. But essentially what we're seeing is the infotainment system is powering on at that exact time of 21:48:08.
And this was for power on. Can we have number 31, please? How's this different than the one we just looked at?
Sure. So this is power off. So this is myself pressing the ignition to power off the vehicle. And what we see at this exact time when you power off and press the ignition button, the screen on the infotainment system becomes blank, and associated with that, it powers off, and you see a log within the raw data that indicates that.
You mentioned that you found power on, power off information. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So through this testing, what we were able to do is see that there are time-stamped power on and off events for when the infotainment system is recording a power on and power off. And then we validated that with the exemplar testing.
Ultimately, were you able to use that power on, power off timestamp information to identify the times of the later two events, the tech stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
Yes, in combination with other data, we were able to determine that.
Did you test the power on, power off data?
Yes, we did.
Could we have number 32, please? Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
No. So,
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that whether or not the first power on event for that night, January 29, 2022, was 12:36 a.m.?
Yes.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain it at this point.
Do you have an opinion as to the first power on event of that Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained at this time.
When you studied the information from the data, does this slide reflect the information that you studied?
Yes, it does.
Were you able to determine from your data study the time that was registered of when that Lexus was turned on for the first time on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing and determining that those timestamps are accurate to when the vehicle was powered on, we are able to say that this power on event is the first power on event of January 29th after 12 a.m.
And based on your study of the exemplar and the data from the SD card, did you arrive at an opinion as to the time of the first power on event of that Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Bev is like an objection limit. It's like a couple objections and then sidebar. And since no one explains anything about the objections or why they're sustained or overruled because she doesn't want to get her ass kicked on appeal, it's really hard to know exactly what it is that is bothering her or anybody.
Unlike Kurt, last October I found a woman I'm going to marry and have children with. I am 34 and she is 27. So unlike Kurt, I know how to talk to hot women of appropriate age. Micro penis having ass.
Did not get that sentence to him just right. Micro penis having ass, but it was still good. I get it. Yeah, hey, congrats, man. That's awesome. Congrats on your pending marriage. I hope it is fruitful for you and enduring and fulfilling and all of those good things.
Nick, my nicka, Kurt's penis micro, but your damn nose is jumbo. My
Yeah, it
hair
is.
damn jumbo, not a baldo.
Steve C says, why do they say Pope Leo is the first American Pope? We all know better. Good to have you back. Hey, good to be back and good to see you, brother. I hope you're doing really well. MVC says, congrats on losing half your stuff 7 years from now. Jeez. The 7-year thing, man. It seems to be common. I think it's because people, I think they just change over like 7 years. I think there's just a sufficient amount of change that people go, oh shit, like we're different. And then they have to choose again. They fall in love all over again, or they don't. But I think they find themselves surprised that that they've drifted. But I think people just get kind of comfortable in their relationships, and they get comfortable with the other person. They maybe aren't pursuing them as much. And 7 years seems to be a very common cycle with that. But 7 years is a pretty common cycle with lots of change in people's lives. Careers tend to be 7 years long on average. People tend to move every 7 years or so. So it's interesting, but don't be depressed. Lots of people make it past 7, and lots of people make it all the way to the end. And if you're really mad at her, the end can come really quickly. Derek Boodle, 7-year egg. Tell me you're trying to cure the 7-year ache. That song. I don't remember the rest of the words to it. Something like that. Lord of the Rings says maybe that Nick R will read this one. I did. Neurodivergent says, hey, Nick, I sent you a DM on Discord. I read that one yesterday. And then Neurodivergent also says, Dave the lawyer needs to post his Rumble account. Rumble is where it's at. Well, there you go. You guys like Dave? He was pretty cool.
Mr. Burgess, could you explain for us how you can identify the power on event from the data that you discovered on that SD card that was left behind?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing, we can identify a power on event, which is depicting the time the logo on the infotainment system comes on. And then the time the infotainment system goes blank. So that is representing a power off event. And then we can reference that back to the ignition on, which occurs approximately 3 seconds before the power on, the infotainment power on event.
Is this a methodology that is used in your standard of practice?
Yes, it is.
And have you used this type of methodology before?
Yes, I have.
Is it a methodology that is regularly accepted in this type of analysis?
Yes. So this is a methodology that is regularly accepted in the digital forensics community. And it is a process of testing and then validating.
How does that process further validate the accuracy of the times that you are registering and finding?
Sure. So through that testing, we are able to validate that accuracy. And through that testing, we've got 4 tests that represent a power on event and 2 tests that represent a power off event. In addition to that, we are comparing that data to surveillance video with timestamps as well to show the consistency.
When you engage in your testing, you said there was 4 test runs or examples. Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second compared to our reference clock.
And when you actually take the data from that SD card, how do you interpret it? How do you get it from a piece of plastic with metal on it to actual numbers and data?
Sure. So the process of that, again, is we're making connection to those technological pads on the SD card, and we're pulling that raw data. Once we have that raw data, there's a few processes we have to go through to make that raw data interpretable. So those processes are what's called XOR scrambling. So when data is stored on an SD card, there are 2 components to the SD card. There is what's called the NAND component, and then there's a controller component. The controller component is where that, if you remember that command 42 lock,
Be back in like
is
20
located
seconds.
in that controller component. So what we're
My
doing is
daughter
we're
asked me a question,
bypassing
I
that
was waiting on
controller.
the answer, and I finally got
We're
it.
accessing that NAND, and then we're
Right.
using forensic software to determine and interpret the XOR scrambling that is put in place on that NAND so that we can take that scrambled data and be able to read it and interpret it, as well as what's called error correction code. So NAND devices are not, they're not great at keeping voltages accurate like they should. And that's just based on how the architecture and how the NAND components are manufactured. So what the manufacturers have done is they've put in place error correction code to correct any bit errors within that data. So what we've done is we've identified the error correction code and the XOR scrambling using software known as Resolute.
I am back.
That software, again, is hardware and software that we use to access that data and process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that
Yeah,
hexadecimal
excited he is
form.
now. I like this.
And based on that methodology and that process and that study, were you able to extract the data from the SD card and identify the first power on event of the defendant's Lexus on January 29th, 2022 to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And do you have an opinion about what time that Lexus, the defendant's Lexus, was powered on December 29th, 2022 for the first time?
Yes, that would be approximately 12/12/36.
Is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
On your chalk on the screen, this
No
power
one
on
noticed you were
event,
gone.
is that the same?
No,
as
trials
your
are kind of like that.
interpretation?
Yes, it is.
You can either talk a
The
shitload
12:36 a.m. time.
or not.
What time clock is that based on?
Sure. So that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
The clock in the Lexus, is that a universal time, or do clocks on different devices run differently?
Sure. So it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently. So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone, the same thing is occurring here. Even though the Lexus clock is communicating back and forth with the GPS satellites and other things, the clock is still not synchronized perfectly. So you would not expect this clock to match up perfect with other devices.
When you're considering
Pretty
two
damn
very
close,
different or
though.
separate devices, if the time is different, what
How
would that
much
be
of a
called?
difference are you?
Sure. So that would
are
be
you gonna
called what's
try and
called a
claim
clock
here?
variance.
I want to get into that later, but I want to finish what we have in front of us now.
Sure.
In addition to identifying the first power on event of January 29, 2022, of the defendant's Lexus at 12/12/36, were you able to identify the first power off event of that same Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was. And that was at 12:42:08 approximately.
Did you use the same methodology and vetting that you did and testing that you did with the power on event?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion if that time is accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
So that opinion is that time is reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned.
What is the graph on the bottom showing us?
Sure. So the graph is just a graphical representation of the same data representing the power on event on a timeline at 12/12/36 and the power off event at approximately 12:42:08.
When you're looking at times, power on and power off events to date and time it, are you obtaining that information independent of other outside information?
Yes, I am.
Is the data simply the data, or does something affect it?
Sure. So no, the data is simply the data. So when we get the data, we can compare it to outside sources or external sources to verify that it's consistent with other sources. But the data does not depend on any outside sources.
Do you oftentimes use outside sources to
Sure.
vet or
Tell me
test the
sure.
data, even though it's totally separate concept?
Yes, I do.
Why didn't you say
After
sure?
this power on, power off
Get
event,
me wrong.
when you studied the data from the SD card using the same methodology and technique, did you find any other subsequent power on and power off events of the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 after this event?
Yes, I did.
Can we have slide 33, please? Mr. Burgess, can you tell us what the next event is that you found in the data?
Sure. So the next power on event occurs at 5:07:46. That's this top timestamp here. The infotainment system records a power off event after that at 5:46:20. And what we have here is we've got surveillance video that was provided
like
that
half
depicts
warm
the,
in my
you know,
office
the
and half
approximate
cold.
time range
Annoying.
that those two events happen. So these videos do not capture the actual power on or power off event, but they occur around the same time frame and they are consistent with one another.
The power on event time that you've listed as 5:07:46, where does that time come from?
So that time is coming from the internal Lexus clock.
And based on the data from the Lexus clock, do you have an opinion as to the accuracy of that time of 5:07:46 a.m. as it relates to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what's your opinion?
So compared to the Lexus clock, that time is accurate to the second.
The videos you have, are those timed from the same Lexus clock or a different source?
No, so those timestamps of the videos are coming from external sources. In the example of these videos, I believe that is a Ring camera.
Why would you try to vet the timestamp that you've identified to the second from the Lexus clock with another item, including a video that uses a different clock?
Sure. So that further validates that those timestamps are accurate and they're consistent with timestamps we're seeing from other devices.
Can there be a variance with other devices?
There can be a variance.
If there's a variance, could that still corroborate or support the original timestamp from the Lexus clock?
Yes. So even with a variance, those timestamps can still be consistent with one another.
And on the two photographs, are those videos or photographs?
Those are videos.
What is the purpose of including a video?
Sure. So the purpose of including the video is just to depict that the video does not actually capture the power on or power off event. But again, it is around the same time frame that the power on and power off event occur.
Ms. Gilman, are you able to play the video to the left? Okay, thank you. What about that video vets or corroborates the 5:07:46 Lexus time on the power on event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Unless he's just
Before you get to that, Mr.
Okay.
boom, boom, boom.
Did you use the video that we just saw in an attempt to vet or corroborate the timestamp for the power on event on the Lexus?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Sure. So looking at the start timestamp
People
on the
cannot
video,
speak. It drives me crazy.
we can see that the video starts at approximately 5:07:58. Keeping in mind this timestamp is coming from the camera or the Ring video, the Ring camera itself. And when we look at the power on event, we see that it occurs at 5:07:46. So although we don't see the actual time of the power on event, that is consistent with what we would expect.
What does the video on the right help us do?
So video on the right helps us do the same thing. So when we look at the power off event, that occurs at 5:46:20. Again, when we look at the Ring video on the right, that start timestamp of that video is 5:46:29. So again, we missed the power off portion of when that occurs, but that is consistent again with what we would expect.
Could we play the video on the right? If you can enlarge, that would be helpful. If not,
Damn it, I just read that next super tip from Gen X Medic. Thanks for reminding me.
if you could stop the video, please. Mr. Burgess, you see the lights are on that vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell if the vehicle's on or off at that point?
Sure. So I cannot tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point. Typically, when you power off a Lexus or a modern vehicle, the lights will stay on for some portion of time afterwards. But again, that is consistent with the timestamp from the power off event.
And do you have an opinion to
Yes, this dude's name is
reasonable degree
Shannon.
of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on and power off events as they pertain to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
And that is that those timestamps are accurate to the second.
Did you further follow the data to see if there was any other power on, power off events relative to the Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could you take us to Exhibit 34, please? What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next time that the vehicle is powered on and subsequently powered off. That power on event occurs at 12:35:01. The power off event occurs at 2:12:01. And then this video is a video from alarm.com surveillance that depicts the vehicle pulling into a driveway and shutting off. So when we look at the video and we watch the video, you can actually see at 2:12:01 in the video timestamp that the windshield wipers stop moving and the vehicle's suspension begins to lower, indicating that the ignition button has been pressed.
Let's start with the power on event. Was there
I
any
wish these people could
video
speak English.
available to show the power on event at 12:35:01?
There is no video available that I'm aware of.
On the last slide, you had the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m.
Correct.
Was there any other power on, power off events between 5:46:20 a.m. and this event here?
No, there was not.
Did you try to obtain any collateral or cooperative video or evidence relative to the power on event of 12:35:01?
I did request or make a request to see if there was any video available, and as far as I'm aware, there was not.
Regarding the power on event, do you have an opinion to a reasonable
You guys
degree
wonder
of
how much
scientific
extra
certainty
storage
as to the
is
accuracy
in your
of the power
phone?
on event as it relates to the Lexus clock on the
Like
system?
you'd never know.
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That is that power on event is accurate to the second in reference to the Lexus clock.
12:35:01 p.m.?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion as to the power off event to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy from the data you recovered from the SD card?
Yes, I do. And that power off event again occurred at approximately 2:12:01, according to the Lexus clock.
I don't know if you can enlarge the video, Ms. Gilman, but if you can, and if not, could you play anyways?
Oh, there we go. Wish we could send memes in chat. Well, you can in the locals chat, although it's a little slow. That's on you guys. Mostly kidding. He honestly would look so much better if he shaved that front part off. Yeah. Yeah, he could do like like the devil horns thing with the bald up front. Like I don't like the I mean, I think it's hilarious, but I don't like it for looks. Not aesthetically pleasing.
Thank you.
Brian Higgins will give you all the
And
blizzard
could you
you can
explain
handle.
for us the graph on the bottom of that exhibit? Or,
Sure.
Pardon me, of that diagram.
Sure. So that graph again is just a timeline graphical representation of when that power off event occurred, and when the power on event occurred, and when the power off event occurred at 2:12:35:01 and 2:12:01.
Based on the data you analyzed from the SD card, was there any further power on and power off events on January 29, 2022 after this 12:35:01 to 2:12:01 event?
Yes, there was.
Could you display for us page 35, Ms. Gilman? And what is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next power on event that is recorded within the system. And that power on event occurs approximately 4:11:46, and the power off event occurs at 4:12:56. The video we see is that same alarm.com surveillance video. The start timestamp of that video is 4:12:03. So again, we don't see the actual power on and off event within the video, but it is consistent with what we would expect as the power on event occurring at 4:11:46, and then the video starting, and we see the car backing up at 4:12:03.
Would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And based on your methodology in vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree
slightly
of scientific certainty
Not-
as to the time
Not really, though.
of this power on event?
Yes, so
And
that
which-
power on event would be 4:11:46.
And do you have an opinion as to the time of the power off event related to this diagram?
Yes, that would be 4:12:56.
And is that opinion as well to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is that a photograph or a video?
That is also a video.
Ms. Gilman, could you help us?
This guy's going to get hit hard on cross exam. So, yeah, buckle up. This guy is probably going to close out the day. Oh my gosh. I just fell asleep for a second.
Thank you.
Come on, narco
And
meds.
similarly, does the graph give a general idea of the time?
Yes, so similarly, the graph is a timeline representation of the power on and power off event.
Mr. Burgess, was there an additional power on, power off event after the power off event at 4:12:56 p.m. at the Dighton residence?
Yes, there was.
Ms. Gilman, could you show us number 36, please? Mr. Burgess, could you take us through this one?
Sure. So this is the next power off or power on event that occurs, and that power on event occurs at 5:34:51 p.m. The power off event occurs at 5:36:42. Again, the video that is associated with this does not show the power on or the power off event, but it shows the time just before the vehicle is arriving to this location on a tow truck. And that would be consistent with the vehicle then being powered off and backed off of the tow truck at that time.
And based on your analysis of the data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what time this power on event took place?
Yes, and that time would be 5:34:51.
And that's according to the internal Lexus clock?
Yes, it is.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when this vehicle was then powered off?
Yes, and that would be 5:36:42.
Again, pursuant to the Lexus clock.
Correct.
After this event at 5:34:51 p.m. to 5:36:42 p.m., when you studied the data, were there any other power on or power off events for this Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Not that I studied after this event.
Have I ever tried parting my hair in the middle? Yeah, like back in high school.
Could you take that down, please?
Not really my thing these days.
Now, we touched on an issue earlier. I want you to give your opinions and explain to the jury. You mentioned the word variance between different items. I don't think you used the word items. You said something else.
Sure. So that's going to be the clock variance between different devices. So in this instance, what we're referring to is the difference in the clocks of the Lexus module and an iPhone. So we would not expect those clocks to be perfectly synced. Typically what we see and is what is generally accepted is a clock variance of up to 60 seconds. And that is because when you think about when you're looking at your radio and you're looking at the clock, it's representing to you the hours and the minutes. It's not representing the seconds. So again, it's accurate.
Oh, wow.
Its function is to be accurate to the minute, but its function is not to be accurate to the second.
Is a variance between different devices an accepted
That's not true.
concept in your community?
Being accurate
Yes,
to the
it is
minute
an
requires
accepted
it to be
concept
accurate
in
to
my
the
community.
second.
When you were looking for power on, power off information from the data on the SD card, what clock would that information, that time be dependent on?
Because your
Sure. So that's
minute
going to
has
be
to turn
dependent
to the
on the
next
Lexus
minute
clock.
at the right second.
That
So-
Lexus clock is continuously running, but it also syncs up with GPS systems to update the clock on occasion. We do not know how frequent that activity occurs because that is proprietary to the manufacturer themselves.
No, it's every GPS ping, man. Those
Bring
GPS
us
pings
back.
happen like
When
crazy.
you started this
Stop
case,
this.
there were two
Stop
important
just fucking
tech
lying.
stream events.
Correct. There were two tech stream events.
Remind us what those were.
Sure. So one is going to be associated with a 3-point turn, and the other is going to be associated with a backing maneuver.
In those two tech stream events,
Bet you're good at a backing maneuver.
are they related in any way to the running clock that is on the tech stream data?
Sure. So when we think back, the tech stream events have that running clock from ignition on. And because we know the power on events from the infotainment module, we can reconcile when those time counts occurred.
If there's information about timing from tech stream data on the Lexus, what would you have to do if you took a separate device like an iPhone and you wanted to reconcile the variance?
Sure. So if we want to reconcile the variance, what we would need is an event that occurs that both clocks
Do you guys notice how your phones have
so for
different
instance,
times
if
than your
you've got
friends'
two
phones
cameras
these days?
that are
Same with your
recording
cars, like,
you jumping up
very
and down,
common problem.
you would take your
Different
motion of
times on
jumping
your
up and
car
down
and
or
your
your
phone
event of
and
jumping up
everything
and
else.
down.
No,
and
they're
you
all
would
the
use that
same.
event to sync the clocks of those two cameras.
They're all the
So
same.
essentially, we're doing the same thing with the Lexus clock and the iPhone clock.
When you did your analysis during this case, initially,
They're
did
all
you
getting
have
their time from the same
any interest in trying to reconcile those clocks?
from the same set of
No, I did not.
instruments.
Why not?
Because
The
that
GPS
is
in the car and the
generally
phone are
accepted that the
providing
clock variance is
time
up to 60
information.
seconds. And while
The GPS
reviewing
time
the power
information is
on and
based
off
on,
events and
like,
comparing
there's
that
like
to
two
the
atomic clocks
surveillance
in the U-
videos
in
that were
the-
provided, that was
in the US.
consistent with what we would have expected.
Did something compel you to further your study
And everything is
and
synced to them.
compare the Lexus clock information on those two tech stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver, to a different device?
Yes, there was a claim of attempting to synchronize those two clocks that I believed was potentially misleading.
So based on reviewing that information and coming to that conclusion, did you on your own do any further study
I haven't
about
set a
the
clock
difference in
in
clocks and
a
attempt to
modern device
synchronize
in like
them?
5 years.
Yes, I did.
You said that you can synchronize if you have more than one device identifying a particular time. What did you mean by that?
Sure. So if we've got two devices that are recording
Time
a
is an
similar
absolutely
event,
critical
so
part
let's
of
say, for
GPS.
instance, a 3-point turn, if that is recorded with an iPhone, with the iPhone's
Every
clock,
on a GPS,
we can compare that event
They have
to the time that event occurs and is recorded by the Lexus.
and the satellites all run on the
Were
same
you
clock.
aware of any
They
device
have to,
other than the Lexus recording?
because they have
that
to be able to
3-point
tell
turn?
you where your
Yes, I
car
was.
is at the
What were you
exact
aware
same
of?
time.
That would be an iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you have data and information from Mr. O'Keefe's phone some time ago?
I did have partial location data from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
I mean, obviously, not everybody's
Did you
car
do
has
something
GPS
with
stuff,
his
but this is
iPhone
friggin'
data as
Lexus.
it relates
It has
to the Lexus clock on those
it has
two
these
events,
features
the 3-point
baked
turn and the
in.
backing maneuver?
I did on the 3-point turn, yes, and the backing maneuver.
Tell us what you did.
Sure. So I looked at when the 3-point turn occurred within the iPhone data, in the location data in reference to that clock, and then looked at the same 3-point turn event as it was recorded from the text stream and the Lexus clock.
At some point, did you have enough data to make that full analysis?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a general concept, before we get to the 3-point turn in detail, I want to turn to page 39 of your PowerPoint. I'm sorry, if you could turn to page 38, please. Okay. Can you explain to us the concept of synchronizing clocks?
Sure. So this is kind of a graphical representation of how to synchronize a clock. So essentially, like I said, we're taking a event
How
that
does this
occurs.
help
In this
at all?
instance, it's a 3-point turn.
A graphical representation.
We
No, it
have
isn't.
data
It doesn't look
where
like
that
either of
3-point
those
turn is recorded within an iPhone, and we have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within the Lexus. Those events have clocks associated with them. So in order to reconcile the difference in those clocks, we are comparing the clock times for the event from each device and moving or adjusting the clock for one compared to the other.
In addition to specializing in data and computers and cars, you also mentioned that you specialize in mobile phones.
Yes, I do.
Did you use your experience in your training and your education to analyze the iPhone data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as it related to the information from the Lexus vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
Just answer it.
Yes,
You did?
I did.
Okay. Did you see what type of information was being stored on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone as far as location data?
Objection.
Yes, I
He's
did.
gonna get there, so it's fine.
In reference to location data, Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone is recording timestamps, GPS position, speed, and heading. So heading is going to be the direction that the iPhone is facing.
Was there any particular application that you
Which,
were
if
aware
you remember
of that he
the
was
Celebrate guy before,
yes,
said that they don't
as
do
far
that
as,
because he's stupid.
I'm aware he was using the Waze app for navigation.
Could we have number 39, please?
The other Celebrate guy said, "Oh yeah, the iPhone
tell
actually
us what
doesn't
this
know which
shows,
way
Mr.
it's
Burgess?
facing." So yes, it
Sure.
does.
So
What are you talking
specifically,
about?
what we're looking at within the location data is a 2-minute window. So that 2-minute window we see here graphically plotted on a map, and we see it's hard to tell, but you can see a white dot, which is the center of a radius for a GPS position. The orange circles are the horizontal accuracy for each one of those positions. And then down here, you can see a black line that is coming off of each GPS position that represents the heading or the direction that the iPhone is facing.
I think it's called
You mentioned you had some materials from Mr. Whiffen. Did you ever see any materials from Mr. Whiffen regarding location data that was acquired through the application Waze?
Yes, I did see a report by Mr. Whiffen.
Did you rely on his report, or did you independently, on your own, test the location
read all the
information?
reports.
Sure. So I
can,
independently,
Mr. Whiffin's
on my
not
own,
around.
looked at the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
This diagram that we see with all the points on it, is this developed from your own independent view and review of Mr. O'Keefe's location data?
It is.
To the top left is a round circle. What does that indicate?
Sure. So top left. So yeah. So that's going to be, again, the GPS coordinate beginning for this 2-minute interval that we're looking at. The orange circle is going to be the horizontal accuracy for that GPS point.
And then bring us down and up to the left. There seems to be a bigger circle on the top.
Sure. So as we come down, believe what is Cedar Crest and go up Cedar Crest, we have a position where the course heading of the iPhone changes, the speed lowers, and we have a lot more GPS points in a centralized location. So that's why you see that overlapping circles in that location.
When you're following and analyzing Mr. O'Keefe's location information, does this in any way relate to the first of those two text stream events that you originally were focused on?
It does relate to the first text stream event, which identifies a 3-point turn.
And again, although you're not an accident reconstructionist, do you know if there's data that was captured regarding this 3-point turn as far as an event?
Yes, I'm aware of data that was captured during that 3-point turn event.
If we could turn to page 40, please. I want you to explain to us
Next car I get's gonna
how
have a
this
bench
chart
seat.
works. What
It's
does a
gonna be
point
old.
mean?
It's not gonna be new.
Sure. So when we were initially provided the location data, again, we were provided a partial view or a partial data set of that location data. And within that Excel spreadsheet that data was provided in, it was identified as GPS points. So what we've got here is we've got the partial data along with the full data set that I was provided later on. So we've got a couple columns here. So we've got point, which is GPS point from that partial initial data set that I was provided. We've got timestamps. So these timestamps are every second. With every second, there is a latitude and a longitude recorded, as well as a horizontal accuracy, a speed, and again, a course heading.
When you looked at data point 154, is there a time ascribed to that?
There is a time described to that as 12:23:58.
Before you did this more in-depth analysis, were you relying on anything beyond point 154, that one line?
No, so that was the only thing that was being relied on at that time.
Why?
Relied on.
Because again, we were initially provided a partial data set of the location.
And why didn't you seek earlier on to break this down with more specificity?
Again, because the generally accepted clock variance is of up to 60 seconds. And that data was consistent with everything else we were seeing. So there was no need to look any further.
And what compelled you again to look further?
A claim of misinterpreting and a misleading calculation trying to adjust these clocks.
Were you given a report?
I was not given a report. I was giving a PowerPoint presentation.
When you decided to delve deeper into this, was that on your own initiative or were you requested to do it?
That was on my own initiative.
Now, rather than simply relying on point 154, what does breaking it down with all of the times and numbers between the green and orange do for your analysis?
Sure. So breaking it down, we can see between the green. So the green.
I can't wait
highlighted
for a
in
lesson
green
to
is
just rip this
position
apart.
or timestamp 12:23:59. What we see happening before that time is the speed is pretty consistent between 15 and 8 miles per hour. The speed starts to drop at that point. And if we look at the course heading, we can see that the course heading before that time is pretty consistent as well, between 339 and 348. So that is, at position or at time 12:23:59, the speed drops and the course heading changes from, approximately 360, so straight north, to 284, which is in a northwesternly direction. After that time of 12:23:59, the speed recorded is 0. The course heading is 352. And at time 12:24:07, you see the speed pick back up and the course heading is around 179 degrees. So it's going to be in a southern direction. So based on this information, we can tell that the vehicle between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07 made a 3-point turn maneuver, changing from the northern direction of heading to the southern direction.
Is this data generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone or from the Lexus?
Sure. So this data is generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Yeah, if the
Where
sat
you initially
aren't
relied on
geosynchronous, that means you're
154
going to
as
have
a
different satellites
timestamp
that you're pinging
to identify the time and location
depending
of the
on where,
car at a later point.
you know, like
Does this give you
where
more
the
of a
satellites
benefit
are in
breaking it
orbit.
down?
This does give you more of a benefit breaking it down.
So you're not able to
The
replicate
zeros
this
and
in
the
any
speed,
meaningful
what
way.
does that indicate to you as far as the data relative to the portion of the 3-point turn?
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is at 0 miles per hour. Again, if you look at the horizontal accuracies, we've got anywhere between 16 and 29 feet. So that's the range in the GPS and what it's seeing. So if the car is, slightly moving or moving like you would expect during a 3-point turn, you would expect to see that speed at, 0 miles per hour.
Did you develop a photograph
Unless the
with
driver's a
some
badass.
detail to explain this in more of a picture format?
Yes, I did make a graphical representation of this.
If
Oh,
we
I
could
bet
have
is it
41,
as good
please.
as your other one? Is it clip
you break
art
this
from
down for us, Mr.
1996
Burgess?
again?
Sure. So this is, again, a zoomed in version of the map that we showed earlier. And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those 0 mile per hour indications. So what we're looking at is the heading change and that speed change, which occurs at 12:23:59. And you can see the heading change from the black arrow leading off of the center radius of the GPS position. And then at 12:24:07, you see the heading change to a southern direction. And then the other GPS points are consistent with the vehicle moving southbound on Cedar Crest.
So the claim that you analyzed, did that actually compel you to
The software knows where the road is supposed to be, and it
analyze
just
and identify
puts
a
you
more
there. Like it
accurate
figures out where you're
variance than you
supposed to
originally
be
had?
when
It did.
it has an accurate or it has
And
satellite data
do
that
you
puts
have
you somewhere
an
else.
opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what the variance is between the clock on the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Need a little more, Mr. Brain.
You're not there yet, Hank.
After you studied timestamp 154, what did that help you do? What did you learn from that?
Sure. So after studying timestamp GPS point 154 and these further GPS positions, we're able to identify the approximate, time that the 3-point turn occurred according to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data. So now we've got that event of when that 3-point turn occurred. Now we can compare that to the 3-point turn from the tech stream data and that running clock. Again, what we're doing is taking the power on event at 12:12:36 and adding the time count from the tech stream data to come up with the time of 12:23:38 in the tech stream data. So the tech stream data indicates a 3-point turn ended or a trigger event, a tech stream event ended at approximately 12:23:38. The iPhone indicates that a 3-point turn occurred between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07. So since we've got that shared event between the two devices, we can reconcile any type of clock variance. So adjusting the Lexus clock to the iPhone clock, we can calculate that clock variance.
Is this a methodology that is commonly used in your practice?
It is.
Is it commonly used in the scientific community which you're part of?
It is.
Are there
Kelly, I'm having a lot of fun.
papers
I'm a fun guy.
about this type of methodology in comparison of synchronizing
Oh, can't keep me
clocks?
down.
There are.
One of the papers you wrote, did that have anything to do with synchronization of clocks?
It did not have anything to do with synchronization of clocks, but it had it
Something
was
to do with
relative
something
to
else.
how accurate the timestamps are of events from iPhones.
And that was one of your peer-reviewed papers?
Yes, it was.
And are there scholarly journals?
This guy's got to
studies
just
on
be
the
a fucking
synchronization of
slayer
clocks?
at parties.
There are, yes.
Did you use that methodology in your analysis to come to arrive at an opinion about the time variance between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
The clock variance is between 21 and 29 seconds.
If we could have number 42, please.
You are not going to convince me of this ever.
What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, if we think back to the last slide, we've identified the 3-point turn event in both the data sets. So now if we want to adjust one clock to the other, we can do that. And doing that, we've identified that the variance is between 21 and 29 seconds. So we would need to adjust the Lexus clock forward by 21 to 29 seconds to synchronize it with the iPhone data. So in doing that, the end of text stream event 1162.1 goes from 12:23:38 to 12:23, between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07.
These two clocks, one on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12:23:38 a.m., and the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if these two clocks pertain to an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes. So these two clocks are, we are synchronizing these clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
This is relative to the first text stream event, the 3-point turn. You said there was a second text stream event that you were analyzing.
Correct. There is a second text stream event.
And what is that second text stream event?
That second text stream event is a backing up maneuver.
Are you familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second text stream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
Do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
So Bobby in the chat says,
so that is going to be
correct. I'm happy to be incorrect.
12:31:43.
Says clock
is going
deals
to be
with clock
the end
variances
of that
every day.
text stream event.
It's way worse than I think.
That text stream event,
But
by
I'm
the
curious
way,
if you deal with them in
when
this
it captures
context or
data,
different
how
one.
long, what window of data does it capture when there's a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about
And a
the
car that are
data
both
for
receiving the same
backing event,
GPS data.
is that
have the same
10-second
GPS
window you're
clocks.
speaking of?
Yes, that is that
time
10-second
stamp.
window.
Does that have anything to do with
I'm not buying
defining the
Sorry.
length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
When you looked at the time from the
I believe
Lexus
you deal
clock
with
regarding that
clock
backing
variance
event,
for sure.
did you
I don't believe
do
that
an
there's clock
analysis
variance here.
of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is the, could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So that the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And that the opinion is that the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say text stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah, so that graph is a timeline representation of the text stream event ending, being adjusted with the 1232.04 to 1232.12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 1232.09.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD card, is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
Oh, give me that Alessi. Bring in that Alessi. Goodness. This is going to be very interesting because this is new, like really new.
Lights, please. That's as good as they can be, huh? One's burnt out. I'll see Councilor Temple. Lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good plan, so we'll get a little more light in here for a bit. You folks are all set. We'll take a 45-minute lunch and recess, and certainly we can just follow the jury out here.
Thank you. All rise for the court, please.
She just said we're going to take a 45-minute recess, I think. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I need a kiss. I turn the camera off. Nope. I forgot to turn the mic off. Wait, you guys know that. You probably heard. Anyway. How embarrassing. Hey, wait a minute. Rude. All right, guys. Well, we're on lunch break here, which is great. You heard nothing? Good. We've got Kim Jong-un, North Korea's best Korea, with several messages. He says, I 3-point turned his mom. His mom does a backup maneuver. His mom lasts less than 10 seconds. His mom loves the variants. Oh, you guys are hilarious. You bring me back. You bring me back to when things were funny.
Seriously, Nick. Early 80s Roseanne Cash. Not what we would expect from you. Let's be honest, you really want to go back to Nashville and all the annoying bridal party and cheap, buy one, get 2 free boots.
No.
Yeah, Nick, apparently your analysis of this is weak and lacking, much like my ability to get me micropenis in the bridesmaids.
Yes, Roseanne Cash. That's right. Thank you, Kumalat. Well, Gen X Medic, using Camelot's voice for it. That was really polite of him. Holy crap. Listen to what just happened. Oh, gosh, that's annoying. See, this is annoying because now I have to like put that. I have to put this window somewhere I can see it, but not have that music going the whole time, you know? So we've got that. Sorry. So I can watch for it to come back. All right, let's get should we get Kurt's interview up and take a peek? What do you guys think? That sounds like a good idea, right? Oh man. Okay, where are we? On civil law. Let's see if he offers this guy a pizza casserole. Conversation with Mark Betterow. Oh, this is over 2 hours long, so we're definitely not going to do the whole thing. Let's see. Okay. So we'll do this. Feel free, of course, to interrupt this at any time with the super tips, supertip.gg/RL. Or you can do the traditional super chats or rumble rants, of course. All of that is very much appreciated. And it's how I'm able to sit here for 8 hours and do these shows. So always appreciate that. And you guys can make funny jokes and make fun of me, make fun of everything. Laugh a little bit. Remember that it's, we get to laugh at this stuff. And by this stuff, I mean life. All right. Here we go. So this is, we've got uncivil law, Kurt on the left, Mike Betterow on the right. Immediately, I want to say, Kurt's looking good over here. He's looking good. He's cleaned up the hair and beard. I like it. His head is very smooth. You think he's using a filter? Oh, I should this way. I kind of wonder. His skin is much smoother than it used to be. I wonder if he's got a filter going on there. Maybe not though. I hope so. Sorry. I don't hope he's using a filter. I hope he's healthy. I still wish him well. I'm going to make fun of him. I don't know if I'll make fun of him in this thing. I'm interested in it. Talk to me, Kurt. Here we go.
Well, welcome back to Uncivil Law. I hope you're having a great day. Joining me today is attorney Mark Betterow to talk about Karen Reed, how the trial is going, our different perceptions of the strength of the relative cases, and all things relating to that. How are you doing, sir?
Okay, how are you? Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Do I need my eyeballs checked? This is a relative comparison. Kurt looks better than he's looked. That's all. I'm not saying he's he's not on GQ's cover, but that's okay. For Kurt, I think he looks better than normal. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to be nice. Leave me alone.
You as well. Why don't you give our audience a 30-second biography of who you are?
Biographies.
Wow. Okay.
Hand those out later.
You can take longer 30 seconds if you want.
No, I don't need to take longer than 30 seconds.
Okay.
So I practice criminal law.
Mark, don't say that. I don't need to take longer than 30 seconds. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun.
New York City. I've been doing that for about 26 years. Started out as a prosecutor for about 6 years in the Manhattan DA's office and have been in private practice since then. And I'm from Massachusetts originally, so my interest was piqued in some of this, and I just kind of got sucked into this. I'm involved, as most people know, in a tangential case, and was supposed to be a member of Karen's legal team, but the judge wasn't having it. So here I am, ungagged and willing to discuss.
Yeah, that decision by the judge didn't make any sense to me based on the rules.
Give you strange language.
Her analysis, well, I'd say analysis that implies there was some. There wasn't. It was conclusory.
A little bit. A lot of it.
A lot of it. Yeah, it's like which is a problem on some.
Does he wear this shirt every day these days? I still I don't wear dark shirts, man. Just don't get a lighter shirt. No, I'm not doing this. He doesn't get my advice anymore. No, it's mine.
some other things relating to this. Like, for example, when
That's what I was saying, Tag. It's very smooth. Like this thing, whew, you could I could watch the Minecraft movie off of there. I would say any statements I made about Mark are all in good fun. Like, I don't know this guy at all. I have nothing against him. He seems like a normal human being, like a normal attorney. So, like, I just realized that I can't even remember what it was, but it's something I was like, oh crap, like someone might think I'm making fun of this guy. I'm not. Oh yeah, I was just like, you don't want to say the 30-second thing. That's just.
And she did the order relating to allowing, I think, the dog bite expert or something like the Doe Bear, and it's just like it was conclusory. It's like, oh, this person's qualified. He knows what he's talking about. I'm like, and it was frustrating for me as a lawyer because I'm like, I don't know what the rule set is. And then chat asked me questions like, does this mean that person X can testify as to Y? I'm like, I don't know because she won't tell me what the rules are.
It's interesting.
It's frustrating to you as a lawyer. You've never, like, again, I'm not overselling my practice, but you've never been before a judge.
You say that because one of my critiques, if that's the right word, of the judge in this case for many months now has been there's no consistency, there's no predictability, and if anything, you just like to know, where things are. Like, you want an umpire, the strike zone. It is what it is. There doesn't appear to be any consistency in this case. And I mean, she can rule on an objection and she'll say, ask it differently. And it's as improper as the first one and I'll allow it. And, there's no rules. It appears, at least. No.
Yeah, I agree.
Consistency,
That's
no
terrible.
predictability.
Yeah, I mean, the only consistency I've been able to draw at this point is just a general hostility towards the defense as a whole and a lack of hostility towards the prosecution as a whole. I mean, as I'm sure you would agree, like different judges will care about different things, and some of them will be a hard ass and some of them won't be. But as long as it's like sort of even to both sides, it's not that big a deal. Like we can make that.
Right. And there's clearly a hand on the scale here from Bev Canone. That's pretty obvious. I think she's even made statements to that effect from the first trial, but it doesn't matter. The defense knows this. Like, they have to know this at this point. They know they're not going to get any breaks. So their strategy should be incorporating this. And I think they're doing okay with doing that. Like, Alessi he'll stand up and just tell her exactly what his argument is. And he knows that he's probably got a 50-50 shot of winning anything, even when he's in the right. But that being said, he still makes the argument very precisely. And the one thing that you can do that Alessi has done very well, he's the one who's been dealing with with Canone directly the most from what I've seen. One thing you can do to counter a hostile judge is to be extremely over-prepared, to be ready for every possible thing that the judge might throw at you. And that's what Alessi has done. And then what you do is you paint the judge into a corner of where they're forced to either rule in your favor or, rule in incorrectly and blatantly incorrectly, as I believe that Bev did in excluding that document that should have been let in under Rule 39. The Maryland decision regarding that creepy expert vampire woman. But that said, like, that's how you fight it. And they've had a year. They've had a year to prepare for this. And it was a different judge in the first case, though, wasn't it? Right? How would Borowski compare to Bev? I don't know, man. Borowski was very, very state friendly too. It's just that in the Theodore Edgecombe case, it was so obvious. It was so obviously murder. Okay, so it was the same judge. So they've been through this. They know how she's going to be. They should be well prepared at this point.
Work. The problem in my mind is apparently the prosecution is the golden child, and the defense apparently can do no right.
It's frustrating. I mean, I can even
but again,
remember from
that
my old days, we had a couple of very cranky, cantankerous judges in Manhattan who just seemed to hate everyone and hate life. But you know what? They did it equally.
That's right.
They just hated you for being there.
As long as you hate everyone, it's not biased, right?
So they could make your life
by definition,
they
yes,
unpleasant to be in front of. but it was an equal opportunity hate and it wasn't biased. When you're ending up in a courtroom where it does appear to be skewed in one direction, there seems to be outrage at minor things in one direction and just completely ignoring other things that could be very offensive and very unlawful in the other direction. And it's the exact opposite. And it's not a good look, it's getting worse. I mean, we've seen it a lot of times, and really it's just the appearance, as you know, that matters. And when you have a case like this, you already have such a large segment of the public who thinks that this case is rigged, it's biased, the cops are corrupt, the judge is unfair. And when you start seeing rulings which appear to be skewed without the same degree of analysis, I mean, it's just not a good look overall.
It's not a good look, but also, okay, let's consider the very real possibility that there's another hand on the scale, and it's different than the judges, right? It's the media's hand on the scale in favor of Karen Read in regards to the public. YouTubers, by and large, are in favor of Karen Read. Even places like Court TV, or I can't remember if it was Court TV or Law and Crime, but like the titling of their thing very much seems to be free Karen Read, like a pro Karen Read approach to this, even from the neutral news stations that are just sending out the video feed. So to suggest that that there's not another hand on the scale, like there is one, and that one can create a perception. Like I do believe that Bev is biased. Don't get me wrong, and the public perception hand on the scale is obviously doesn't have the same structure of power that Bev's does, but it's powerful. Like Karen Read's story is powerful. It's enraptured a bunch of people. It's generated protests. It's got all of these people watching online and everybody cheering for her. And while Bev is tipping the scales a little bit, it kind of tamps down on the possibility of outright corruption. And it may be the one thing that's guaranteeing Karen Read the fairest trial that she can possibly get. That also can inflate the appearance of bias. I'm just responding to Mark where he says, it's about the appearance of bias, and it is in the rules. There needs to be no appearance of bias, especially in a criminal defense for judges. It's part of their ethical obligations. But when you generate the appearance of bias from the outside, Bev Canone has made a couple questionable rulings, but there's nothing that is sanctionably biased in her actions so far. She may be getting there, but she's not there yet. And so right now she's just a judge who's biased towards the state, which is all of them. So that's not that surprising, but it is the perception of bias is inflated by the public who's watching, and that complicates things in the I guess the analysis of the rule, because if you have the appearance of bias but it's generated externally, do you really have an appearance of bias, or do you just have a popular opinion that is opposed to the judge? That's a good question, Nick. I don't know the answer.
No, I mean, I completely agree. It's incredibly frustrating and disheartening. And, you want to try to give the benefit of the doubt, on these things. Bias is not a conclusion I like to draw. And it's just like, at this point, it's a little hard not to. It's just like, it's just the way she treats experts. The defense wants to put on an expert, I need a voir dire. I need to know exactly what they're going to say. I need to make sure they're completely qualified in every domain. I'm going to check to make sure that they're not seeing their scope. I'm like, okay. And then, the prosecution wants to bring in an expert there. And she's just like, in literally a one paragraph conclusory order. Yeah, they're good. I'm like, how's that work?
Well,
that doesn't work.
I think I know how it works, actually. I think what the problem was, they set a trial date of April 1st.
Mm-hmm.
If the trial did not start on April 1st, all involved would turn into pumpkins. And as the time went on and got closer, they were running out of time to do all the things that really should have been done, such as if you're going to do.
He's right here. Like again, I don't think. I think them having to fight for Arco was BS. But there is a crunch timeline, and at some point, a trial has to occur. And they pissed off the judge, and so if the judge is willing to potentially have reversible error on a ruling, like, then that's what the judge will do. And good luck, you're the one appealing it. That being said, she did seem to let it in. She put him on a different timeline, but then Kurt's like, well, but if they want to change their expert, there's no problem. But he's overlooking something really simple here, and not to pick on him, but their expert, though I agree with Alessi saying, like, we're defending, we get the joy of responding, and so we have to wait for the prosecution's report, and they have the burden to make the case. They don't have the burden to respond to our experts. But at the same time, like, their expert comes in at this late hour in response to the report that they made. And so that report comes out, and now they've got this guy, and he's already I guess on notice, but this new testimony is coming as a response to to this new analysis that's been going on, that they've been arguing over back and forth. You don't get to have your cake in one hand and then have your pie in the other. Throw them. I don't know where this metaphor is going, but you follow, right? Like, the defense wants to have their ARCA experts in there. It's going to be hard for them to say, well, this other guy can't change his testimony though, because it's late in the game. It's like, well, but your guys got your report to him late in the game, and so now he's looking at a new thing. I don't know. I think it makes sense. I think it's really easy to get wrapped up in the hype of this and say that her hand is too far on the scale, but I don't think it is. I'm annoyed with some of her decisions, and again, I think Alessi having to fight to cross-examine an expert on their exclusion from a different case is insane. I think that's potentially reversible error, especially not allowing that order to come in when the rule says it shall come in. But this part on the experts, I think is annoying and shows maybe a hint of bias, but I don't think it rises to the level of reversible error. And I think it's kind of fair play for the state. I hate that expression, but we live by those rules. So
Do the Daubert or Daubert, as you say, Daubert hearings for some of these people, then logic would seem to dictate fairness, fundamental fairness would dictate you do the same, but it was getting too close. And I think you also saw it in the adjudication of the motion to dismiss, which had a lot of
but not every, no, I'm sorry. Like, my fundamental fairness is not how we do Daubert. We do Daubert on if there's a question to the reliability of the scientific method that's being used for the expert. Like, that's Daubert. Daubert doesn't, it's not like, well, they got Dauberted, so we got to Daubert, our people. Like, no, that's not how this works. And you know that. This isn't based on fair play. That was a silly answer. I think he's, I'm not, again, I don't know this guy. I'm not trying to dump on him. I think he's expressing his frustrations with how the case is going. But, like, let's not pretend that Daubert happens based on if it happened to someone else. We're not on playground rules here. You have to meet that to get a Daubert hearing, you have to sufficiently challenge the specific expert and their specific report. So, and the method that they used, and to say that it is not scientifically reliable in the field, and we're going to show it. And so that's when you get the hearing on it. Once you make that like a prima facie showing of that, you get the hearing on it, and then you make the judge makes a determination based on what happens in that hearing. But that has nothing to do with, well, the other guys did it,
meat on the bones. And there were a lot of unresolved factual questions, which probably should have been dealt with in a full-blown multi-week evidentiary hearing, but it was a week before the trial started. And I think there was just no time for this, which is obviously not the proper way to resolve these issues. But to me, I think that's what
I agree. Like, I agree with that ultimate conclusion, but at some point the trial has to occur. And like, you got to get all the witnesses lined up and stuff. And you just got to get the trial to occur. And the state plays dirty, and that sucks.
what happened.
It could well be what happened, but even with the time crunch, the way she treats the two sides is very, very odd. You know, for example, like the past trial day where we have this amendment to a report or something like that. Like if the defense tried to do something like that, you know, she'd presumably have a conniption, you know, because, well, she did have, I don't have to say presumably, I know for a matter of fact, because when ARCA wanted to like amend its report, it's like the end of the world, right? We have to have voir dire. And Brennan's like, well, I totally don't want to exclude ARCA 2 months later. You know what I'd really like to do is exclude ARCA. I'm like,
Well,
yeah, I knew that 2 months ago, but thanks for telling me.
Well, it's like I said to somebody else, now that we're just apparently making this a kangaroo court and there's no rule, and we're all allowed to move the goalposts mid-trial because investigators still need to investigate, presumably what stops the defense from having ARCA do some other work, some other type of experiments, and coming forth right after the Aperture people get off the stand and say, we have new data which will kneecap these people. We'll get you a report tomorrow and we'll be ready to go. I mean, this Hank Brennan would have a stroke. I mean,
Brennan would have a stroke. Canone would say no. They should do an emergency petition for writ of mandamus. At that point, which they'll probably lose. And then they'll go on to lose. And then she'll go to prison and then she'll have to appeal it. And she should win on appeal, which is a shitty system, completely terrible. And it shouldn't work that way. But here's the thing. They actually, I think they have a better chance of that than they're suggesting here. Because if ARCA is able to hammer out a report in response to this guy in 1 day, you know, and put in that report, then the simple answer is to let them do that on the, you know, the defense's case in chief. And then on the, whatchamacallit, when the state comes back for the rebuttal after the defense's case is over, then, you know, they could address it there they can bring their expert in. He can address the report and they could say that, like, that's fine. So I don't think it's as cut and dry or obvious as he makes it out to be. There's a way to deal with this.
I mean, he literally was whining a few weeks ago that he could not be prepared to start trial if he didn't get an ARCA report, which, oh my God, told him in advance how they were going to try to kneecap his experts, which, you know, in the normal course, you get an expert, they get an expert.
Otto says, Mark Bettero has forgotten more about this trial than Nick could ever know. Yeah, of course he has. I didn't watch the first trial. I didn't show prep for the second trial. I said that very specifically. I'm coming into this as a juror, but I'm still a lawyer. Like, and I do know how this stuff works. And he's, again, I'm not dumping on him. I'm mildly disagreeing with him because I think he's venting more of his frustration with how things have gone more than anything. I don't think he's wrong to do that. I don't think his analysis is 100% accurate. And so I'm just giving my opinion on it. I'm happy to be wrong on any of this stuff. I just disagree with him on some of these things. And I'm not doing it in a mean way. Come on. It's okay. We're just having a legal discussion with two people who aren't here.
Expert. They do reports. You show them to the opposite expert, and your own expert tells you what they think. I mean, this isn't exactly rocket science or unique. And he somehow convinced this judge to turn it into that these lawyers who, you know, are very good lawyers, very impeccable reputations prior to this. I mean, I know them all. They're good people. They're good lawyers. They believe in what they're doing. But we've been now told by this judge that they deliberately suppressed evidence that they were obligated to turn over. and then they deliberately lied about it. And then after making those findings, how does a judge in good conscience not kick them off the case if you believe what you just said?
Yeah.
Well, because one, the violation of ethics rules isn't in the purview of the court at all. It's not in the purview of the district court. So her claims of any ethics violations, those aren't considered. The question is, did they commit a sanctionable contempt based on their alleged discovery violations? And clearly, the judge thinks that they did. I think that's a little bit silly based on what I've seen about it. But does the result of that substantially prejudice Karen Reed's ability to mount a competent defense? And I don't know that it does. Ultimately, they are getting their ARCA witnesses in. So though she, accused them of all these text message discovery violations and had them voir dire the expert, they're two experts that they're proposing, and gave them an accelerated report schedule. I mean, they are coming in. So she says, I found these discovery violations, but she still let the experts in. I think if she didn't, it would be reversible error. So Tara Rayner says this is during pretrial. She found they lied to the court. Again, okay, but they're still coming in. So, I'm not 100%. Again, how you have to get to the reversible errors, you have to find the actual prejudice to the defendant, and it may be there. I'm not saying it's not there at all. Speaking of there,
Your Honor, let the record show that RCCA isn't the only expert the defense had to fight for. They had to fight for 30-year ME and ER Dr. Marie Russell to come in. They had to fight and were denied. Michael Easter, who is an FBI expert who was going to testify to how poorly this was handled. The defense also has to fight for dog bite expert Garrett Wing. Oh yeah, and Kurt has a teeny weeny.
No, I agree. And I think that one's crazy, especially the expert on investigations, right? Because in her excuse that, no, investigations are common sense is insane. Investigations are especially murder investigations like this. I mean, all the testimony that we've had now, we're all out here going this is crazy. You can't collect this in cups and all this stuff. But we need there should be an expert to come in and say, yeah, this is unacceptable. And here's why it's unacceptable. And here's why we have these methods of doing this. Here's why there's this type of training. This is how we train our investigators in Massachusetts for a murder investigation. This is how we're supposed to do interviews, because the jury doesn't really know that. I mean, and they can try and I think she said, they can try and drag that out on cross, of course, from the people who are hostile to them. They can try and get them to admit that they did a bad job investigating, bad to the point that their testimony should be disregarded. They can try and get them to do that on a cross. They're doing a good job of doing that so far, but they shouldn't have to. They should be able to bring in an expert. I 100% agree that they're getting railroaded from time to time here. Please don't mistake that. I was just responding to the ARCA thing specifically because, that's the part that's recently happened.
I mean, I was listening to that. I like to think I was listening with sufficient attention, and I'm struggling to find the issue. I'm struggling to find the ethics issue, the rules issue, any issue. I'm struggling to find the issue. And she's like, well, this is
Is your micropenis called the issue?
She uses all the adjectives. This is lying, deception, deceit, skullduggery.
Oh,
but
crap.
I'm not going to do anything about it. It's like, what the hell?
Sorry, I didn't have it pulled up.
She did, though. She precluded them from opening on ARCA, which I think was unfair. And I think also in the current context of the shenanigans you saw yesterday, it's even worse because the jury doesn't know, even just from an opening, whatever they recall from an opening. I mean, whatever it is, it is. But, they could have told the jury in the opening that we're going to have experts with degrees that are longer than your arm and who are going to say they did an evaluation. And
why is a degree longer than someone's arm? That's way too long of a degree. We don't need that. What are we talking about? They're experts. What are they? Multiple degrees? Is that where we're going with here? I don't know what that means. So it's one of those expressions that I think wasn't thought through. Again, I'm not trying to dump on the guy at all. He seems like a very wonderful gentleman, probably a very smart lawyer. It was just a weird thing, like degrees longer than your arms. Well, the degrees only come in one length. Like if it's a doctor, you know, you have an MD, or lawyers have JDs. They're all the same. I mean, my JD is a little longer than the others, I guess.
as a matter of biomechanics, kinetics, this, that, every other scientific thing you could think of, that, it's going to be their opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the prosecution's theory doesn't make sense, both as it relates to the damage of the car and as it relates to the damage of John O'Keefe. And that is more important to be out there right now in light of the fact that the prosecution is going to come in and take out an eraser. Everything that they said previously about the triggering event, we're just going to move it 30 seconds, excuse me.
Right, which is crazy. I agree. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. Also, the testimony was dumb. So there's that problem. Like, oh yeah, by the way, I found out the clocks are all different. Nobody else figured this out at all. How'd you find that out? I looked at this one chip that was still in there, melted down the solder. You know what I'm saying? And the clocks were off. Knocked their clocks off.
And the damage obviously has been done, but right now the jury doesn't even know that the defense has a smoking gun or had one until they decided to move the goalpost, that the prosecution's timeline was all kinds of fouled up.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the prosecution is scum. I hate them very much. And I don't think Karen Reed's guilty. And I don't think they've made the case for it. But if the timeline's off, then the timeline's like, that's the argument. It's like, well, the timeline is off. So we shouldn't be locked in to the wrong information. Our expert has found that this is what happens. And now the defense has to defend against it. Well, yeah. Like, take Karen Reed out of this and just put anybody else in there. It's like, we found out that the security camera clock was wrong. And so when the gunshot that was picked up by those microphones, the city microphones that picked up the gunshot. So when it went off and it was logged at a time that was actually 30 seconds different. So we thought it was a different gun. No, it's the same one. Like, it turns out that we can show that there's a time variance there. It's like, well, okay, that kind of matters. Like, because everybody's mad because they don't think Karen Reed's the killer. That's the big difference that the big problem most people have with this. They're like, she's getting railroaded and she didn't do it. Like, if she's getting railroaded and like had run him over back and forth 10 times, no one would give a shit.
problems in every part of the case. I mean, we could spend hours just talking about the many issues of the case. But speaking about openings of the case, I noted that you and I seem to have very different impressions about the strength of the prosecution's opening. So to sort of,
this will be really interesting because, when I first saw it, I hated it. And then I talked to Branca and Joe about it. And I said, you know what, actually, if the state's purpose is to, focus on Karen Reed's own words and her consciousness of her guilt over what she did, allegedly, right? Like, if that's their goal, then they've actually done a pretty good job, and that the opening was pretty good because it solidifies straight out the gate. I hit him, and Brendan hammers that right away. And I noted that when Joe mentioned it at first, that's the first thing he said. And then I asked him, I'm like, well, what's your favorite 3 things about the state's opening statement? Because he had said he liked it. But then he couldn't really he couldn't get into anything specific, but it was like, Joe, I teed that up for you to just say, like, I hit him is the big one, because it really is. It's the big part of the case. And so I'm curious. I don't know they disagree. And I'm wondering if Mark is going to like it more than Kurt did. We'll see. Or maybe Kurt likes it. Maybe Kurt's the one who I agreed with more here.
I've give my bona fides before I say something nice about Brennan here. I think that
your bona fides, do you know, like, I think you just use that expression very incorrectly. If you're going to give your bona fides and then you start with the words, I think you're wrong.
prosecution is ludicrous. I think that the evidentiary picture is in absolute shambles. At the end of the prosecution's case in the first trial, when they moved for that directed verdict, I would have really thought about it really hard if I were the judge.
But we're not in the first trial. The first trial is completely irrelevant to this one outside of any statements usable for impeachment. So that doesn't matter. The question is the opening statement of this case. Is it effective, and are they following it like that? I think that's the discussion we're supposed to be having. I don't know. I think he just spotted a cheeseburger moving across his desk.
Because I'm like, this is absolutely bullshit. And I don't think a reasonable jury could possibly convict based on this absolute shit storm of the stupid in every possible way. And sort of reducing it to its easiest to resolve level, which is always a good strategy.
No, the easiest to resolve level is I hit him. That she thinks she did it. If they can make any case that Lexus might have hit him, and they get the jury to remember I hit him, they'll win. I don't think they're in shambles here.
In my view, it's like, I just don't believe it's really possible, let alone probable, a 7,000-pound SUV can hit a guy going 25 miles an hour, somehow create a disabling injury, whatever that would be, while also simultaneously not breaking bones, tearing ligaments, or even creating bruising. How can both those things be true at the same time? I'm not buying it. So I'm
You know who bought it, according to the state's case, is Karen Reed. And if she hit him and they convinced the jury that she hit him on purpose, then she wanted to hit him. It doesn't really matter how it happened. And that's the way the human mind works, is that if you believe something happened, like, you're willing to overlook the bad fact scenario that they have. It's very implausible that that these things happen in this way. For me, the biggest problem is the arm wounds. The arm wounds are worse than, because I can get you to a Lexus that has hit someone in the head in a way that knocks them to the ground or whatever. Like, I can figure that out. The arm wounds being in tandem with that, I can't, because I can't figure out what causes those lacerations going horizontally. It just doesn't make sense to me. So, yeah, I don't agree here.
failing on the actus reus, as with the lawyers would say. I don't think it happened. And even assuming somehow she collided with him, it didn't cause the death because the injury wouldn't have been severe. So take your.
But again, if she thinks it happened, the jury goes, she thinks it happened because it did. And again, just because it's not impossible that all this stuff happens, it's very implausible. It's almost ludicrously implausible. But there is possibility that that he gets hit in the head, gets knocked unconscious, and or stumbles and falls and hits his head on hard ground, I guess, and dies. Like, again, the arm thing bothers me because the arm thing doesn't make sense. But other than that, I mean, I don't think the state has a good theory on it, but I think he could have gotten hit in the head by a car. Like, he could have been leaning over. He could have fallen forward as she was backing up. He could, there's a bunch of ways where his head hits the car. And I don't think he gets launched 30 feet or anything stupid like that. But there are ways that his head hits the car and other parts of his body don't. So again, and it's really powerful if she thinks she did it, and if the jury believes it's an admission.
Pick between act and causality. One of the two.
There's a but coming here.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was about to say nice things about the opening, but I was trying to prove out my bona fides before I said nice things. I thought, given what the prosecution has to work with, which, their case is an absolute shitstorm, but I thought, given that, I really liked the way that Brennan opened the case. I thought my view of what the sort of perfect opening looks like is you want to provide an overarching story that you will then fill in pieces of as you go, so that you have a nice narrative flow.
It's weird that I'm both like agreeing and disagreeing with Kurt at the same time, because I don't think that they had a good narrative flow. I think they had a very regimented bullet point flow that highlighted what I believe to be the most important part of their case up front, and that they've been hammering on that, because I think that's about all they have. So it's interesting because, yeah, I feel like I'm agreeing and disagreeing with him at the same time, which is probably just because I don't want any pizza casserole.
That gets things, and you drop in little pieces of evidence along the way to provide little bookmarks, but you don't try to prove your case like Lally did in his opening. So for my money, I thought that Brennan's opening, putting aside his stage presence problems, which with his voice issues is problematic as hell, but from a purely structural frame, I really liked the way that Brennan's opening was done. I thought it started with a nice little energetic scene. We talk about the firefighter EMT getting the call.
That's the face you see over and over as he patiently waits for you to shove that next bite of pizza casserole in your mouth.
Get the energy. We rush to the scene, find the dead body, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, blah, 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 lay it out. And I thought, it worked out pretty well for my money.
So I agree with a lot of what you said. And certainly the whole idea of having a narrative story that, in theory, you could plug in the facts that go with that. And then the goal would be in summation to kind of go back to the story and the primacy, recency, and all of that stuff. The problem for me, and also putting aside his stage presence, which not just the voice, he comes off as a used car salesman to me. I mean,
a little bit. Yeah.
There's smarminess.
He comes across more like a mobster to me than a used car salesman.
That I think a lot of people, and maybe it's just because we see the way he acts, and so maybe the jury doesn't see it as much. I don't know. But the narrative that he chose, to me, he used this.
Mike Martin podcast says this dude needs to shut up with the fat jokes. What? Do you even know who I am?
Nick, I literally watch you so I don't have to listen to Teeny Pecker.
I'm sorry. I want to see what my colleagues are saying about this. I'm very interested.
Firefighter Timothy Nuttall as his anchor man for the story, and they came right out of the gate as his first witness, this guy Nuttall. And if you realize within 10 minutes of him being on the stand that he's not a very good witness, he's very impressionable. He's a guy who's going to claim, I hit him.
Yep, he is. What do you do about it? Because then everybody else is going to reinforce it.
That's his big takeaway. But he's also a guy, and this came out on cross-examination, that also swore up and down previously that I remember as much as anything else, including I hit him, that the guy had a big puffy, Michelin man style coat on, which obviously was not true. He also changed his.
Does the jury remember that, though? That's a question. Does the jury remember that detail? Mark does, because Mark's a lawyer who cares a lot about this case, is detail oriented, and is prepped for these facts. Does a juror remember that, or does a juror remember I hit him? And I think it's the first one. Give me a second, guys. I gotta hit the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be right back. And then we can do some more of this or whatever. We'll see. All right, my bad. Sorry for having a bladder. Welcome to anybody who may be joining us freshly as the day progresses here. We're currently watching a little bit of this conversation with Mark Betterow and my good colleague, Uncivil Law.
Story, and this could be a minor thing in isolation. I heard at the first trial, she said I hit him twice. Well, now I heard it 3 times. And you know, again, standing alone, you would say, who cares? That's 2 or 3. But then
I thought I put up a picture of Brandon while we were talking.
Lamau. Ah, damn it, Kurt, that's a funny joke. He nailed it. I don't know what to do with that.
Then you realize, though, the I hit him has to be 3 times because, you know, we learned later, you know, that Jen McCabe speaks in triplicate. Everything happens in 3s. And when he was cross-examined on this seemingly minor...
Just see how proud he is of this joke. He should be. I'm 100% on his side. That's a funny joke. I don't understand the world anymore.
Point. What did you find out? Well, what made me switch it was, you know, I sat down with Brandon and Tully, and I now remember it was 3 times, but I'm certain it was 3 times. And you can just see that they took this very impressionable.
Lazy Ann says she doesn't think she did it. Stop being a gay retard. No, I don't think she does. It's not about that. It's about if the prosecution can convince the jury that she does. And the way they're doing it is really, really smart. They're relying a lot on psychology to do so. They've got a really long case in chief. And I'm guessing all the jury remembers from 4 weeks ago is I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Look at what Mark and Uncivil Law are talking about right now. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's the topic. It's not about whether she believes it. It's about whether the jury is left with the impression that she did. If the jury is left with the impression that she has effectively confessed her crime, then she's going to be found guilty. And this is a common strategy by prosecutors and police, is not to actually secure a fact-based conviction, but to secure a statement-based conviction. The statements are hard to get out of a juror's head.
Young guy, not a good witness at the first trial, nervous, literally hot under the collar. I mean, he was literally grabbing his collar with the heat, and they just molded his clay-like brain into what they wanted it to be.
Sure. Yeah.
And for that to be the guy that you're wrapping your story around and reminding the jury of and coming out of the gate, I thought that was foolish. In hindsight, I also wonder if Brendan did himself any favors.
Who would you have proposed they do that with, though? The guy's neutral, presumably because he's a paramedic. He's not at the party. He's, not a cop. He seemed, yeah, his brain was mush and he was moldable or whatever. But at the same time, he came across as like a local guy. Like, to me, he came across as a local guy that probably speaks in a manner that's very common around there. Like just a normal person, not an annoying personality or anything like that. He had that kind of like what I would describe as like a good old boy sort of feel to the way he spoke. He was very there's a word I'm thinking of here, but it's basically the parlance of the area, the vernacular, maybe. I don't think either of those are right, but I think you guys can get my drift there. He seems at home. He sounds like the person that everybody knows. Kind of comes across trustworthy in that weird way. And I think the defense absolutely shredded him on stand. I think that was great. But I also think that that he comes across a little more believable than they're giving him credit for.
By claiming, he mentioned something in his opening which he thinks helps him in light of yesterday's events about, the times are not exactly synced up. And all he's really doing to me is showing that he absolutely knew what he was going to do with this aperture nonsense and if necessary, moving the timeline, because he cannot be stupid to the point. I don't think he's stupid. None of us, nobody thinks he's a bad lawyer. He's not unintelligent. There's no way.
No, he's really smart. Hank Brennan, nobody thinks he's stupid. I hope not. If you think he's stupid, he's going to kick your ass.
That he started this case believing the triggering event is at 12:30.
I would never walk into the room and go, that other lawyer is stupid, to any of them. They all did the work and they all passed the bar, which is all you could possibly know about them, unless you've met, like at first glance. But the bar levels the playing field on lawyers, and everyone's smart enough to pass the bar once they do. And that person should be considered dangerous to your argument, because there's a reason they passed the bar. There's a reason they got through law school. There's a reason they went to law school, and all those things should make you go, you know what? Maybe like I might not be the smartest guy in the room. That should be your approach, to be safe and cautious and careful and make sure you're thorough.
31, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to then have Ian Whiffen testify at 12:32.
You've literally done that. Walked into a room calling all the lawyers retarded. Wow, your memory is fucked. No, I don't think I've ever walked into a room and called other lawyers retarded. Because if you walk into a room while practicing and call other lawyers retarded, that actually is an ethics violation. So I haven't done that at all. But okay,
John O'Keefe is, pulling the phone out of his pocket, opening it with FaceTime, checking text messages. And at 12:31, to go back a minute, I'm also going to have Jen McCabe out there. Oh, I see him, or I see the car, not him. When she previously said 12:45, which she no longer remembered. Long story short, he had to have known that this was going to be a sandbag issue. I mean, I can't accept that this came up organically the way he claimed the other day and said this is a
smart.
Oh,
surprise.
no.
But I always said it was a variance, so too bad for you, defense. I mean, I just find that to be sandbagging at the highest level and just unprofessional. And I mean, you can tell the guy obviously isn't worried about his reputation as a lawyer or prosecutor, because I can assure you that anyone who
wasn't he a special prosecutor? So he's not normally I don't know that he's normally a prosecutor. His reputation as a lawyer, everybody keeps saying he was Whitey Bulger's lawyer, and he seems to be rather successful. So I don't know that he's super worried about his reputation as a lawyer, especially if he wins. If he wins, everybody should hire him for whatever it is. Like, hire him to register your deed. You get the next house over for free.
who had a practice in with a.
Oh, the trial is back on.
Does that heighten sort of the analysis that you need to do and the sharpness and the accuracy, given that it's going to end up in that form?
It can, depending on context.
And is the primary goal of forensic science to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in a court?
Yes, it is.
Would you generally agree that the work of forensic science, including the work that you do, is intended to be used in court because scientific evidence can be very powerful, and therefore the forensic science must be accurate?
Correct.
It must be methodical.
Correct.
There must be a method, right?
Right.
It must be detailed.
Yes.
And above all, it must be unbiased and truthful, correct?
That is correct.
And all of this, is it fair to say, distills down to reliability?
Correct.
And reliability is a desired characteristic of the forensic scientist.
Yes.
You want people to be able to rely upon your work.
Yes.
And credibility and honesty is part of reliability, and it's a fundamental component of that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You've stated that you hold your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. You said that several times on direct, correct?
Correct.
And because the discipline of forensics involves the application of the scientific method, as you stated on direct, you therefore, of course, applied the scientific method throughout your analysis, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with the following statement of the scientific method? And tell me whether, well, let me start with, you understand, you know, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST?
Yes, I am familiar. Yeah.
And would you agree with a definition of the scientific method as the systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis? I know there's a lot there, and if you'd like me to break any of it down, you let me know.
No, I find that generally acceptable. Yep.
And I wanted to emphasize the end, the evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. You understand what I'm meaning by hypotheses?
Yes, I do.
I know what a hypothesis is.
The scientific method is used, among other reasons, is it not, to avoid certain biases in the science process, correct?
Yes,
Right.
correct.
So the method is trying to prevent a scientist, not cultural bias, but scientific bias, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the American Academy of Forensic Scientists refer to as cognitive biases in science, generally?
No, I do not.
Have you heard of the term confirmation bias?
Yes, I have heard of that term.
Have you heard of the term anchor bias in the scientific method?
I have not heard that term.
Let's start with confirmation bias. Is a fair definition, and you said you're generally familiar with that, right?
Yes, correct.
So let's start with that. That's the practice of sort of selectively gathering and interpreting evidence to confirm the scientist's belief or a belief of another, and at the same time neglecting evidence that contradicts them. Is that a fair definition of confirmation bias?
Yes.
And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though the data and other information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And confirmation bias, although sometimes it occurs, is intellectually and analytically antithetical to, it's opposing of the scientific method, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it's to be avoided.
Right.
Anchor bias is, and I know you said you didn't recall it, but let me see if this triggers a recollection. If not, fair enough.
Okay.
Anchor bias is when you prioritize information and data that supports your initial impression of the evidence, even where the impressions are incorrect or it's unknown whether the impression is incorrect. You sort of anchor into that. Does that sound like a reasonable definition of anchor bias?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
So biases are to be avoided in the application of scientific matters and methods because they can lead to incorrect conclusions in science, right?
Right.
And even though they're to be avoided, you called this case a homicide even before you began your alleged scientific testing. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall. Where would I have called it a homicide?
Do you recall your January 30th, 2025 report that you prepared in this case?
Yes, I do.
Bubba
Do you
Fent,
have
I
it
have a
with you?
burrito and I have these
Can
rolled
you turn
tacos.
to page 4, footnote 3, please?
Yes.
Footnote, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It is page 4, footnote 3. And in page 4, footnote 3,
Almost every
it states-
investigation.
I'm sorry,
involves
sir, are you there?
tons of
Yes, I am
confirmation
sorry.
bias.
It says evidence review by the defense counsel Ray O'Keefe, MV homicide. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, you assumed in the very beginning that Miss Reed had hit Mr. O'Keefe with her car before you began the scientific testing that you had discussed in your direct.
No, that would be incorrect.
But you did list homicide down in footnote 3, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so this report's drafted January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And the testing, I'll just give you a snapshot. Some of the testing you discussed with Mr. Brennan, that testing didn't occur until after this trial started, correct? Some of the testing you described in direct?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, so that testing didn't even occur in the trial. Just assume the trial started at April 22nd. So the testing you described when you were talking about aligning clocks and GPS, that occurred after April 22nd, correct?
Correct. You did.
Now let's go on to
I don't want to call that thing
Another.
a comb over. I feel like that's racist.
let's talk about
That doesn't go over anywhere.
professional credentials.
It's like a comb.
You know what I mean by the term credentials?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Professional credentials
What do
are
I call that
important
thing?
in any profession, correct?
Correct.
And they're important in your forensic examiner profession as well.
Correct.
Your forensic scientists and examiners are no different than any other professional that credentials are important. And your profession requires you to provide curriculum vitae, laying out your education, training, and background, correct?
Correct.
And it's imperative, is it not, that the information that is disseminated about your professional credentials are absolutely truthful, right?
Yes, they should be.
Uh-oh.
You say they should be.
They
Let's
should be.
continue on with that topic.
Oh, no.
You understand what's meant by the term ethics, right? Generally?
Yes.
No, that's going to be, that
And
doesn't
civil
sound good.
ethics mandate that one
Let's
is
talk
truthful about their professional credentials, correct?
Correct.
And a fundamental credential is what type of college degree you hold. Correct?
Uh-oh.
Correct.
People rely on those credentials, and the credentials are the foundation
lie
of
about
your
on your
expert
CV?
opinions and analyses, correct?
They can be. Yes.
They can be, and they often are, correct?
Yes, they can be depending on context.
But more often than not, they're important.
Yes. Again, depending on context.
You know that not only your colleagues, but your clients, your firm clients, courts, and juries will rely on your CV and your credentials in order to make determinations about whether you're qualified to testify and your depth of your qualifications, correct?
Correct.
You provided the Commonwealth Defense and the court with your CV in this case, correct?
Correct.
My man has got to be sweating bullets right now.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I will
Yes.
get my first exhibits. Yeah, Coach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Welcome. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Give that man about 2 or 3 more bottles of water.
Your Honor, if I could have this marked as the next exhibit
For identification?
for identification at this point.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm going to have it off, going to be eventually offering it into evidence, so.
Okay.
May I present it to the witness?
So let's mark the for identification first.
Yep, okay.
Is it a TT for identification?
There's just not a good line of questioning leading up to this. Ben says that guy looks like he will offer
Yes.
pizza casserole.
Ms. Burgess,
Yes.
I am presenting you with exhibit.
TT for identification.
I was, thank you, Your Honor. I'm learning not to talk while I'm walking backwards so Madam Court Reporter can hear me. So I'm presenting you
Unless you
with
should just always walk
what is
like
exhibit
this,
TT for
backwards.
identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be my CV.
May I approach further? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. And is that CV a document that you have prepared?
Yes, so that is a document that either I have prepared or the company Apture has prepared.
And is that a fair and accurate document?
Which one is
It
it?
appears to be.
Did you
Your
or
Honor, I'll
Aperture
offer that into evidence.
prepare it?
Any objection, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
Yes.
And if you could just, if you want to have the witness hold it, I have some
Hold on,
questions.
let's let it mark
Yes,
first.
Sure.
Yep.
Exhibit 183.
Is that a comb over a comb over?
Thank you.
Remember, of course, that we have supertip.gg/RL if you want to send in a super chat.
Mr. Burgess, you
and
have
also
in
have it
front
read
of
by a funny
you
voice.
your CV that we just spoke about, and I'd ask you please to draw your attention to the education section where underneath in red it says BGS, and then do I read it correctly? It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Like this mark is the next for identification.
So he doesn't actually have his degree.
Sure.
How's he pursuing it? Like, presumably he works. Does he go to classes? I mean, they might know.
May I hand it to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is he,
I'm going to actually have it marked.
was it a bachelor's that he's pursuing? Or was it a master's?
Exhibit UU for ID.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, it's been marked, the document is Exhibit UU for identification. Could you please tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, I do recognize that.
And sir, please describe briefly
Oh my
what
God.
that is.
Sure. So it is a CV as well.
So he doesn't have his bachelor's degree.
I would offer it into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Brennan, any objection?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Exhibit 184.
Thank you. I present it back to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Man, look at that magnificent swoop up above Tuft Island.
Mr. Burgess,
A
once
sad
you've had a fair
peninsula.
opportunity to look at that, I have a question, and that question is simple. Is that your April 2025 CV?
Let me see. Yes, it appears to be.
Thank you. And when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, when you can just pick your head up, sir, to let me know you're ready. I don't want to rush you, but then I have some questions.
Absolutely.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. So in those two exhibits, your two CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Let me see. Yes, that appears to be correct.
In
gotta
both
know,
of
right?
those CVs,
Maybe
you
like, what is
indicate
it?
that you have not yet earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in any educational field, according to those two CVs, right?
Correct.
And in fact, as you sit here today, you do not possess any bachelor's degree.
Correct.
And the reason, as you state, is because that bachelor's degree is currently pending. That's the term you use.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently pursuing, yes. So you have a public profile that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
Yes, I do.
And it's in the form of a biography page.
Yes, I believe so.
And that biography page has your education listed.
Very possible, yes.
Very possible.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Most many credit hours in
If I could
science.
have this marked, please, and once Mr. Brennan reviews it.
Yeah, this is in front of the jury. Because the jury gets the opportunity to assess the credibility of an expert witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have this marked as next identification in order?
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it BB for ID?
May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Now Mr. Burge has given you Exhibit DB for identification.
Okay.
You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And indeed, that is
It's a co-over. There's not enough
the
hair for
bio
the M and the B.
page that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes.
Now, I would like you, sir, to turn to page
Hair Island
2
looks like a separate continent.
of that document.
Okay.
And I'd like to turn your focus to the
Trying to make
bottom of
Australia
the
funny.
education heading. It states, am I correct, sir, BS, Mathematics, and Business Administration. Is that correct?
It does state that, yes.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That's what it states there, yes.
And you do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you?
No, I do not.
It's on the website, but he's not representing that to the court. So, I mean, it looks dishonest, but he can just blame Aperture's webmaster. Or
And
whatever.
if you click on the hyperlink for your CV on that same website, do you know where that hyperlink takes you?
No, I do not.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, if you continue on to your photograph, are you familiar with Aperture's website that speaks about you and presents you generally?
Vaguely, yes.
Are you aware that Aperture has two hyperlinks, one that says CV and one says LinkedIn? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am now.
And
on the CV,
LinkedIn is
Yes,
a
it's
professional networking platform designed for career and business professionals to connect, share content, find jobs, etc. Is that a fair description of LinkedIn?
Yes, it is.
This guy should have been
And
voir-dired.
could we also
included.
conclude that
This-
it's a professional
this is
networking
insane.
platform,
I didn't even have a
especially for
fucking
private sector
bachelor's.
firms like Aperture, that's used to attract clients or potential clients?
Yes, correct.
And potential clients include, for example, the Commonwealth of the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, the Commonwealth is no longer, if you will, an attracted client, but it's an actual client of Aperture and you, correct?
Correct.
And that's the status of the relationship here. Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that your CV, especially when it's published on a LinkedIn or published on a website, is something that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services? That's a hope and an expectation, correct?
Yes, that is part of it.
Now, when you look at that document, when you click on if you were to be in your office, and let's see if you're familiar with this, you click on your LinkedIn on Aperture's page, that would ordinarily take you directly to your professional LinkedIn account, correct? Isn't that what the links are there for?
Yes, I would expect so.
Are you notified when someone electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's a better
sorry,
verb,
yeah.
viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified. Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Do you know whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
Yep. Your Honor, I'd like to move EV into evidence at this time, please.
Okay, any objection?
I can just see it. It's
this one.
Yep. This one I presented to you. No objection.
Exhibit 185.
It looks like a yarmulke, but it's not. It's just that manly swoop.
Absolutely.
I don't want to dump on his hair. Like, I don't know what I would do.
Please, the next one, Mark, for.
You got to shave that tuft off, I think.
Thank
You got to trim the swoop or you got to comb it down. I don't know. Get the horseshoe going. Go bald. Paint cool stuff on your head so you go faster or whatever.
WW. Thank you.
How dumb do you feel sitting on that stand, getting just
Mr. Bridges, I
wrecked
presented to you
over lying about your education?
what is marked as Exhibit WW for identification. I'd ask that you take a look at it, take a fair amount of time, and then if you could, sir, pick your head up so I could see that you're ready.
Sure.
Grow it out and wax it to a unicorn horn. His face is very red. Yeah, it's because he stopped breathing a while ago.
Okay.
All right.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my LinkedIn account.
Your Honor, I offer that into.
Oh.
Can I see you at sidebar with these?
Oh, you don't want to be in this spot at all. Nick, one day you'll have to make bad hair decisions. Oh, I know. I said I don't know what I would do. Like I said, I don't want to dump on him too much. It's just plate tectonics going on under that hair, and I'm not sure. Like I feel like over time it drifts. This is the guy that told me my phone time was wrong. we got some super tips, guys. Feel free to try these out if you're not aware of them. It's kind of an alternative way to super chat. The link to it is up in the pinned comment on both Rumble and YouTube. You can do it from both platforms, and you can do stuff like this.
Your Honor, this witness's hair looks like a busted yarmulke. I asked the judge to order the witness to wear a hat to cover up that disturbing mess.
It is a Lovecraftian hair tuft. Like, it's like there's a mysterious things in that hair, things that only get whispered about by the Eskimos and the shamans. Would you like to know my cat's name?
Yo, this cat has another LinkedIn page under Shannon B, and Aperture LinkedIn posts linked to it. Claims bachelor's degree from 2016 to 2018.
Oof, the biggest oofs. You see it, like that guy's face is red because that guy is about to, I mean, he's going to have to answer over and over like, so why'd you lie about your education? Which you just said was super important to be honest about. Why'd you lie about it? Well, a bachelor's degree looks better. Wow, so yes, it does. That's why you should get one instead of lying about it. It's not going to be great. Can't wait. Can't wait. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Is that still a state expert? Yeah. That's wild. Yeah, so I forgot that Proctor had text messages about Karen Reed's phone and that got him fired. And I don't know that they're going to come into this trial at all. I think the state may be trying to keep Proctor out of it. I think if they were going to bring him in, they'd bury him in the middle. And we're getting to the end, and so now it's like I just don't know that Proctor is going to come into this from the state. The defense may call him if they need something out of him. But see, it could be interesting strategy. Trying to think if there are any elements that they really have not gotten down. I mean, I don't know where they get the malicious murder. It doesn't seem like. I don't see them as producing intent, but I guess the state would argue that the evidence of the intent is in her angry voicemails, proximate to the killing, and also the all-day fight, plus the relationship with Brian Higgins, where she seems to be done with him. So, I guess that's where they get the anger and the 75% pedal push, but 75% pedal pushing is not anger. That's not angry driving at all. So that's kind of crazy. The DUI, they shouldn't get in, but part of they have her at a 0.9 whatever by the one test, even though that test.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you as a defendant tried to use that test, they would
what has been marked
break
as
you over the
exhibit
coals.
WW for identification. That is that a fair and accurate representation of your personal LinkedIn page? If you could take a moment to take a look at it.
Sure.
Mr. Leslie, I'm going to ask you to step back so all the jurors can see.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Step back so they can see his shame. Be ashamed, you fat idiot. Hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to lie about my degree. That seems great.
Yes, it does, with a error on page 2 regarding education.
Oh, you got an
Right,
error
we're
on
gonna
there.
get to that.
Sure.
But
We're gonna get
this
to that.
is you recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction of your personal LinkedIn page with the exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
And when was the last time you
How
viewed
passive can you
that
say it?
document on your LinkedIn page?
I don't typically view the profile page, so it would have been, I could not tell you how long it's been.
Do you have any reason to believe that that Exhibit WW is not on your LinkedIn page online as we sit here today?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit WW into evidence.
No objection.
This is excellently done by Alessi. He's got a hostile witness, and he's got to get bad evidence on the stand, and the only person who can authenticate it is the hostile witness. That's really hard to do. You have to get this guy to, I mean, the guy could say, you know what, I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I don't remember what I put on there. Well, what if I represented this? I don't remember that. I have no idea.
I would like to turn your attention to
I don't use my
your
personal LinkedIn
the
page.
printout of your personal LinkedIn page and go right to the second page, bottom. And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB acronym there. And it says Bachelor of Science, paren, B period, S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not. And that would have been at that time an expected graduation date.
So it would be expected, you state.
Correct.
Why'd you fail?
It would be another word for, another word currently pursuing? Is that similar to?
How is he still pursuing this
sure,
degree?
that could be similar.
2018.
You know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir? Because you did it on the first few CVs, but you don't have it on your LinkedIn page. Am I correct?
Correct. That's probably because obviously that has not been updated in quite some time.
And you said you get notifications when people access your LinkedIn page, correct?
I get selective notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people are looking at your LinkedIn page. You know people are looking at your education. And you have down here 2016 to 2018. So that time period
Look,
is 7 years old from 2018. Yet you use the 2016 to 2018 on your LinkedIn page, correct?
Correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your post, not specifically the profile information.
Oh, so you believe?
Yeah, that's how LinkedIn works.
No. Apparently, when people
He's on
are
the
looking at
walking
it and
track
what they
path
look
to
at,
No, that's not what I'm
Disagree.
saying. I'm saying generally.
generally.
Correct.
But you don't know who's looking at the education section on your LinkedIn page and relying upon what is represented here, that you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Not from the LinkedIn page. Yeah, just independently of the LinkedIn page, yes.
And as you sit here today, that page is still live on your LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
So a key aspect of your credentials, whether or not you have obtained a Bachelor of Science, is incorrect in more than one document that I've presented here today, correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
You wouldn't.
Well, it's incorrect in this one, correct?
Correct.
And
it's incorrect in
the
this
one previously,
correct?
to that, there's two documents that have you listed. This LinkedIn, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's two documents, is there not, sir? There's, may I? And Madam Court Reporter, if I can have the.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. Well, that's stupid because it's about to get drilled into your face now.
I'm going to get that if I could from you. Thank you. And Exhibit 185 that's in evidence, if you can turn to the second page. So if you look at each of those state that you have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. So there are two documents about your credentials that are inaccurate, correct?
Yes, they have errors. Yes, that is correct.
May I have those back,
Sure.
sir?
Yep, both.
Yes.
Yes. There you go.
Thank you.
Some dummy on Twitter said, haha, when you can't attack the data, you attack the witness. Well, no, the credibility of the witness is a core jury consideration. In fact, there's an instruction on the judge that the jury is to assess on their own the credibility of the expert.
At this point. We have this marked as the next for identification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit XX for ID.
You hand it to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Handing the witness Exhibit XX for identification.
Heather says if the defense doesn't call Proctor, we need to
You
watch
recognize
the
that document, sir?
So it appears to be a CV. Yes.
You say it appears to be a CV. Can you describe that any further?
Yes. So it's a copy of my CV.
Oh, okay.
Is that a CV you prepared, sir?
It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture. Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end.
Sorry, it would have been prepared by myself or Aperture. Yes.
Yourself or Aperture?
Correct.
But you had, at a minimum, a role in preparing that, did you not?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have reviewed that because it's about you before it would have been used by Aperture, correct?
More than likely, yes.
You wouldn't let somebody put a CV up and out to the public without you reviewing it, would you, sir?
So there are other staff members that do review and update CVs.
But you're the only one who's going to know whether what's on it is accurate or not, correct?
Unless I explain that to them, yes.
So either way, either you prepared it yourself or you interacted with somebody and explained it and collaborated with them to make sure it was right to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct.
If you can look at the highlighted portion, sir, under education.
There's no highlight. Well, I understand what you're talking about. There's no highlighted portion.
I'm sorry. Let's strike that. If you look under education, the first line, it says in the right underneath BGS. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And then to the right, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, 2022. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did.
And up in the upper left-hand corner, there's a photograph.
Yes, there is.
Is that you, sir, in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
And in the spelling of your name, Shannon, that's with one N, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so that is not only you in the photograph, that's the spelling of your name with one N, correct?
Correct.
And that's the correct spelling of your first name with one N, correct?
Yes, it
so
is.
That's definitely you represented in this document, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's look at the first line that relates to education. It states Bachelors of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
Correct.
So this document represents that you received your Bachelor's of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration in 2022, correct?
That is what it states, but there are a number of errors in that. Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
So let's go on.
Let's go back to my
this
question
is
about their
the
two
third
documents.
example. Am I correct, sir? Well, let me, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hey, Bev, we wanted to do this in voir dire,
Your Honor,
dummy.
this time I offer Exhibit XX into evidence.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 187.
Sir, is Exhibit
Obama.
187 a CV that is linked directly from Aperture's website?
I do not know. I would have to look and check that.
So as you sit here today, you are not able to state whether that CV is linked directly from Aperture's website?
Correct.
So this is a third example of a document that incorrectly states that you have a Bachelor of Science when you do not possess that degree, correct?
It has errors or outdated information. Correct.
Well, when you say outdated, how is it that you can call a date outdated next to something that you don't possess?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you just used the phrase either incorrect or outdated. I'm trying to understand your statement that it's outdated. Isn't it either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't? Is it?
Well, I lied earlier.
I have represented I do not have a bachelor's degree.
But in here, it's represented that you do, correct?
Yes, it is
All
an
right.
error. Yes.
So let's look at what the name is that are on these documents. It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Are you aware that there's no degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham,
I'll be right back.
called a Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Yes, I am, and that is one of the errors I identified.
So you would agree that there's not even a degree called Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration offered at the University of Alabama, correct?
Correct. That should be Bachelor of General Studies with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
And what you just articulated, you do not possess as you sit here today, correct?
That is correct.
What you possess is an associate's degree, correct?
Correct.
And when did you obtain that associate's degree?
So that would have been 2015.
Are you familiar with the term mendacity?
I am not.
Are you familiar with a CV of 2015?
No, I'm not.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
YYYD.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
No, I do not recognize this document.
Yeah, put your hand.
Yes.
Have it back, sir.
Sure.
Do you recall ever pursuing, may I stand here and ask some questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank
Can he see the document as well, or do you have a copy for him?
He can see it as well, Your Honor.
Okay. I was just wondering the purpose.
Yeah, sure.
And just step back.
Yes,
Mr. Leslie.
yep. Sir, do you recall when you started pursuing a Bachelor
Timing.
of Science degree of any kind?
Sure, I do. Around 2008.
So you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science for the first time in 2008, correct?
Correct.
Was it 13 years ago? Something like that?
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is
Yeah,
correct.
17.
And you have not
I don't have a
obtained it
Bachelor of
as you
Math.
sit here today.
Me alone.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Errors or misinterpretation that are you stating, but you would agree those errors or misinterpretation have been in existence for some time, correct?
Yes, I'm being made aware of them now. Yes.
Yeah, and they haven't been corrected for some time, correct?
Correct.
You work for insurance companies, correct?
I do work for insurance companies in addition to law firms. Yes.
But you work for insurance companies, correct?
Yes, sometimes. Yes.
Well, you state that right in your report in this case, don't you, sir? That you work for insurance companies?
I do work for insurance companies. Yes.
And what role do you play in working for insurance companies? You working for them, or are you working for the policyholders that have paid premiums or are making a claim to try to get money from an insurance company? Which role do you have?
Objection. I'll allow that.
So I work for the insurance company themselves.
And in your work for the insurance company, has any of that work related to denying claims to insurance?
Objection. Why don't I see you on this, Mr. Lasky?
Sure.
Why? Why? Again, they should be able to cross-examine this guy for honesty about his education, training, and experience all day. All day. Our son INV says, I testify as an expert. I guard the accuracy of my CV like it's Fort Knox. At one time, I had a second degree listed as in progress. I changed it after an attorney that retained me asked what it meant. I learned quick. Yeah. I mean, yes. I don't know how else to say it. You have to show why you're an expert. It has to be accurate. If you misrepresent it, to the court, I mean, if you misrepresent it to a client, that's dishonest. If you misrepresent it to a court, that could be perjury. But yeah, imagine if the states ever used this guy to put him
May
in
I, Your
jail.
Honor? Yes. Thank you. Are you familiar with the phrase academic dishonesty?
Yes, I am.
Cool. Describe what it means and why
Let's
you
talk about your work on this case. In October of 2024, the Commonwealth hired you to perform a new data acquisition from the infotainment and telematics system of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV, correct?
That is correct.
And in your October 10, 2024 report, you outlined a proposal for attempting to extract additional data from the telematics and infotainment modules, correct?
Correct. With the caveat, it's not a report. It is a proposed protocol.
So we'll call it a proposal. In that proposal, you explained why, in your opinion, you believed an additional data acquisition was necessary based on your words, education, training, and background, correct?
That is correct.
When you prepared your proposal, you had access to the manufacturing specifications of the chips in question, correct?
I did.
You were under no critical deadlines to get the work done, correct?
Correct.
In your initial October 10, 2024 report, you explained that you believed the data acquisition was incomplete because, in your opinion, based on your education, again,
State
your
attorney
words,
should be
training, and
sanctioned for this
experience,
guy.
the download of the acquisition was less than the chip's storage capacity, correct?
That is correct.
And converting megabytes, B-Y-T-E-S, to megabits, B-I-T-S, and gigabytes to gigabits is a basic digital forensic concept. And that concept's critical to successful data acquisition and analysis. Fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement.
Yep.
In your initial report, you stated that the December 2023 data acquisition was from the Spansion clip, S-P-A-N-S-I-O-N, from the infotainment model was incomplete because the acquisition was only 8 megabytes in size, even though the chip has a storage capacity of 64 megabytes, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol.
I'm sorry. Well, is it proposal or protocol?
Protocol.
Protocol.
It is a protocol.
We'll use protocol. And you blame this on the, quote, programmer's inability to fully read the component, close quote, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, the manufacturing specifications established that the total flash memory component of the chips in question is equal to 64 megabits, not 64 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
64 megabits is 8 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
That means the Spansion chip was not incomplete, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
The acquisition was the same data size as the total memory storage capacity of the chip, correct?
Correct.
Your protocol for data acquisition was based on a misunderstanding of megabits versus megabytes, correct?
It was based on a working theory and a misinterpretation, yes.
And that was your misinterpretation.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
You
That doesn't
mentioned
look good, brother.
Ms. Gaffney in your direct testimony. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
She successfully acquired 8 megabytes of data from that Spansion chip during the December
I learned that shit over 30 years ago.
2023 chip off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that wasn't your only conversion mistake in your October 10, 2024 report, was it?
I'm not aware of any others.
You stated in the report
Alessi, stop
that
it.
the data acquisition of
also hear.
the Micron JWB57 was incomplete because the acquisition was only 540 MB in size, but the storage capacity was 4 GB, and that's stated in your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol. Yes,
Protocol.
correct.
The Micron JWB57 chip is 4 gigabits flash memory component, not a 4 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol.
That is correct.
So contrary to your assertion in the report, 4 gigabits is equal to 50 megabytes, which suggests that all the available data was successfully retrieved from this chip during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gaffney was not in error on that. She did not make a mistake on that, correct?
Not on that specific thing, yes.
Right. It was you that simply misunderstood the difference between gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
Misinterpreted. I would not say misunderstood.
You misinterpreted the difference between gigabits and gigabytes.
Correct. At that
You
time,
got
yes.
that wrong in layperson's terms.
Correct. I did make an error.
These are.
You stated in your report that micron, and I'm going to have to give an alphanumeric number because I know in digital forensics it's important to be precise and accurate. So bear with me.
Oh,
Sir.
that was just mean. That's
You stated
mean.
in your report that the micron 29F2G08 ABAEA is a 2 gigabyte chip, and that the acquisition should have been 2 gigabytes, but was incomplete because it was only 264 MB in size, correct?
That is correct.
And the micron, and I'm just going to refer back to the number to not repeat it, the long alphanumeric number is a 2 gigabit flash memory component, not a 2 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So 2 gigabytes is equal to 250 megabytes, correct?
Correct.
And that suggests that all available data was successfully retrieved during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
From those chips, yes.
From those chips. Correct. I'm correct, right?
Yes.
What about from the Lay's chips?
Your opinion was again incorrect and was based on a misunderstanding of gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
A misinterpretation, correct.
A misinterpretation in layperson's terms. You got that wrong also.
It was an error, yes.
Did you have that protocol peer reviewed, sir?
No, I did not.
Was it peer reviewed by anybody at Aperture?
No, it was not.
Did you have a supervisor review that protocol before you filed it with the court?
No, sir.
You submitted your proposal based on your education, background, and experience, correct?
Correct.
Turns out that the entire foundation of your proposal was based on a fundamental misinterpretation of the difference between a
That's
computer
embarrassing.
bit and a computer byte, correct?
No, not the entire thing. No.
Well,
Just most of it.
Certainly a part of it was, correct, sir?
Correct. Partial.
You got conversions wrong with respect to analyzing 3 different chips, correct?
Correct.
And since you wrote that, have you learned the difference between a bit and a byte?
I've always known the difference between a bit and a byte, yes.
Always.
You learned that in this case from reading the affidavit of an expert for the defense who pointed out those errors before you submitted your supplemental report. Isn't that correct?
I would have to go back and look at the timing on that. I believe I submitted the supplemental before the protocol from the other expert.
Are you certain of that?
I'm not certain of that.
Isn't it the case that the expert for the defense submitted his affidavit before you submitted your supplemental report?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do not know that.
You don't know one way or another.
Correct.
And that person that I've referred to for the defense is Matthew DeSogra. You know that name?
I do.
And you have read Mr. DeSogra's affidavit in this case, have you not, sir?
I have, yes.
Do you know?
And you would agree that he pointed out
capillaries work?
these misinterpretations of yours in his affidavit, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
I would like to go back to your January 30th, 2025 report.
you always just hope the jury understands what's going on here. They don't have some stupid asshole going, like every 2 seconds, like you guys do. But man, this guy is getting ravaged.
May I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
He's gonna have to thank Alessi and take him to dinner after this.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. In your January 30th, 2025 report, you know which one I'm referring to, sir?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that you indicated that at the time of this quote incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software according to similar modules that are supported by in-vehicle acquisition?
That is correct.
And the infotainment module that was removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU. You know what I'm referring to in the MMU?
Right.
It's consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Mrs. Gaffney. You remember that statement in the report, sir?
I do, yes.
You obtained no additional information from the chips that were already analyzed by Ms. Gaffney, did you?
Correct.
Correct that you obtained no additional information, right?
No data of value from those chips, yes.
No data of value. So all the data of value Ms. Gaffney had already obtained from those chips, correct?
That's kind of a confusing question. So there was no data
Yeah, we know
of
you're
value
confused.
from those chips to begin with.
Fair enough.
Right.
So Ms. Gaffney didn't miss anything of value.
Correct.
Fair?
Correct.
Do you know how much the Commonwealth has paid Aperture to date for doing the work in this case?
I do not.
Do you have any involvement at all
That Brennan meme was
in knowing what
fire.
the contract is between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
I do not.
Have you ever had any discussions with any colleagues from Aperture with regard to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
No, I have not.
Do you have an estimation as to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
You've never had any discussion with anybody at Aperture about the fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth in this case?
No, I have not.
Who in Aperture is in charge of knowing how much fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth?
That would be the accounting department.
Would Dr. Judson Welcher know?
Potentially.
Let's call him.
Your analysis, I want to move on to another category, sir. Your analysis in this case was not strictly limited to data in science, was it?
No, it was strictly limited to data and science.
The Commonwealth requested that you review numerous materials in connection with your analysis in this case, correct?
I did review materials, yes.
You did not review the January 29, 2022 CARS report by, well, let me put it this way. Did you review the January 29, 2022 CARS report prepared by Trooper Paul?
No, I did not.
Do you know what a CARS report is?
I do not.
Do you know that a CARS report was prepared by Trooper Paul for this case?
No, I do not.
If there was a collision analysis and reconstruction report prepared by a trooper in that case, would you want to see a document such as that?
No, not for my analysis.
Would somebody at Aperture want to see that document?
Objection.
I'll reword. Are you familiar with collision analysis and reconstruction reports prepared by law enforcement agencies?
I am vaguely familiar, yes.
Vaguely familiar? Have you ever used one in your analysis at all?
I have seen them, yes.
You've seen them. And my question is, seeing them, have you ever
This guy being
read
impeached. He's
any of
being
them?
impeached right
Yes,
now.
yes, I have read them. Yes.
Have you ever considered a collision analysis and reconstruction report as part of the work that you do at Aperture?
Not specifically a collision analysis report from law enforcement. We do routinely see crash reports, but I think what you're referring to is something else.
Are you aware of a supplemental collision analysis and reconstruction report of Trooper Paul of the Massachusetts State Police dated July 24, 2024?
No, I'm not.
Do you know whether Trooper Paul is part of the Massachusetts State Police reconstruction team?
I do not.
And lastly, do you know whether he's part of the reconstruction team in this case?
I do not.
Did anybody tell you to avoid reviewing a collision analysis and reconstruction report in this case?
No, they did not.
You did, however, review the 2024 testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino in the proceeding of last year, didn't you?
I did for specific data, yes.
So that's not really science and data, is it? It's testimony.
Yes, it is testimony.
So you did review materials in this case beyond science and data, correct? You reviewed testimony.
Sure, that is common, yes.
But you said you didn't do it.
Having reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony, you therefore are aware of the theory that he proposed in the first proceeding, correct? It was in his testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not. So specifically, I reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony for information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So did you read all of the testimony?
No, I would have skimmed it.
You would have skimmed the testimony?
Correct.
And how would you, and what would be the purpose to just skim it?
Sure. So I'm only interested in the information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So you just, I want to make sure I have this right. So you would skim it, you would look for what you want to focus on, and you, as you sit here today, you don't have any recollection of what the theory of the Commonwealth was in the first proceeding?
Not from that testimony, no.
Do you recall Trooper Garino as part of what you reviewed? So you reviewed certain things of Trooper Garino in his testimony, correct?
Correct.
And in your direct testimony, you testified extensively about the iPhone of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at and testified about a lot of information from the phone of John O'Keefe. Is that a fair statement?
Location data.
Location data. Did you read, therefore, Trooper Garino's claim that the last...
Objection.
Right.
Why don't I see it sidebar, find out what's going on for Rusty?
Sure.
Objection. Really kicking the crap out of us right now. Oh, man. My kids keep saying like stuff's getting cooked or people are getting cooked or whatever. This guy is getting cooked. He is no recourse for how bad he looks. Ben Togel says, bro, we'll get it eventually. Mactavia says, who wants marshmallows? This dude is getting roasted. Absolutely. I mean, he's... Ooh.
Objection, Your Honor. This guy looks like Danny DeVito, stole Trump's hairpiece, then went headfirst into a wood chipper. Kurt has a micro penis.
Why, out of nowhere? It had nothing to do with anything.
The more I watch the state's case in chief, the more reasonable doubt I have. Is the state pranking the defendant?
I think so.
Am I going to see Ashton Kutcher with a camera crew soon?
It kind of seems like it. It is bad out here.
Objection. This white boy's hair looks like it's seen the underside of my Ford Escape.
I'll never drive a Ford Escape because so many people didn't.
Your Honor, why is this Aaron Imholte looking motherfucker rocking a soul patch? He should serve life for the comb over and facial hair.
No.
Shave that baby tuft of hair off the front of your head. The girls you try to date can't even walk, much less like how much hair you have for a baby.
I don't know what that last line was. Oh my gosh. Shave that baby tuft of hair.
Get wrecked, nerd.
Dang. I assume they mean the witness. Maybe me, though. Whew.
Your Honor, my client surely lied about his education so he could attend Karen Reed's class. She rejected his advances, so now he's lying just like this crooked pigs to put her away.
I'm a lot of fun. I'm fun. I'm really fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. Can't take it. Oh my goodness. So today's turned really interesting really fast. You know, we heard a lot of argument about this testimony and what the defense team was going to get to do to go after him and all that stuff. And so I wasn't expecting them to just come out and be like, by the way, you lied about your education all over the place, everywhere that matters. Like, oh, I didn't know people check that on LinkedIn. It's like, that's the only purpose of LinkedIn is to check your CV. That's why I get 4 billion emails a week from LinkedIn. It's like, oh, so-and-so looked you up. Stop looking me up. Oh my gosh, how do I delete it? And then I got like extra, I think I got LinkedIn on like 3 different email addresses. It's terrible. I hate it. But I didn't know people used it for that. Oh, what do you think it was, the robust video platform? He is the computer expert, though, so maybe.
Jurors, we're just waiting a minute for something before we can proceed. Feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. I'm trying to do this without having to step out of the courtroom.
Hold on. I'm muting that for a second so I can play this.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Kurt has a micro penis.
God. Come on. Yeah, we should all look up Nick so he gets the emails. 450 people have looked you up today. No! No! Oh my gosh. Ooh. I'm out of water. You don't go through liquor as fast because you'll die.
Your Honor, you are going to have to order a 55-gallon drum of lube for the witness unless he just pounded.
Look how Yanetti's sitting. Whatever.
Mr. Alessi, is there anything we can go to and come back? If there's not, there's not.
It would be a bit incongruous, Your Honor, but I
Okay.
can do it if Your Honor would like.
Do we have any idea how much longer it's going to be?
I will go check.
How much longer what's going to be? Oh my gosh, stop with the mics.
2 seconds.
Mephisto's movie review says, Nick, why does your LinkedIn say small town law firm in Minnesota? Come on now. Because I don't give a shit about my CV. I'm not out here doing it. Turtle Boy has had 6 charges against him dismissed. How many's he got left?
Pretty sure that expert's balls recess into his body on the stand, and Kurt has a micropene.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will show this to Mr. Brennan first, and then if the court would like to see it, we've got another.
His charges were for witness intimidation, I believe. Something like that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
No worries.
Exhibit ZZ for ID.
Yeah, the CV.
Yes.
My CV
Sir, I'm
is
handing you what has been marked as Exhibit ZZ for
list of
identification.
scotches.
Ask you to take a moment to look at it, please, when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it. If you could pick your head up, sir, and I'll proceed that time.
So pour out an art bag of Balmore Lefroy. What was I doing? Oh, I'm making a thumbnail for this. Okay. Marker
So I'm going to
doesn't.
just ask one predicate question and then ask you another question.
Sure.
Does Exhibit ZZ contain, and if you just answer this yes or no, that would be great. Does it contain location data information? Objection.
The mics.
I'll allow that without pursuing it.
That's the only one I have for that purpose.
Okay.
Does it, sir?
Yes, it does.
Did you consider this part of Trooper Garino's testimony in any review that you've done in this case?
No, I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
On December, we're going to move on now to another topic, sir. On December 5th, 2024, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, you know that name, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
So he is the one who hand delivered the infotainment and telematics module to our office in South Lake.
Exactly. So he delivered the infotainment module containing the SD card that you talked about on direct examination so that you could attempt to reinstall it in Miss Reed's vehicle for an in-vehicle acquisition attempt, correct?
That was part of it, yes.
That was part of it.
Correct.
That day, you initially attempted an in-vehicle acquisition, meaning you reconnected the infotainment module to the faceplate in Miss Reed's vehicle and reinstalled both the infotainment and the telematics module for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
That was an attempt, yes, on December 7th for clarification.
And that was on December 7th?
Correct.
And that was December 7th of 2024?
Correct.
You conducted this same testing on an exemplar vehicle. And to be clear, exemplar was a vehicle that Aperture had purchased?
Yes, that is a vehicle that Aperture has purchased.
So Aperture purchased it. And it's a vehicle, as I understand, you testified, that's similar to the vehicle of Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so you call it an exemplar because it's similar to the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So I'm going to continue using your parlance of exemplar vehicle.
Sure.
And so you conducted this same testing on the exemplar vehicle and successfully reinstalled and tested the infotainment and telematics systems for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
For an in-vehicle acquisition, not for an unlock.
Okay, so for just an in-vehicle acquisition.
Correct.
I appreciate the correction, sir. But in this case, with Miss Reed's actual Lexus, you were unable to successfully reinstall and test the infotainment and telematics systems, correct?
Correct.
On Miss Reed's Lexus, you were able to get the infotainment backlight and faceplate to illuminate, but in your own words, the infotainment system did not respond as expected, correct?
Correct.
So instead, you took the micro SD card itself and attempted to retrieve data from that card directly, correct?
Correct.
Lexus locks cards in its system, correct?
It does, yes.
If Lexus thought it was appropriate to access those cards, do you know whether or not they would have them unlocked? Do you know?
I do not know.
Now,
I'm
oh,
going to
sorry.
let the answers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to cover a basic question. Do you have any citation to any scientific literature where specifically what you did on this Lexus model has ever done before? Has it ever been done before, do you know?
No, not on this specific model, which is why we did the exemplar testing.
Right. So there's no scientific literature that states that the methodology that you used with this Lexus model is an appropriate methodology at all, correct?
There is literature that addresses the methodology in other other ways, but not specific to this Lexus. Correct.
There's no literature at all stating that the methodology that you used for this Lexus is the appropriate methodology to use for this Lexus model, correct?
There is no literature about this appropriate Lexus model. Correct.
But he's an expert with no degree that he lies about. The state's right now like, okay. I knew
Talk
it.
about
I knew we were
your
doing it.
initial report of January 30th of 2025. You issued your initial analysis and report on January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
See how red his face is. Imagine how
Your
red his
report
ass is right
included
now.
a
Getting spanked.
general timeline analysis. You use that phrase, timeline analysis, that you stated could impact, quote, event reconstruction. Do I have that right? Your January 30th, 2025 report does not discuss a collision, does it?
No, not in my report. No.
As a matter of fact, your January 30th, 2025 report
gay.
doesn't even use the word collision, does it?
Correct, because I'm looking at data from the infotainment and telematics module.
But the report of January 30th, 2025 does not even contain the word collision in it, correct?
I believe it does in the background portion, which would be on page 2 or 3, which would just be restating the. If you mind, if I can look at my report.
Oh, please.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Did you lie about being able to read too, you dummy?
No, so I apologize. The word that was used was incident.
Right.
Correct.
But you don't use the word collision at all in your January 30th, 2025 report.
That is correct.
I appreciate you checking that, sir. Also, and please keep your report handy.
Sure.
Your January 30th, 2025 report does not in any way detail the timing of what you now call a text stream event at all, correct?
No, it does not.
So in your January 30th, 2025 report, you refer to it as an incident, and in your May 8th report, you refer to it as a text stream event, correct?
That would be referring to two different things.
Right. But did you use the parlance text stream event at all in your January 30th, 2025 report?
No, I did not.
But you're using it now, correct?
Correct.
And we're talking about the same event, right?
Correct.
In fact, your analysis and conclusions were limited in your January 30th, 2025 report to generally identifying a clock skew between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Miss Reed's infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
On January 30th, 2025, you engaged in no further analysis to determine whether precisely the 1162.2 text stream event that you now call it occurred, correct?
Correct.
Why not?
I was not asked to at that time. I was just asked to look at the general timeline and consistency of the timestamps.
So back in January 30th, 2025, you were not asked to engage in analysis to determine when precisely the 1162.2 text stream event occurred. Is that fair?
That is fair, and that is based on the common concept that, a lot of cases that we work, there is clock skew, but we do not have events to precisely determine what that clock skew is.
Understood. So wasn't your goal, however, on January 30th, 2025, to determine the correct timeline of events relative to this incident? Wasn't that your goal?
It was my goal to determine the data from the infotainment and telematics modules that were missed in the initial download, and create a timeline and consistency of those timestamps.
So your goal was to create a timeline, correct?
Correct.
And that timeline, among other uses, was to be for your colleague, Dr. Judson Welcher, to use that in his analysis, correct?
That is correct.
So you knew not only what your purpose was, but you knew what your work was going to be used for by Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Well, I knew it was going to be provided, yes.
Well, you knew it was going to be provided. Have you ever talked to Judson Welcher, your colleague, about this case at all?
I have vaguely, yes.
How many times have you talked to him?
I would count a handful of times.
And just give me a general idea of the nature of the discussions between you and Dr. Welcher. You're both working on the same, quote, incident, right?
Sure, yes.
What would have been the nature of those discussions?
So those discussions would have been identifying what I found on the infotainment and telematics modules, and discussing, explaining that data to Dr. Welcher.
So did Dr. Welcher ever tell you, your colleague, why he wanted to use that data for his purposes?
For reconstructing a timeline.
And for reconstructing a timeline and picking a time for what you now call a text stream event, correct? You knew that's what he was doing.
Correct, for a timeline, yes.
Right, so you knew that for the 1162.2 text stream event, he was going to use your analysis back in January of 2025 to try to pinpoint that text stream event 1162.2, correct?
That is correct.
You knew that.
Yes.
And you know that he used that data to select a specific range for that text stream 1162.2 text stream event, correct?
I don't know if select would be the right. I understand what you're saying. Yes.
What term would you use?
Sure. So based on the data, he's identifying the time approximately when that event would have occurred.
And that text stream event, that 1162.2, is what Aperture is contending is a time of a collision. Is that correct, to your knowledge?
That's sustained on that. Ask it differently, Mr. Nelson.
Do you know the purpose of the 1162.2 text stream event in the analysis performed by your firm?
No, Dr. Welcher, I do not.
So you performed your analysis in all these timelines that you talked about on direct without knowing what Dr. Welcher was going to do with that data?
No, so sorry, I misspoke. So it would be to timeline the time and date, or to put a time and date with when that text stream trigger would have occurred.
Exactly.
Right.
So you knew what the purpose was of your work
Correct.
with regard to Dr. Welcher's work.
Correct.
And isn't Dr. Welcher's work on the 1162.1 and the 1162.2 text stream event an important aspect of the work of Aperture in this case?
Yes, it is.
Did anybody from the Commonwealth ask you in your January 30th, 2020-25 report to not discuss your work in connection with the text stream 1162.1 and the 1162.2 events?
No.
But you didn't discuss that, meaning the 1162.1 and 1162.2 events in your first report in January 30th, did you?
That was not part of my report, correct?
But you did delve into that and pretty heavily in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
So after the trial, do you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case? Generally?
Yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on this. January 30th, 2025, you prepare your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd, after the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report,
Correct.
right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know that a jury knows that this is a problem.
And right in the middle of this trial, you enlarge the number for the 21 to 29 range. That's bigger than what it was in your first report, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Well, you changed the number, don't you?
No, I did not change the number.
Well, let's go back
Really?
to see exactly what you did, sir.
Oh, no.
Let's start with the basics.
They don't tend
You
to ask
said on direct
unless they know.
examination, sir, that you prepared your May 8th report on your own initiative. Those were your words on your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
Lie.
I'm going to read the first line of your May 8th, 2025 report.
Okay.
Hank Brennan
Do you
asked
have-
me
do you
to
have
do
it in front of
this.
you, sir?
I do. Yes.
It starts, Dear Mr. Brennan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to your request, that's the request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed. This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
You're explaining the May 8th report in your language pursuant to your request as a cut and paste from a previous report?
Yes, I am.
Stoneface says it.
Do you cut and paste important information from one report to the other without checking it for accuracy?
I copy and paste certain portions.
Do you ever review what you cut and paste to see if it's accurate?
Yes.
You didn't review it this time, though, did you, sir?
No. I did not think it was significant.
Oh, you don't think it's significant, sir, that the matter is in the middle of a trial and there's a request for a new report after testimony has occurred in that trial? You don't think that's important?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you prepare the new report then?
Sure. So there was a claim from a PowerPoint presentation by Mr. DeSogra of trying to adjust clock syncs or making clock adjustments based on the synchronization of certain events.
Report.
That was produced in March. Upon reviewing that, my initial thoughts were to address that in testimony. But as I was preparing for trial, I made the decision that it needed to be better addressed in a supplemental report.
But you understand that the report that you're referring to, that's the report of Mr. Soger, correct?
It is a presentation of Mr. DeSogra.
It's
correct.
a presentation. You understand his presentation merely was responding to the work that you did, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So your belief is that Mr. DeSoger's report didn't address at all what you had done?
Partially, yes, but no.
Okay, but let's cover the basics. You agree that Mr. DeSogra addressed, at least in part, the work that you had done?
He tried to address, yes.
Right. So do you know the date of Mr. DeSoger's report as March 5th? Does that sound right to you?
Yes, that's what I
So
said.
you had Mr. DeSogra's report that you claim was the basis for you on your own in the middle of this trial, creating and submitting a new report. You claim that the basis for that was Mr. DeSogra's report of March 5th of 2025.
That is correct.
They had to turn the AC back on because of how toasty this guy's cheeks are.
2 months to do that?
Again, my initial thoughts were to address it on
My
testimony.
question, sir, is not your thoughts. Just did you wait 2 months?
Just let him finish the answer.
My question, sir, finish it how you'd like.
Sure. So
2 months, was it 2 months between March 5th and when you submitted your report on May 8th? Is that 2 months?
yes, it is.
So
Bougie, he could be disqualified as an
did you
expert
know
in
when
the
this
case.
trial was going to start, sir? Generally?
Yes.
He should be.
Do you think it's fair to submit a report without anybody asking you in the middle of a trial?
Objection.
Sustained.
The AC isn't for his cheeks. The AC is for everybody else in the room as he heats it up.
As we've been discussing, you issued a brand new report, in this case dated May 8th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That changed your analysis, correct?
No, it did not change my analysis.
Were there changes to your analysis in it?
There were clarifications.
Clarifications.
Correct.
Let's address that. In your January 30th, 2025 report, You did not mention tech stream event at all, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't mention collision at all, correct?
No, I did not.
And you mentioned both of those now in your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
I don't know if I mentioned collision. I'd have to go to my report and look.
But you certainly do mention tech stream events, correct?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
And you labeled them 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
That's a change from your first report, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a change. It's a supplement.
Oh, so your definition is that when you add something to a report, it's not a change, it's a supplement?
That is what it is, yes.
No, no, it's not. It's not a supplement unless it's supplemental. If it's replacing data, it's not supplemental.
The May 8th, 2025 report.
It's an amended report.
And no one before I prepared it.
Changed.
So you just prepared it on your own?
I did.
It's out of nowhere.
Did you
it's just like,
have any communications at all? I asked you who you spoke with, but did you have any communications at all with either Detective Lieutenant Tully or Buchanan?
So I did reach out to Tully to get a full set of the location data, yes.
So you reached out to Detective Tully before you prepared your May 8th report, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he tell you that the trial had started in this case?
No, not during that conversation, no.
That's not the first communication you had with Detective Tully, was it?
No, it's not.
How many conversations have you had with Detective Tully?
I would say a handful.
How much is a handful?
I would be speculating, but we'll say 5 to 10.
5 to 10?
Sure.
Is Detective Tully expert at all in digital forensics?
No.
But you've had 5 to 10 conversations with him?
Correct, to get provided information.
At any time, has anybody from the Commonwealth had a discussion with
We're almost
you
at 1,000 likes,
relative
guys.
to
Slap
your
that like button, please.
January 30th, 2025 report or your May 8th, 2025 report about keeping flexible the timelines for any events in this case?
No, sir.
Did you have any discussions at all regarding the May 8th, 2025 report you prepared in the middle of this trial with anyone from the district attorney's office?
Yes.
When did you have those discussions?
That would have been on, probably May 7th when I reached out to Mr. Brennan.
So you reached out to Mr. Brennan on May 7th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That's before May 8th of 2025, correct?
Correct.
So before you sent that report in, you had a discussion with Mr. Brennan about it, am I correct?
Correct.
What was that discussion about?
That was just a discussion over the data and what the report said.
So you were discussing with Mr. Brennan what was going to be in your report, including data and analysis, correct?
Correct.
I do not look better clean shaven. You knocked that shit off immediately.
Did you tell Mr. Brennan that you were going to be submitting the report shortly to him on May 8th?
Yes.
Did you agree to a time when you would submit that report?
No, I did not.
Did you tell him when you were going to submit it?
No, I did not.
But after the conversation on May 7th, you discussed with him that you had either pretty close to finalize the report. It's a pretty extensive report, right?
Correct.
So on May 7th, you were pretty well along the way in that report, correct?
Correct.
Did you let Mr. Brennan know that?
Yes.
So he knew the nature of the report. He knew how far along we were with it.
Correct.
Did you have any other calls with anybody from the prosecution's office other than that about your May 8th report?
No, I don't believe so.
Do you have any texts
No,
with
this wouldn't
anybody
be-
about your May 8th
Wouldn't be
report?
trial by ambush.
No.
Did you communicate with anybody else about your upcoming May 8th report?
No, I would have provided a copy to Dr. Welcher.
Your colleague?
Correct.
So Dr. Welcher knew you were working on this report, correct?
He knew I submitted the report. I don't know if he knew I was working on the report.
Did he know
Right.
you were going to submit the report before you submitted it?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Then he knows you're working on the
Did
report,
he
you
know
dummy.
what was going to be in the report?
Stop sounding
he
like
did.
this.
Did he support the fact that you were going to submit a report in the middle of trial?
I can't speak for Dr. Welcher.
But he knew you were going to do it.
Correct.
Did he say anything, don't do that? Or did he have any comment about the fact you were going to submit it?
Not that I recall off the top of my head.
Not that you recall, so is it possible he did comment on whether you should submit it in the middle of trial?
No, he would not have commented on whether I should have submitted it or not.
He wouldn't have.
How many
do you
times
know?
in your career, sir, have you submitted a supplemental or amended report in the middle of trial?
This would be the
First
only one that I recall.
Yeah, the
So
only
this
one.
is the only time.
This,
How many years have you been
this
doing
is great.
Approximately 10 years.
And so approximately 10 years,
10
this
years.
is the first time
lying on his CV
you've
the whole
submitted
time.
a amended supplemental report in the middle of a
This is
trial.
really important
A
because
supplemental report.
again, the
Correct.
jury doesn't know that
You
this is
call it
weird
a supplemental report in the middle of trial.
necessarily.
Correct.
Do you know a person by the name of Ian Whiffen?
Yes, I'm familiar with the name.
You say you're familiar with the name. Are you more than familiar with his name? Are you familiar with his work?
I'm familiar with his report in this case, yes.
So you're familiar with his work if you're familiar with his report, correct?
Correct.
Were you given info? Do you know that Mr. Whiffen has testified in this trial?
No, I do not.
And with regard to Mr. Whiffen's report, did you read it?
Yes, I did read his report.
And that would be of interest to you, correct? That's why you read it?
Correct.
Because Mr. Whiffen's report, and are we talking about Mr. Whiffen's January 2025 report or his March
Niels, it-
2025 report? Are you aware there's two of them?
He lied
No,
on
I'm
his
not.
Do
CV.
you
Said
know
he
which one you're referring to?
That would be the January report.
So
Said
the
he had
January
degrees that he didn't have.
2025 report. Are you aware that there's just a couple minor differences between the two reports, or you're just not aware?
I'm not aware either way.
Assume there's very minor differences with the reports. Mr. Whiffen's reports contain information and some detailed, they're long reports, right?
Yes, they are.
So Mr. Whiffen's report contains information about the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the location data in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, right?
Correct.
It contains information about the phone calls in Mr. O'Keefe's report, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the temperature of the battery in the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
It
Correct.
has some timelines in that report, correct?
Correct.
And those timelines have very specific events that are represented in the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, it's got location data and times that you have used in your report and PowerPoint presentation here, correct?
Correct.
When did you receive the report of Mr. Whiffen with regard to the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So I would have received his report sometime in January.
So
You would have or you did?
4 months ago, you had the report of Mr. Whiffen with substantial information about the types of databases you can find in the iPhone, location data, health data, phone calls, and a timeline, among other information, correct?
Correct.
You had all that information.
Correct.
And you had GPS location data in that report regarding Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
SQLite? Yes.
SQLite, yeah.
Yes.
And an SQLite database is one of the many databases that are contained within an iPhone, including Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you testified on your direct that you have general knowledge about cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You say you've got certifications with regard to
these
cell
papers.
phones,
They got these
correct?
papers.
And your certifications include being able to read, celebrate, and apply the Celebrite tool, correct?
Correct.
And you have certifications that allow you to apply and utilize magnet forensics, like, for example, their Axiom program, correct?
Correct.
And you've done that in your career. You've applied those tools before this case, correct?
Correct.
And you've applied those tools after your work in this case. You apply them pretty much frequently, correct?
Correct.
So the tools, the databases in an iPhone, and all the location data, etc., that was all information you had and you knew and had FASL with back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you had access to the SQLite database because you had Mr. Whiffen's report, correct?
Correct. Correct. I had the report. Yes.
You had the report. Do you recall on your direct testimony saying that one of the reasons that you did this supplemental report on May 8th was you got new information or more information about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes, correct.
You had that information through Mr. Whiffen's report back in January of 2025, didn't you, sir?
Correct. I had the report. I did not have the data.
Well, didn't Mr. Whiffen's report discuss location in a pretty detailed manner?
Yes, it did.
And didn't he use GPS location data in that report?
Yes, he did.
And you had that in January 4 months ago, correct?
Correct.
And you read it 4 months ago.
Correct.
Yet you still submitted a report on May 8th in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with a digital forensic analyst named Jessica Hyde?
I am familiar with the name, yes.
Do you know she's working on this case on behalf of the Commonwealth?
Yes, I think I have heard that in conversations.
Have you read any of her reports?
No, I have not.
So you're aware she's working on the case, but you're not aware of whether she's issued reports in this case.
Correct.
So you're not aware whether she has issued reports that mention about GPS location data, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask for her reports?
No, I did not.
Did anybody ever tell you or comment to you whether your analysis is consistent or inconsistent with the reports of Mr. Whiffen or Ms. Hyde?
No.
Did you watch their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did you learn of their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did anyone from law enforcement or any other aspect of the Commonwealth provide you with any summary of their testimony?
No, they did not.
But you had access to Mr. Whiffen's report with regard to his analysis and the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Having read Mr. Whiffin's January 2025 report, you know that his report contains statements about movement and other activity of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after your time period in your original report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
No, not after the time period. No.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
God, I feel like I'm going to be reading Cora every time I see him. The mic thing, that's got to stop.
Take a look at
That's
your
gotta stop.
January
Alessi, I'm going to put you on the
30th,
prosecution.
2025 report. Well, we'll come back to that. I'll do that in an order that makes a little bit more logical sense. You've mentioned, and just to cover the foundational parts, that you're not the only employee of Aperture that's been hired to testify as a witness on behalf of the Commonwealth in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Your colleague, Judson Welcher, Dr. Judson Welcher, has also been retained by the Commonwealth through Aperture, correct?
That is correct.
Justin Welcher, Dr. Welcher is a biomechanical engineer, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Dr. Welcher holds any professional certifications?
I do not know.
Does Dr. Welcher's expertise extend beyond your own?
It is a different discipline than my own, yes.
So it's a different discipline. So it could be horizontally extended, and it also can be vertically extended depending upon the subject matter?
Sure.
That's a fair statement?
Sure.
Your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who is an engineer, did opine on the timing of the TechStream event 1162.2 in his report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
Objection.
Is the objection sustained?
I'll reword it, Your Honor. Do you know whether Dr. Welcher opined on the timing of TechStream event 1162.2 in his January 30th, 2025 report?
Yes.
So you do know.
Yes.
What is the timing of the TechStream event 1162.2 in the January
Karen would be your Dom mommy?
30th
Yes.
report of
Yes, I do.
Dr. Welcher, your colleague?
Objection.
Only if you're a fun guy. Alessi's taking this guy to school, which is good because he never finished. So he needs a ride, I guess. Absolutely embarrassing how bad he's getting shredded on the sand. This guy would not. I mean, you don't want to be in his shoes for this.
My business failed because of EVS and Nick.
That's right. What the business? What the business?
Guess we know who has the leaky balloon knot now. Also, gigabit, gigabyte, micropeen. Call it what you want, but it's still an embarrassment if you're Kurt.
Why?
Go tell me what you want. What you really, really want.
So, tell me what you want.
I hate you.
What you
I hate
really,
you for
really
this.
want.
I'll tell you what I want. What I really, really want.
I really, really, really want to slurp more of Nick's comma.
Oh my
Another
God.
win for the toe.
That was that took a turn. I didn't expect that one. I really didn't. I thought that was going to be much more lighthearted.
I'm a drunk who demanded 2 voir dires for federally hired PhDs, but nothing for the fat doughboy expert. I'm corrupt and Kurt has a micro penis.
No kidding. It's crazy. She's like, I don't know if these guys are qualified. They're like, we're doctors. This guy still can't spell doctor.
Your Honor, we need a warrant for the murder Alessi just committed in this courthouse. This poor witness already murdered his own hairline, and now his Alessi just killed his career.
This is brutal. It's brutal.
Todd V. Peterson's CV is 100% true. Nick Recchieta's CV, 100% false slam. Horace CV as a golf promoter is 100% true. Paul Shea's CV is 100% false. He is management.
Oh, yeah, Kayla.
I can't. Nope. Nope. Don't say that name around me.
My main Nicker Nick, who has a smaller pin, the toe or Kurt?
Both.
Mr. Burgess.
Both.
You're aware that Dr. Welcher created a PowerPoint presentation with regard to his work in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever discuss that work with Dr. Welcher that he was doing?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any of his work at any point, including up to the point where you're sitting on the stand today?
I have reviewed the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's presentation.
Okay. In the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's report include, those slides you're referring to are the slides of Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Correct.
And the slides that are in Mr. DeSogra's report about Dr. Welcher that slide discusses the 1162.2 text stream event, correct?
Correct.
So you have looked at, albeit through Mr. DeSogra, you have looked at the slide that Dr. Welcher had in his report regarding the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Welcome. May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
AAA for identification.
Okay.
Thank you. May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. May I remain here for a few questions?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
if you could take a look at what has been marked for identification is AAA, and tell me, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, whether you recognize that slide.
Yes, I do recognize that slide.
And sir, what do you recognize that slide as?
So it is a slide that states a number of times associated with text stream event 1162.2, which would be the second event.
And did you consider this exhibit AAA in your preparation of a response to Mr. DeSogra's March 5th, 2025 presentation?
Yes, I did.
I offer this into evidence, Your Honor, AAA for identification.
Okay.
I'd like to put the whole report in.
Your Honor, I have no need to put the report's 143 pages.
So I'm going to let this in, and I haven't decided yet about the whole 143 pages. Okay?
Fair enough, Your Honor. And I re-offer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes.
Why do attorneys need to ask to approach?
Could someone provide me
Dedicated
with
the
that
court.
143 page today, please?
Sorry, what you're asking for?
For a copy for me of that 143 pages before we leave today.
Before we leave, we'll get it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One way or another. Thank you.
Yes.
You can, please.
Hold on, was it marked?
It's 188.
What number?
188.
Thank you.
May I present it back to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you now have what is in evidence as Exhibit 188 for identification. I draw your attention, and this is the slide that you considered in responding to Mr. DeSogra, correct?
In response to Mr. DeSogra's analysis of this slide, yes, correct.
And this slide, to be clear, is a slide prepared by your colleague at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Sir, could you please read the time that Dr. Welcher states for the when infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred?
So that would be text stream trigger, just for clarification, but yes, I can.
Well, let's go to that. You use the parlance text stream trigger. Dr. Welcher uses infotainment trigger, but it's 1162.2. You both use 1162.2, correct?
Correct. And I think that may be a misunderstanding of how he's worded it.
Well, Your Honor, I'd actually move to strike that about what Dr. Welcher, I'm just going to what the document says.
I'm just going to leave it, but go on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the document says
I'm going to leave it.
that the infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred at approximately 12:31:38, correct?
Correct.
And that it ended at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
So we've got the trigger, according to Dr. Welcher, as of recently as January 30th, 2025, starting at 12:31:38 and ending at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, according to the Lexus clock.
Right.
Yes.
So now let's go down to what says below. Per report from Ian Whiffen, O'Keefe's cell phone data showed, quote, most notably, all device lock events, including the final lock event at 12:32:09, were user initiated by the user pressing the side button briefly. You see that, sir?
I do.
And did I read that correctly?
You did, with the caveat, that's according to the iPhone clock.
Right. But in any event, that's what Dr. Welcher states on his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you know, sir, that the iPhone data reported by Mr. Whiffen that you read, that Dr. Welcher references, do you know that report of Ian Whiffen says there was an end of a health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43?
Yes.
And you know that?
Yes, with the caveat, those clocks have not been adjusted.
But you know that there was a end of health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
Just stating the comparison. So now what I'd like to do is to move on with regard to the analysis. So, in Dr. Welcher wrote this, the slide he presented, it's dated January 30th of 2025, correct?
It's not dated here.
It's not dated,
yes.
but do you know that Dr. Welcher created a report of January 30th, 2025?
I do know he created a report.
Correct. Right, and that's the same date as your report, correct? Your first report.
Correct.
So you both submitted your reports on the same date. They're both dated the same, at least, correct?
Yes, if they're both dated the same, yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with the concept of pocket state in iPhones?
I am familiar through Mr. Whiffen's report.
Okay. You said you've read Mr. Whiffen's report, correct?
Correct.
So you know that Mr. Whiffen states that there was a pocket state detected on the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe at 12:33:14, correct?
Objection.
So the same, I'm going to strike it, this do it the same way, Mr. Alessi, okay?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Are you aware of whether Mr. Whiffen has put in the report you read a timestamp for detecting pocket states of Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of that in the report at all?
I am aware of that in the report, yes.
Do you know when Mr. Whiffen has noted a pocket state detected of Mr. O'Keefe's phone? Do you know?
So, Mr. Lacey, why don't you show it?
That's what I was going to do. I will, Your Honor.
Why don't
And
you do
if
that?
we could put it up, we've got it. That's already in evidence on the screen.
Okay.
It's already in evidence in screen.
So are you talking about Mr. Whiffen's report or you?
Correct. Well, you know what? I'm going to show him the report, Your Honor.
Thank
I'll
you.
do it the way you suggest. Sir, do you recall the specific time that Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket states detected for the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I have not.
If I showed you a report of Mr. Whiffen, might that refresh your recollection as to when Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket state detected? Would that help?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I'm going to endeavor to do that. If I could have a moment, Your Honor, I have it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have it, Your Honor, if we could have a moment. I have it. I'm just going to go to the page so we can do this quick.
Are you allowed to pull out a little white flag, apologize, and just withdraw your testimony? Nope. Not at all.
This is heavily highlighted. This is the 2 pages. No, I'm saying this is.
Audio just got really weird. Good job, Court.
All sweaty, red face, breathing heavily. Not sure if this is a witness or Kurt trying to find his micro penis.
Got an agreement of sorts with Mr. Brennan. Could I proceed? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Every
Mr. Burgess,
it's funny to
I'm
me
going to
too
show
often.
you what are 2 pages out of the report of Mr. Whiffen that you referenced, and we've been discussing about pocket state.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line because it's the heading, and then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to a column of pocket state with regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
I'm going to see it sidebar for 2 minutes on this. Okay.
Oh boy. So now we've got, this is why this guy should have been voir dired early on. Bev should have allowed them to challenge his testimony. She should not have allowed him to change the timeline or attempt to change the timeline this late in the game. Just for practical purposes of this is insane. This is insane testimony. This guy should not be on the stand. This guy doesn't have he doesn't have a bachelor's degree. Now, I know that having a bachelor's degree doesn't mean that you're automatically smarter or that someone who doesn't have a bachelor's degree is not qualified or capable or whatever. This guy's represented as having a degree. He doesn't have one. It's in an applied science.
Seems like a good place to break. We thought maybe we'd get a few more minutes, but I understand.
It's in an applied science.
So, for the same cautions, please do not discuss this case.
It's very specialized, requires a lot of math.
Research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be careful with your social media use. We will see you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
All right.
He just shouldn't be qualified. They got him on the stand to saying that the methodology he's used is not peer reviewed. So it lacks scientific reliability. He should be subject to Daubert. He should be excluded as an expert. He does not offer expertise. Okay, I have it going here. I don't know if they're gonna. I imagine that we're gonna come right back to court. Yep.
All right.
We are back.
So are we?
We're gonna fight
are we
now.
all set, Mr. Alessi, on this issue and for each time that might occur?
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow.
What's the issue? What was that nonsense? What a bunch of bullshit that is. I hate this. I hate when they don't. Why don't we get to hear anything about this? All right. Give me just a second. I'll be back. We'll recap the day in a moment. I just have to go to the bathroom and I'm pissed off.
Is Karen Reed a killer girlfriend?
She's guilty.
Or the scapegoat in an elaborate cover-up?
Karen Reed was free!
Karen Reed is accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend.
Defendant stated repeatedly, I hit him, I hit him.
She may end up taking the stand.
Her first trial ended with a hung jury.
They haven't proven anything.
Will a jury finally agree on a verdict? We know who did it.
The Karen Reed murder retrial. Live coverage this week following jury selection.
on Court TV.
All right, here we go. Okay. I don't know what this is. All right. Well, we got rid of that. Well, that was cool. Just when he was getting good, unless he has this nerd on the stand who's lied about his education. The state's brought him in to try and fix their problems with their own case. Kurt Pizza Casserole video. We've already done that one. I just heard a Court TV commercial. Well, good. Good. I hope they get some views. They need some help over there. I'm going to invite this attorney on. Here we go. And if he is able to join, then we'll get him on. There's been some action down at the courthouse today. Someone was arrested for speech, specifically in the buffer zone. And so let's see. And so maybe we can get the scoop from this gentleman. Again, what's his name? I'm so bad with names. Mr. John Mateus. So if he's able to come on, he will, I suppose. I'm gonna keep I'll keep the super tips while he's on to a minimum. So we'll do them now.
I'm really hoping for some Big Bear pizza casserole lovin' quartier micro peen from Kurt later.
Wow, I think Megan had a stroke right in the middle of that. That wasn't good at all. She should see a doctor immediately.
Nick, clean shaven, looks like he's pen pals with Kurt, co-producing those review videos. Keep that beard, motherfucker.
Exactly. See, you know, TexVet knows.
You guys really need to stop talking about Kurt's micropene. The fact that someone has a tiny, non-functioning micropenis is no laughing matter.
Savage. Absolutely brutal.
Nick, does all of chat led by me have to come hold you down and cut your hair? OMG, lol.
Yes. You do. You can't have my hair, Cookie. No.
I feel bad for this witness. I want to buy Karen Reed's lawyers a drink. He is murdering him.
Yeah. I mean, Alessi just tearing that guy apart. And he knew once he's like, it's wrong to lie on your CV, isn't it? He's like, I haven't been asked that question before.
There's a small town lawyer named Nick who can sometimes act like a prick. He got busted with coke. And that ain't no joke, but still better than Kurt's micro dick.
Come on. Okay, wow. We're gonna hang for a little bit. There's an emergency hearing right now on the Karen Reed protesters. They're arresting protesters right now. The order is being enforced too broadly, that's what we were talking about with Mark, was that they had a broad enforcement of the order and it was supposed to be much narrower because they were wrapping up, or they were taking in otherwise protected speech. And you can't do that. You can't, the restrictions have to be narrowly tailored so that they don't sweep up protected First Amendment activity in with the restrictions. So they're in hearing right now. So, but Mr. Mateus said he can talk when the hearing is over. Looks like Mark Randazza is there as well. So I don't know if he'll pop in or not. But if they can come on, that'll be great. Until then, we can fill some time however we want. You're always welcome to send in more micropenis jokes. Well, you guys have a problem. And I think I do too. I think I am broken as well because I laugh at them all the time. So we've got that. We've got the interview. I don't know. I'm getting kind of bored listening to Kurt and this other guy talk. Like the other guy knows a lot. I'm not really getting much from Kurt as an interviewer. Let me see. Am I just being a jerk? I mean, yes, but I don't mean to. Poor Kurt. So you gotta find this. Here we go. Expand. That sounds lovely. Okay, so yeah, I don't want to do much of this. Someone said play the pizza casserole video. I'm not going to play the pizza casserole video again. I got a question for you guys. Am I looking at the little video or am I looking away from it for you? I think I'm looking away from it for you because I think it's mirrored and it's driving me crazy. What happened to the trial? The trial's done for the day. I'm looking away. It's mirrored. So weird because to me, I'm like, oh, I'm like looking to the side. Wonder if I can I switch? I mean, I can. Just move me over here. Here we go. I mean, I guess that's fine. Put it a little closer. Like, that's good. That's nice. Here we go. But no, I want to do the new custom layout. What's wrong with you? There we go. There we go. Nick looks like a Jew and greasy hair Italian. My hair's not greasy. It's actually really clean. I just have lights that shine directly on it. So it kind of reflects the light from them. That's the way it goes. That looks worse. You like it on the other side? Just flip the webcam. Well, I don't know if flipping, I'll do it next time. Because flipping the web, I like it better this way too. I'm with you. I'm with the people. I want you to see what I like. I like it this way the best. But I don't know if that'll affect the super tips and how they display. So I'll do it when I can make sure that that's not broken. So, but anyway, let's see. There's something else I wanted to cover. Oh yeah, there's the text, the Proctor text about Karen Reed. We should find those. Does anybody give me a link for those? Watch some Trooper Paul Cross from the first trial. Let's see.
Who does things like that? The only thing that you're thinking about is how much of a scumbag this person is to do something like that mid-trial where, a woman is fighting for her life and her freedom. And all you've told us in advance of trial as part of his gaslighting, which he's really good at, by the way.
Yeah, he is.
Is how much of a fair trial. I'm very concerned about getting the defense a fair trial, but not so concerned.
I mean, he's not that good at
can't,
gaslighting.
Erase the time, move the goalposts in so I can, kick an easier field goal. So the opening, I think, if the jury remembers any of that stuff and what they were being told, and with this thing with Nuttall, to me, Alan's opening was 1,000 times better because it was more emotional, obviously.
What's that?
He certainly gives the jury the impression that he believes in what he's saying.
Yeah, Jackson's opening argument sounded better. I don't know if it was better yet. It's really going to depend on how the defense's defense materializes. So far, their defense against the state is to, attack the credibility of all the witnesses. And they've done that pretty effectively, I would say. Again, when I talk about the state's effectiveness in imprinting the I hit him on the jury, it's if the state's effective at doing that, then they're doing amazing. But it's really hard to determine if they are effective at that. We don't know. We're not in the mind of the jury. But in the same way, Jackson has these narrative victories that are awesome. He's got great poise in the courtroom, and but we don't know how his story landed either. I do think it was told better, and I like it. And so I agree with Mark here, and I want everyone to like Alan Jackson's story better, but I think a lot of people are actually underselling the state's opening argument. I think Joe was right, the most right of the people that I've seen so far.
He believes in what he's going to, I don't want to say prove, but in terms of what the jury is going to learn, where Brennan was a monotone drone. I mean, with no modulation, which I found very surprising because he is very experienced. He has tried big cases, but I would have thought there might have been some inflection, some tone, some pregnant pause, something other than just droning on.
No, it's menopause.
45 minutes.
No, I didn't really have any of that, although
Not a
AJ
good
did
show.
have some great pausing where he had some great names where he took a beat to let a name sit or something like that. So yeah, his stage presence is
He's a
much
master
better.
trial lawyer in terms of the art of persuasion and relating to a jury. And I mean, there's such a diametrical difference.
Because he paused after names. Pizza casserole is made by layering in chunks of pizza dough, and then you put in some sausage, and I like pepperonis to go in there, and then you sprinkle in cheese, and then you add tomato sauce, and then cheese, and then more cheese. And Rohypnol.
Yeah.
Between the two of them. And I think with everything that's happening in this trial, come summation time, that clearly is going to be, even though he doesn't get the last word, which is the most important thing in the summation, that's a huge advantage.
I'm a lot of fun
for the defense is the style and stage presence of the lawyers.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly
You sound autistic describing food. Yes, that was the joke. I'll mail it to your helper.
agree with some of what you said, like especially with respect to issues with Nuttall and respect to trying to basically cram a story into this poor kid's head and ideas like that. One of my more in the first trial, I didn't really feel like they really, at least to me, were able to really get the idea of she saying I hit him from anyone other than McCabe. I think that was really kind of all they really had in the first trial. For better or worse, I think in the second trial, they more effectively laid out the presentation with respect to EMTs and firefighters on the scene to say, well, here.
Why doesn't anybody see this? Their only strategy. It's like and it's a really good strategy. It's driving me crazy. Confessions and admissions win more trials for the state than anything else. That's why they want them. That's why cops will do the worst interrogations ever just to get you to say yes to something. Because if they get you to say yes to something, then that's a fact you've admitted to. Once you make the admission, they hammer the admission, they kick your ass at trial, and the jury goes, yeah, they admitted to it. And it's like, no, they didn't. They admitted to something, and they were really just going along with what was said, but it doesn't matter because they admitted to it, and that's what sticks in the jury's mind. It's really smart, and it's driving me nuts that everybody's like, it's the state. Listen to how this. Well, I mean, in the first trial, they only had the one person say it, and now it's everybody. Yeah, why? Why is that? It's because it's become their main strategy. And again, they're landing it. I swear to God, because all I think about is I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Why? Like, why are we? Does nobody else see this? Am I crazy? Am I stupid? I mean, don't answer. But I know I'm right on this. It's driving me nuts that no one else is talking about it that I've seen, but I'm not watching everybody. Not watching everybody.
Here's, I don't know, what, 4 or 5 different people who say, I heard her say I hit him either in the background or directly or whatever. And I think while you can certainly pick apart any individual person, I think that the sort of accumulated sentiment
there we go, Kurt.
that I'm fearful of is that the jury is going to just remember, well, I heard multiple people say I hit him, and they can't all be wrong or something.
Kurt's been
I think
watching.
that's more like a concern of mine.
I think
Glad he learned.
obviously it's going to be the lawyer in summation, their responsibility to clean that up and remind them. But, one other point of the opening to me, which is a big deal.
He just breezes that off. No, Kurt makes a brilliant point. Kurt makes the best point I've heard forever in my entire life. And then Mark's over here like, no, it's up to the lawyers to clear that up. Come on, Mark, keep up. Kurt put on the straps and is pulling the sled.
Different lawyers can do this different ways, but certainly when I was a prosecutor, and even, when you're in trying a case as defense counsel, which I've done a lot more than as a prosecutor at this point in my life, there are certain issues are going to come up. You just can't hide from them. You've got to deflate the balloon, and you've got to somehow let the jury know, and then say, look, I can deal with it. It doesn't matter. And, so you get to the boogeyman in the room, Michael Proctor. And I think for the prosecutor to literally put him down the memory hole and erase him from the case at the opening and beyond was a huge mistake. And it's going to come back and bite them in the ass, especially when they dealt with Buchanan. But I think it also potentially may hurt them if the jury learns that, they didn't call all the firefighters. They didn't call all.
No, I don't think so. Because you don't have to call everybody. I don't know. I think lawyers get wrapped up in what they know about trial versus what jurors do. But Mark is a much more experienced attorney than me. I just disagree. That's all. This is boring. I don't really want to watch any more of Kurt. We have, what do we got this? Oh, hey, 1 second. Hello. Can you hear me at all? I don't know if you can. Give me one. One second. I'm trying to bring on our guest. I had this tab muted, I think. Oh, where is he? Hold on, we're trying to get Mr. Mateus in here. Otherwise, I'll have him just call. I think I just have this tab muted. Yep.
Let's see. One second, guys. As soon as we can get them in. Hold on. Trying to make sure I can actually share these other tabs without something. I'm in and not muted. Where are you? I do not see you at all. Invite. The hell? This is wild. Hold on. That's the right link. This is crazy. Where is this? Where is he? How annoying. Okay, we're going to. What the heck is going on here? I'm going to try just calling. I'll call him. Oh, wait, he said, okay, 1 second. I know this is riveting. My inability to do this. Here we go. Let me try this. Let me know if you guys can hear this. Hey, good. How are you? One. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to. I keep clicking it, and sometimes the mic works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know. Everything's coming through here. Okay. Yes, we are live. We're on. How's it going, Mr. Mateus?
Mateus, 2 syllables, like caboose.
Mateus.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Mateus.
Yeah, rhymes with caboose. They saved the best for last. That's what I like to say.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, sir.
So, I guess tell me what you said. We got breaking news. So tell me what the breaking news is.
Well, yeah. So let me just go background. I am counsel for amici in the Randazza appeal of the Karen Reed protesters, and I represent the National Press Photographers Association, FIRE, which is a foundation for individual rights and expression, and the First Amendment Lawyers Association. And yeah, that's weird that the sound isn't coming through. So, as you're probably aware, there was a buffer zone that the judge created, and Mark challenged that, and we entered as amici on that. And they ordered it to be sent back to the district court, and in the meantime, then the trial court revised the buffer zone order. And Mark, I believe, came on your show and he was talking about it, and he thought that would resolve some of the issues. But unfortunately, the buffer zone order that was revised by Judge Canone in this matter is broad to the effect that it is the police are still arresting people who are not being disruptive in any way and are just exercising their First Amendment rights. And just today, the buffer zone of I think it went back in on Thursday. Just today, a YouTuber by the name of Tom DeBrozier was filming within the buffer zone, not disturbing, and he was forcibly removed by the police and injured as a result. And then another person, and I sent you that picture, who was arrested today, and she's still in custody as of a few minutes ago, for wearing that jacket that you can see, and the words on it, as you can see, are only the words "Criminals Control Norfolk County."
Right.
Nothing directly about the trial, nothing accusatory towards any individual in the trial. Doesn't even mention Karen Reed. And this person has been arrested. And under the buffer zone or the new buffer zone order, this person is supposed to be granted a hearing post haste, because that was one of the changes to the buffer zone order that that the courts liked, that people have liked, because it seemed like, okay, if you get arrested, you can challenge this immediately and not have to sit in custody. Well, as a result of the arrests today and the things going on, the federal court is going to have a hearing on Thursday, and the parties are going to try to brief on this matter, because clearly the buffer zone order, as it stands, even as revised, is being interpreted in ways that people are very strongly objecting to. Obviously, we believe that the First Amendment is being, this is violating people's First Amendment rights, and the enforcement grants, in our opinion, too much discretion to the enforcers, which would be the police, to decide what is a demonstration and what is not. I don't know if you can see me yet. I tried to get back in.
For whatever reason, it is not showing me you, which is crazy.
If I sent you a Zoom, would you do it by Zoom? No.
No, I'm trying to think if I could bring that in here. Not easily.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't know why it's not showing me you. That's very weird on that part, or on the part of this. Yeah.
I'll try clicking the link one last time. But anyway, so we're going to have a hearing on Thursday in the district court that's just been decided. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't say we. I'm the amici, and we've asked if we can file a brief
right
in the next few days on that, and we obviously are, because the interpretations of this buffer zone order, even as revised, are just we believe that they're very egregiously violating people's First Amendment rights here to peacefully demonstrate, demonstrate however they mean, and not try to interfere. They're not trying. That shirt does, or I'm sorry, that jacket that woman was wearing, in no way, in my opinion, is trying to interfere with anything going on the trial.
It's absurd. I mean, just in general, these orders about what interferes and doesn't interfere with a court hearing is pretty crazy, especially when most courts these days are, courtrooms are behind, bailiffs with metal detectors and security queues, right? Like, so the idea that an outside protest is interfering with the ability of the court to conduct a trial is a little bit silly, I think. You may have an argument if there's nowhere for the jury to safely enter and exit the building, but that's not the case here. And so, you're just left with words. Words are words. Words are for us to use to express ourselves so that we don't use fists and guns. Right? Like, am I crazy here?
No, you're absolutely not. And this is the problem. This was our problem as the amici, I should say. I'm not speaking for Mr. Randazzo or his clients. I'm only speaking for the amici. our problem is twofold. Number one, this would appear to cover journalists, and even though journalists are not quote unquote technically demonstrating, in what many people might interpret that to be, certainly if you don't define what demonstrating is, and a police officer believes that you're causing trouble and that you're part of the demonstration, that can be interpreted in that way.
Right.
And that's why my clients are the National Press Photographers Association is definitely interested in that, because we've already had this person, Tom de Rogier, who was forcibly removed. He's a YouTuber who, I don't know him personally. I've never been on a show or anything like that, so I'll just use that disclaimer. I just found out about him today. I'm sorry if he has a large audience. I'm not insulting.
I've never heard of him, so.
Right. And I believe he was forcibly removed from recording within the buffer zone, but outside of the courthouse. So he wasn't doing it, as far as I know, on courthouse property. And therefore he was roughed up. He has stated that he was injured as a result. And I don't know if there's a recording of it that's out there. I'd be interested to see that. And so that's a person who's clearly doing just purely journalistic exercises. And they're just like, nope, you're gone. And this other person clearly is doing a demonstration. And one of the amici's problems, and we say this, is that the word demonstrating, it's far too broad. Right. It's not defined well. I mean, look, if I'm walking around wearing a shirt that says USA, is that demonstrating? Because clearly, if this person wearing a jacket that's stating that the local government is corrupt is demonstrating, then I think the word USA might be demonstrating. If I just have freedom of the press or, right to fair trial, is that demonstrating? Well, that's why it's not, this should be much more narrowly defined.
Yeah, we'll know it when we see it. Is it reserved for pornography? Like they get the exclusive use of that. Everything else should be pretty relative. The Constitution and the application of its law should be readily apparent to those who are subject to it. And it was written in a way that should be understandable by people of common knowledge, at the time that it was written. And I don't think we've regressed in the ability to understand the written word, from the population that was around in 1791. I mean, some might say our language is less articulate or less eloquent or whatever, but the literacy rate is much higher. So we should be expanding that understanding of things like what does it mean to demonstrate versus, is that a word that's distinguishable from protest? I don't know the answer to that. Do you? In context of this, is demonstration or protest the same thing? Is it different? Are they treated differently? I think
that is the problem. I mean,
right.
Look, the average person doesn't have a law degree. I mean, we have a lot of lawyers in this country, but it's not the average person yet. But more seriously, the issue becomes, if the average person, there's a quote that we cited in our amici brief to the First Circuit on this. It's from a very famous case called Chicago versus Morales. And that was a case where a law was struck down for void of vagueness. And the quote from that case was, when it was struck down, was that the law, because it was so vague, it vested, quote, too much discretion to the police and too little notice to the citizens who wish to use the public streets. Right. I think that perfectly encapsulates what's going on here. The order grants too much discretion to the police in its language. And I'm not trying to defend or attack the police in any way, because they're not lawyers either. They're not prosecutors and not judges. So they're going to look at this and say, okay, I've got to apply this how a non-lawyer, has to do it. And if he or she defines it differently than the protester or the demonstrator, then we've got a problem.
Right.
Because now it's the police's discretion, and the citizen, this person quite literally fits into the category that she didn't have notice that this was going to be some kind of verboten thing. We don't believe it is, but what I'm saying is she didn't know it. I believe it's a woman, excuse me. And I'm just trying to see if I can.
That seems to be a theme, doesn't it? That it's women who are going through some of the stuff. Like there was one woman who was made to take her clothing off before she could pass through. That was just a couple days ago when I talked to Mark. That had just happened.
Yes.
And so, is that a theme that's going on there in Canton with where this seems to be overly enforced against women? Are there just more women there? I mean, I'm not there, so I don't know.
Well, I think if you look at the television ratings, I mean, I think that there's a lot of interest in New England, especially around here. It's just become a cause célèbre, especially after the mistrial
Right.
last year. I mean, pretty, and it's changing people's minds who watch the trial. They'll come into it with just one opinion, like, oh yeah, this is all this hoopla, and then all of a sudden, like.
Oh, wait, here we go. Here we go.
Okay, then I'll turn off my my Google here, my phone call.
We've got you on camera and everything, so.
Can you see me?
Yeah, there you are. Howdy. Perfect. You kind of crowd the screen on the app.
Can you hear me?
On the phone. Yep, I can hear you just fine, loud and clear.
I can't hear you.
Well, that's your fault.
Why can't I hear you? Ugh.
Let's see.
Why is that muted?
I don't know.
Test 1 2 3. All right, I'm gonna call you back.
Okay. Who knows? Using StreamYard for the first time on your device is sometimes a pain. It might have been fixable by having him go to his audio settings and stuff like that, but hello, welcome back.
Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with this thing, but anyway,
StreamYard on
it's
phones
become
is
a cause célèbre, and I think I'm not sure about the sex ratio or the gender ratio because I actually haven't been down to the courthouse down there. I've never actually been there, even though I primarily work in Massachusetts. So, but yeah, it just caught. I'm surprised it's caught national wins like it has, but hey, it's a juicy case. It's like the ID network just had a baby with unsolved mysteries.
That's a good way to describe it. And I think, and of course, with all the attention that the first case got, now it's, I was talking about this in a slightly different context earlier today, is the public interest is influential on the public interest. It's like a meta influence that's happening because, it generates, I don't want to call it an echo chamber, but it does generate some information bubbles, and people's opinions are molded by personalities online, or even by their friend groups who may be watching, when it becomes entertainment. And so that doesn't have a huge impact on the trial. I mean, there's some I guess, mild impact, but the main thing is it has a big impact on what's going on around the courthouse, on, where you're fighting this other issue, because public opinion that Bev Canone is maybe being biased against Karen Reed, if that becomes a major public opinion, then her orders around how to properly demonstrate outside the courthouse become very relevant really quickly in a different way.
Well, yeah, it's the right to demonstrate in regards to a hearing. It's so fundamental that we forget how only recent it has been that we've had this much discretion.
Right.
And one of the problems we had with Zamiki with the first order, and even this order today, the amended order, which obviously is being challenged. I shouldn't say we, but is being challenged, and we're going to support that. Is the fact that it doesn't just ban Karen Reed demonstrators. The language of it is so broad that any demonstrators of any kind.
Right. Not even for the case.
Right. And that's the thing. It's shutting down First Amendment rights for people, because there are other cases going on in that courthouse, both civil and criminal. It does both. And some of those cases people have an interest in, and maybe they wanted to protest those cases. Maybe there was an illegal immigrant who was arrested and they want to protest that. Maybe there's a civil case where there's a racial charge about, bank lending, and people want to protest that. Maybe, and the other thing is courthouses and the areas around them, those are natural vectors for people who want to petition. If you want to petition to run for office, well, that's a good place to meet people and park yourself outside. If you want to petition, for example, to get a gun law changed or to get voting things changed, that would be a really good place to start, having a petition. You assume most people walking into the courthouse that they're either, civically minded, or people are going to be walking by, because courthouses are usually in places, of decent traffic, so people can get there. All of this is shut. All those people are shut down.
Right.
And one of the quotes from one of the cases I found, this is U.S. v. Kokinda. It says that the First Amendment is most protective on public sidewalks and streets, precisely because these are the places you are guaranteed, or most guaranteed, to meet people who don't agree with you.
Right.
You're there to persuade or argue down or oppose, but you're guaranteed to meet people who don't follow your religion, don't follow your political beliefs, and you're trying to sway them, defeat them, however. So to shut it down at those areas, which is what the initial orders in this case have done, it's very concerning from a First Amendment standpoint, especially the news gathering that this person today, by all accounts, was not just demonstrating, he was just news gathering. And he's not the only one. Under the previous version of the order, there was a person from my hometown of Woburn who also, I don't know if you've seen the video, but he gets his cell phone and he announces on the cell phone, I've heard they're arresting people at the courthouse for protesting. I'm going to go down and videotape. I want to go down and watch.
Right.
Not even going to join the protest. And the police on the tape, accost him as a demonstrator. And I'm not saying maybe he wasn't or maybe he was, but it's certainly very disturbing that he's clearly videotaping what's going on, and the police think that is a violation of the order, and then they can shut it down.
Right. That's obviously far too broad, because what if someone's just videotaping? Like, what if they're not even associated with the demonstration? They're getting arrested because they look like a demonstrator doing some similar activity. You mentioned other cases that are going on. There's a major case that had a big update today that I believe is happening right there in the same place. It's Turtle Boy, Aiden Kearney, I think his name is.
I've heard that. I'm not I don't watch his show, but yeah, I believe what happened was there was a criminal complaint against him in the district court, which is not that court. What the court they're at is the superior court, which are technically two types of courts, but then he's been indicted in the superior court, which would be that court. So yes, if that, and obviously that case may be delayed until the Karen Reed trial is over, but yeah, people could be wanting to protest that, and so that is an adjunct of the Karen Reed case.
Right. Yeah. He had a major update today. He had, 3 conspiracy charges, 2 witness intimidation charges, and 1 picketing charge dismissed today. So that was just a couple hours ago. So again, it's easily foreseeable that someone would, come and protest one way or another. He's a very controversial figure. People aren't just automatically on his side. Some people had a, problem with his alleged behavior. Which he's been, he was charged with several criminal acts for, so there's all sorts of reasons that this should be allowed. I mean, but the main one is simple. Like what happened to this, the concept that you should just be able to speak. I mean, if you're on private property and someone doesn't like what you say, they can ask you to leave, right? Like that's pretty simple and straightforward, but the public space is the public space, and it should always be. And unless you're literally disrupting court, that there just shouldn't be any issue here at all, in my opinion.
We're 100% in agreement on that, because one thing that the district court, but that the trial court here did when it first put this, there was an order last year, and then there's the 200-foot order this year, and then there's the amended order. So the second order that I'm talking about, the one from a few weeks ago,
right?
They claimed the court claimed that it had an evidentiary hearing on the matter and put findings on the record. But those findings, first of all, it didn't have a true one, because the only people who were invited were the parties in the case, and a couple of people had sent in like written documentation, and a juror did testify from the first case. And none of those things are very conclusive. First of all, it didn't have any protesters speaking up. It didn't give them any notice that they could show up and say, hey, we're not doing anything. The complaints were vague. It was the jurors could hear noise outside. Okay. I mean, maybe it was raucous noise from the protesters, but were they violating a noise ordinance? Were they threatening the jurors? Were they doing anything illegal? We have laws against this in Massachusetts, and every
Right.
state does. So if you can't charge them with that, then what is the problem? And the court just put it down on the record that, oh yeah, and then local businesses sent a letter to the court, or sent a letter, and that was taken in by the court, that complained about the protesters. Well, quite frankly, the local businesses, yes, I can understand they're being upset at the circus that might be going on, but that's not enough to defeat the First Amendment here. And so the findings in the original one, we were, I thought there was a paucity of them. And the idea that that's enough to shut down so much free speech. And it's such a broad range. People don't realize the 200-foot order that was put in and still, vaguely in effect. It doesn't just it covers the public sidewalks and the public streets, and even extends across the street in some cases to, as I think Mark Randazza has pointed out, to the public library across the street. People were not allowed under the order to sit there and demonstrate however they were going to demonstrate. I mean,
Right.
It was just so, and I'm not sure how familiar you or your audience might be with First Amendment law, but there are cases where abortion clinics don't get that much space.
Right.
The people are people only there to protest one thing, and the court says, you want 200, 300 feet? No, you get 35 feet, and only from the entrances. They're allowed to be on the public sidewalk. So in those cases, which are arguably more heated, but that's, I'm not taking a side. You've got the court saying, no, we're not going past 35, 40 feet here. And all of a sudden here, for this one case, it's 200 feet and it's covering every demonstration conceivable. And now we're seeing the fruits of it not being narrowly tailored. This is a narrowly tailoring issue.
Yeah, and I'd mentioned that earlier to before you were on the show, that any of these these restrictions have to be narrowly tailored to not sweep up otherwise lawful activity or protected speech. Well, what's interesting to me that Mark brought up and you've brought up as well is the idea of the public roads and sidewalks. Because one of my favorite cases is actually, it's not good law anymore, but the reason it's not good law is because there was a way to get around the public roads and sidewalks, and that was Marsh versus Alabama, where we had the company towns, right? And so the company towns,
yes,
they had private roads and private sidewalks, and even a private postal service. So they were able to effectively shut down any protest or any sort of speech that was happening outside on the justification that it was a private forum, it wasn't public. But the Supreme Court recognized there, and this still is, even though Marsh versus Alabama largely isn't good law because we don't have company towns anymore. The part that is the recognition that roadways and public sidewalks are basically sacred space for speech, like you said earlier. And so it's crazy that we're still dealing with this issue. I think that case is like 1929 or something.
Right. And clearly, well, for those of you who may or may not know, historically speaking, the First Amendment at that time the First Amendment law was not as robust as it is today. From 1820 to 1929, the First Amendment law was probably a lot weaker and
Absolutely.
In favor of the individual. And then since Oliver Wendell Holmes and the Revolution, we've had this robustness about it that has been beautiful to read about. It's the kind of thing that if you see it in a John Ford, Jimmy Stewart type movie, Frank Capra movie, you stand up and you salute the flag, because that's what America's all about, just letting people have their say. And it is literally a Norman Rockwell picture of the guy, freedom of speech, and he's standing up and he's saying something that's unpopular. And he's allowed to do it, and he's allowed to have his say. And here, this situation, the fact that this is happening, when I tell people who aren't lawyers or who aren't in this area of law about the broadness of it, they just sort of look at me with this confused look, like, is what are you talking about? Is this like Soviet Russia? Like, what's going on? This sounds like Bizarro World. This doesn't sound like the America they were taught in civics class, and really, it isn't.
Yeah, it's offensive to the basic to your average American. The notion that you would be arrested for words, especially without accompanying action or some sort of thing to elevate it to a threat or a real public disturbance. The idea that you could be arrested for wearing a shirt is insane. It's something that we would never consider. Like you worry that your shirt might be inappropriate for wherever you're going, like you're going to church or something, I guess. But you don't go outside thinking, hey, I'm wearing a sweatshirt, I'm going to get arrested because of it type thing. And we dealt with that a long time ago with the fuck the draft case. And it's
right.
So it's insane to think that they're doing this, but there seems to be a theme there in Canton in regards to the Karen Reed case. Just over and over, it seems like there's something happening. And I hate to get into conspiracy theory about it because there's no way to really prove it, but you have a dead cop and you have a lot of other cops who are involved. And then you have a lot of connections to the other, civic servants all the way up to Judge Canone, having connections with various witnesses. And it just seems like nobody, the town doesn't seem to care. Like this is just happening, and it's happening in front of everybody, which is wild.
Right. It's happening in front of the entire country now. It's sort of like, it's almost like one of those movies where, like suddenly some small town issue becomes so important that the president makes a phone call and he's just like, I want this fixed. It would be almost a comedy in that kind of situation where it just becomes this national issue, but it really is this case. I haven't, the last time I believe there was such national attention to a Massachusetts state criminal proceeding might have been the nanny shaken baby case, the sad news from the 90s. I don't know if
Yeah, that was a lot. I actually somewhat remember that happening. I don't know why. I think that was when shaken baby syndrome kind of hit the nation as like a thing,
I don't. Yeah, it's
because I remember hearing about shaken baby and stuff in school all of a sudden. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, it's like we're in 7th grade. We don't have babies to shake right now. We'll get some later.
Yeah.
We don't have maracas yet.
Yeah, and that was a case where I believe she was convicted, and then it was reversed on appeal. Because the hoopla around starting that case was just, wild. And I think it made 2020 and all that stuff. The true crime, as people, joke about, meme about right now, the ID network is like, it's like crack to some people. It's just like, oh gosh, I love these murder mystery shows. I love the 2020 and Dateline whodunits and those kinds of things. And so I think this has galvanized it. But all credit to her legal team has done a great job from an objective perspective.
Yeah, I agree.
Of fighting the case. Again, I have no opinion either way. I am actually not following the case like some people are. This is the First Amendment coming in.
Well, you sound like a busy guy, so it's a lot to you have to kind of dedicate to it quite a bit of time. Otherwise, you get lost. It's such a long. 6 weeks is kind of the estimated time on it. So it's like if you miss a couple days, you can really be completely lost in the case.
Yeah, with all the science and stuff I flipped it on today, briefly. I'm just like, wow. I mean, I really do feel for the jurors because, they've got to come in there and try to understand this science, and they don't know who's, that's kind of the hardest part because, as most normal people, including myself, if a person with a degree says something, like my doctor says something, okay, I tend to believe my doctor. Yeah, people get second opinions and all that, but it's sort of like, okay, we've got all these people with all these degrees and they're technically, better at this than I am, but are they telling the truth? What's going on?
Well, and then you have,
but that being,
I don't know if you saw any of today, but the last expert, they've moved into Cross, and he's the guy who did this last minute data extraction from the car, and is said that the clock is off by somewhere between 21 and 29 seconds from the cell phone clock. So now there's like a disparity between these two times that they were using for the original extraction. So this is like the last minute. A last minute timeline change that they did, and there was a fight over it, and the judge just let the state do it. But they get this guy on Cross, and it's going to go bad when the Alessi, he says to him, so you would agree that a CV should be truthful, right? And you can see the guy's face start to tomato out. And it turns out he's been lying about having a bachelor's degree since like 2016 or something like that. And this is a guy who's been an expert witness for this company for 10 years. And
oh my gosh, did he admit that he had faked it? I mean, is that like, is it just arguable?
He has it listed as pursuing his bachelor's degree on one of his CVs, and then his current CV and his LinkedIn both say that he's completed his bachelor's degree, but he hasn't done it yet. He's been going after this bachelor's degree for 17 years now. I don't know if he's going to get it. He's been chasing it a while, but
well, not to go off on a tangent, but like, it's pretty amazing. Like, lots of jobs or schooling, they require you to list your previous employments and degrees, but so few of them actually follow up on it, that when somebody actually does, it actually can create a controversy. I remember not too long ago, there was a highly placed priest in the Catholic Church.
Right.
And, he had claimed he had gotten all these advanced degrees in the church. Now, the church, the official Catholic Church has a number of different schools that you can get advanced theological degrees and things like that from.
Mhm.
But that's small. That's a pretty small community of schools. You're talking about maybe a few dozen of these so-called pontifical universities where your degree is universally recognized by the church, or however they put it.
Right.
This guy had made it up and had gone for like 20 or 30 years and gotten pretty high up. He was like advising, he wasn't a cardinal, but he was like advising cardinals. And then somebody was just like, they called the school, and the school was like, yeah, he never went here. And it was just
don't
like,
you want the school to go like, this guy's getting pretty famous. Maybe we should tell him that he didn't come here. Like, you think the school somebody would go, yeah, I don't think so. But that is wild. Like, it's weird when you realize how far people can get if they just lie. Like, if they're willing to just lie about it.
Yeah, you ever see that old movie, Catch Me If You Can?
Yep.
Based on a true story back in the 60s and 70s. But I remember I read a book. It was apparently that time period was a good time to be an imposter, because another guy wrote a book called The Great Imposter. And he was around during the 50s and 60s, and he talked about doing similar things. And one of the things that he did was, and this became pretty famous, he faked his way into being a doctor on board a Canadian naval vessel in the Canadian Navy. He faked it. No medical training, whatever. And the way he got away with it was threefold. Number one, if somebody had an injury, he would just put them under so much drugs that they'd be so happy. Like, he would pull teeth and like be like, I didn't feel anything. I was so high on drugs. So he would overdo that. So poor guys. The second thing he would do is he'd walk in the room, and he was a little bit middle-aged, and someone asked him to do something. He's like, I don't do those things. You're an underling. You do it. And so they go, okay, I'll stitch him up. And and then the third thing he did was, and he wrote this in the book, and you don't know if he's lying to you as the reader or
Right.
not,
He's
but
completely unreliable.
He had to do open heart surgery on the ship, and there was no way around it. Never cut into anyone before. So he's writing about this in this book, The Great Imposter. I forget what his name was. And he talks about, he practiced all night just how to do the incision. And he's just like, all right, all I need to do is do the incision, have someone clean up the blood, and then it just moved this little thing over here. And like, he just practiced all night. So the next day he cuts it open. And everyone else in the room, they're all experienced doctors. He's never seen a heart before.
Right.
And he steps back and he goes, You know, every time I look at an open heart, it's like the first time I've ever seen it. It's just so amazing. He's just like, take it all in. And then he slowly moves it, and he does it right and like saves the guy's life or whatever. And he's like, he got off the ship as soon as he could at the next port. He's just like, forget this.
Yeah. I'd go lie my way into a cooler job.
Yeah.
Well, it's you mentioned the Catholic Church. A buddy of mine and I, when Pope Benedict came to the United States, I believe it was back in it would have been right after he was elected or appointed. And so sorry, not 20, it was like 1998 or 99. I think it was 99 because I was 17. And my buddy and I went with my mom and grandmother to go listen to the papal mass, right? And it was in St. Louis, Missouri. And my friend and I were hanging out, and my mom was with my grandmother separately. So we were going to meet at the event, and we got there, and I didn't know where they were. We were like, we found out that our tickets were in this other building where you could watch by television. It was like, well, this is bogus. We're just going to go back to the hotel and not do this. But we didn't have cell phones back then, so we had to find my mom to tell her. And so we just kept lying our way. We kept lying our way past all of the security, and we got down to the floor where the Pope actually was coming out. And so we're sitting there, and there's like cardinals everywhere and bishops, and we're like, I don't think this is okay. And they made an announcement later, like, you're gonna have to sit down for 3 hours to go to the bathroom now. So then we bailed out of there. Never found my mom. She's still missing. But no, it was all we had to do was just keep lying. It was like, yeah, no, we have tickets somewhere else. And they're like, oh yeah, sure. But if you lied confidently, you could get in. It's amazing.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
But,
yeah. Can you hear me?
yes, I got you. Oh, hey.
Great.
Here we go.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Technical was my fault. Yeah, it is amazing. Like, just looking confident, can work. That Catch Me If You Can. I just remember watching that movie, being like, I actually believe he could have pulled that off. I mean, who knows?
Oh yeah, Benedict was elected in 2005, so it was John Paul's last visit to the United States, is what it was. So that was that's what it was. But yeah, it was cool. It was cool. I made it out unmolested. That was always a plus. With the church at the time, especially, is very risky. Very risky for a young lad. But yeah. So again, so you're out there. You're filing these Amici briefs. So do you want to go ahead and explain? I mean, I can do it too, but I figured it'd be best if you talk about Amici brief as a concept, but then also like why your client is Amici in this case, and the weird line you have to walk of not being on a side, but being obviously on a side.
Right. Well, amici is Latin for friend. It's a short for friend of the court. Generally speaking, an amici is a party that is interested in one of the principles of a case.
Right.
May not be wedded to the outcome of the parties, but they are definitely interested. And in this case, I represent three groups of amici that are all interested in this for First Amendment purposes. First is the First Amendment Lawyers Association. It's a group of lawyers. Obviously, they're very pro First Amendment.
Makes sense.
And I think Mark Randazza, who he was past president of them. And then the second is FIRE, which is a foundation of individual rights and expression. They're a great organization.
Yeah, they end up doing a lot of the speech on campus cases, right?
Especially nowadays, yes, they are very. That's been a big thing for them. I've never done one of those for them, so I only know it through reputation. Again, I don't work for any of them directly. I should say I'm a private attorney myself, but I'm writing it on their behalf. I'm doing it on their behalf. Sure. And then the third one is the National Press Photographers Association. I think it's self-explanatory. It's photographers, photojournalists, and people who gather information using photographs and video. And obviously, in this case, especially in the modern age where everyone has a cell phone, everyone has their own video camera and camera on them at all times, the citizen journalist gathering news is, obviously something that interests them. So this kind of case where the buffer zone is restricting First Amendment access in terms of protest and First Amendment access versus the press. Very much interesting to all my clients. Very much interested. We want to, we wrote a brief that's very strongly in disagreement with the original buffer zone, and we're obviously going to, as amici in this case, the federal judge is going to allow us to file a brief, and we are obviously going to say similar things along those lines. It's not written, so I can't spoil it as of yet. But it's just the broadness of the 200-foot order, the vagueness of the original 200-foot order, and the vagueness of this amended order, vagueness in application, because we're seeing people be arrested for things that, knee-jerk, most people would go, why are they being arrested for that? They don't look like they're violating any law. They're not threatening anybody.
Right.
And again, as far as I know in this case, and again, I'm only amici, there's been no actual crimes outside of allegations of violation of the buffer order. And in other words, jurors have not been threatened, as far as I know. No one's been arrested for that. No one's been arrested for threatening the judge or the prosecutors or the defense, because you can have protesters in favor of the prosecution. And I believe there are some people out there for it. No one's been arrested for those things. No one's been arrested, as far as I know, for even a noise ordinance in this case. And so that's another question about why this order is even necessary. If there's no evidence that crimes are being committed, then why do you need an order to simmer things down? Do
you think maybe the order is part of, I don't know how to word it other than this. There appears to be a flexing going on during the trial. People have pointed out that anytime that the defense gets up for cross-exam, a loud siren will come by, right? Like it will drive by the courthouse. I don't know. Every fire happens right when they get a new witness on cross, and they don't seem to happen much at all when when on direct with the state. And do you think that maybe there's just an underlying culture that is surrounding this case with circling the wagon, so to speak, inside of the civic service sort of rings that exist in the city?
Well, as somebody who's not following it as closely as obviously you are, I'm going to be hesitant to dip my toe into those sort of conspiratorial waters. Certainly,
Yeah,
I
please
believe.
don't.
Yeah. Certainly, I will say that I don't think it's controversial to say that the defense's strategy in the defense theory of the case, from what I understand it, is there is a conspiracy by a group of people to frame the defendant for crimes that they committed. And
I think they want to make the jury believe that without making the accusation at all, because if they make the accusation, they kind of shift the burden to themselves, and I don't think they want to do that. But I do think they want to point out how they want to lead them to the trough that says these investigations were shoddy. If it was anybody else, they had a cop on stand say that he didn't believe he had probable cause to enter the house where the dead cop was found laying in the yard. And it's like, you have a dead officer in the grass 80 feet away from the door, and you don't believe that you have probable cause to go into the house where he was supposed to be. Like that's crazy. But that's the hallmark of the investigations in this case. They were all so sloppy, and they seemed to, they didn't separate any of the witnesses. They allowed them to collaborate on their stories as they were interviewing them early on. And they just didn't interview or take DNA samples or ask for ring camera footage from any of these people. And it all just seems so insular, and that no one can fathom going through the criminal justice system with that much luxury.
I think one of the things, they call it the CSI effect, when CSI, that old show, first came on the air, and it was so sciencey and so hyper-focused that it actually hurt a lot of prosecutions, because the jury would get on the jury, and you get some CSI fans, and they'd be like, where's the DNA evidence? Where's the microfiber analysis of all the microfibers on her head or whatever? And the prosecution and the police would go, that's TV. Like, we don't do that for every case. Like, she said she did it. The gun was in her hand. It was smoking. And she had motive, means, and opportunity. We think she did it. So that's kind of the thing. But I think people still are caught up in that, especially 20, 30 years later. We we as people who don't go to court a lot will tell me, I'm just surprised that they didn't do that. They didn't do X, they didn't do Y. And, sometimes it's, those things are just Hollywood, just
right.
And sometimes it should have been done, and it should have been done in this case. And so, without getting too much into the weeds of the case, because again, I haven't been following.
You practice there. I would stay out of the weeds of the case of commenting too far, just because you practice there, and it just seems to be a lightning rod. Even if your opinion isn't controversial, there's just so much buzz around it that it has the potential to have negative impacts. So,
and the phrase about this case I've noticed is Streisand effect. It just seems that every single time something happens in the case, it gets blown up to almost national. It gets blown up. Like normal people are talking about things like, oh, where's the mens rea of the this is the order of the order. I didn't even know you knew what mens rea was. Well, I know you have to be doing it on purpose and things like that.
Right.
It's sort of like that. It's like this case has bubbled over, and it just. I was watching Court TV brief the other day because a lawyer I know, Peter Ellikin, who's a very great defense attorney and a mentor of mine, he was on there on a panel discussing it, and they just had members of the audience coming up and asking these lawyers questions. And one woman, she was very, very upset about the entire case. And she wasn't even part of the defense. It's just she's upset that they didn't exactly what you're talking about. They didn't do X, they didn't do Y, and she expected them to do X and Y. And now she's invested in, I think she was very pro Karen Reed. I don't think it's controversial to say that.
Sure.
It's people are passionate, and I think whatever the outcome happens in this case, whatever the verdict in this, whether it's another hung jury or whether it's one of the other two, there's going to be some kind of public reaction. Not in a negative way. I'm not talking about riots or anything like that. But
right.
There's not going to be articles written. There are people right now who are going to run for office because they got excited about this case, because they saw things in this case that they liked or they didn't like, and they're going to go become politically active. And I think that actually that is a positive, to wake people up and be like, yeah, you should get involved in your politics. If you think something's wrong, or if some coverage is wrong, or you think this is right, and you think that's being portrayed incorrectly, yeah, I think people are going to,
and do it local. Don't just wait for the, 4 years from now, it'd be like, well, I'm not going to be president, so I'm not going to run, or I'm not going to be a congressman. It's like, well, most of this stuff happens at your local level, especially the type of, I'll call it perceived corruption that's reported on. And I think inflated by maybe some of my peers more than me. I'm sure I do it a little bit too, but there's a lot of hype that is built up, and it's profitable to delve into that hype. So there's certainly this idea where we could be propping up the idea that there's corruption in Canton, and maybe there isn't any at all. But that could still get people active, if they don't want to see that type of stuff in their town, if they believe that there's a police ring that's protecting themselves and in violation of the law from effectively either an accidental death or a murder, and pinning it on someone else. They could be, like you said, they could be inspired to go out and actually do something about it, which is pretty cool.
I think it is. I think it is very cool, and that's why I'm so frustrated with this. With this buffer zone order and these people being arrested, because it's like, they're being civically engaged in a positive way, and it may not be the positive way that you agree with, and you don't have to, but they're being positively engaged, and to try to shut that down over broadly when there's no need to. Again, I'm not talking about a case where there's been actual threats or
right.
Banging on the doors to threaten the jury or something like that. That's a totally different story. This is a case where there has been I don't think there's been a single person arrested for any crime except violating the buffer zone order. And, the First Amendment stands for more than that. It stands for the fact, I don't want to get too much into the weeds of the order, but as a lawyer, you're trained to look at the words and trained to look at the vagaries in the words.
Mm-hmm.
and it was just like, the more you read that initial 200-foot order that we filed a amici on, the less you understood what it covered. or at least
Yeah.
the more stuff it covered. Because again, what is demonstrating? If I'm wearing a shirt that says Jesus loves everyone, including murderers, is that pro Karen Reed? Is that anti Karen Reed? Or is that just you're trying to proselytize? Any way you slice it, but it is it could be a demonstration, and you're kicked off the property, which is like, so who's going to be left standing by the property? People milling about smoking? I don't know who wouldn't be covered by that in many situations. That wouldn't be vagrancy. I mean, it just seems to be overly broad and overly vague, in our opinion. And that's as a Miki, that's basically what we're targeting.
And that's a recipe for having that order struck down or reinterpreted, reunderstood to be appropriately, as you stated before, narrowly tailored to achieve its purpose without getting other activity wrapped up.
Right. In the sidewalks, the phrase that from the case law is sidewalks and streets are the quintessential traditional public forum. That means the First Amendment is almost completely absolute in those areas. You can stand on a sidewalk on a highway overpass and wave flags and for protests or whatever. You can. I'll point this out. One of the hypotheticals that the 200-foot order was overbroad about was it not only covered the sidewalk, covered down the street. So if the city had decided we're going to shut down the street during the trial and give people permits to parade if they want to parade in a protest parade, the city had that taken out of their hands because, right. And the city could have thought that would be a good idea in terms of public safety. We'll give them the street. We'll just say, hey, just, we'll put cops on either side so they don't go onto the busy streets. And that has been a decision in some cases, when protests are going on around, big events. And like I said, time, the place of a protest matters, and the time matters. Time, place, and manner are the classic categories of limitation. But you don't protest, like the abortion clinic case. Protesting 300 feet away, you're far too removed from the place that you're protesting to have the impact that you want.
Yeah,
and
you're
so
buying drinks in the Circle K while you're protesting at that point.
One of the cases we cite in our original amicus brief was a case where the federal government, the government, I don't forget it was feds, had barred protests within 500 feet of a foreign embassy. Now, those were covered presumably by treaties with foreign countries. Like you say, hey, no one's going to be allowed to protest. That was overturned by the Supreme Court.
Right.
Because they're protesting human rights at one of these embassies. And they said, no. This is America. Even though you have foreign treaties with them, you get, they have to, they can be within X amount of feet. 500 feet is far too long. Now, if you imagine the kind of human rights abuses that have gone on at various countries, the idea that you could be right up there and screaming at the people that you're accusing of all these horrible crimes, the idea that here, and you're doing it permanently, at an embassy, right. It's probably until, whatever genocide you're alleging or fighting is stopping. That could go on for years and years and years. Here is a limited situation. So again, it just goes to show why we believe this order is so overbroad, so over vague. And again, it's me. And like I said, the local police, the police there, I shouldn't say it's the local because it's the state police, which are two separate entities in Massachusetts.
Okay.
They're being forced into a situation where they're now interpreting the law. And they're supposed to be, executing the law. They're supposed to be, just, okay, you broke the law. I know you broke the law. I'm pulling you in. Not, is this person breaking the law? Is that,
right.
That's a judge question. That's a jury question.
And it's a hard one. It's not like an easy question for a judge, or it's like, well, judge has special training and he could just figure out if this is a thing. It's like, well, no, not really. Like, if there's ambiguity in what is acceptable speech or what is covered by an order that is a prior restraint, I mean, that's a really important question. It's not something that's flippantly made, or it's certainly not something that should be made when you're wondering if you need to make an arrest. That's, your brain is not in the place to make a good legal analysis. Plus, you don't get to hear any of the good arguments that the handsome lawyers will make. So how could you possibly know exactly what you're supposed to be thinking in those moments? So
yeah, exactly. And it should be a clear-cut command. And this is why in strict scrutiny, the phrase is the burden. It's you automatically is when strict scrutiny is applied as it is applied here, you automatically assume that the order or the law is unconstitutional, and it's up to the government to prove how it is.
Right.
And basically it says all speech is free until you prove that this individual speech should not be free, for threats or whatever. So to say broadly, all this speech is unfree, and we're not even going to make discernments, or we're just going to leave it up to the local police who just, they're more, and I'm not blaming them, but they're going to be more concerned about order around the courthouse and not letting a crowd, So if they're going, okay, this says demonstrating, that shirt looks like a demonstration to me. I ain't a lawyer, but I got to push him out because, that guy, he might have another reason to get rid of him, but that's the pretextual reason, as the law scholars say. But yeah, it's unfair to the police to have this discretion thrust upon them. It's definitely unfair to the protesters or the demonstrators because they don't know what's illegal. And again, those two examples just from today are quintessential. I mean, look, I was considering if I wore this shirt down to that courthouse today, is that a demonstration that's gonna get me popped? Is it going to get me arrested? Is it going to get me kicked off the property or roughed up because they think I'm demonstrating? Well, that's actually now a question now that we know that they're arresting people for that.
Right. I mean, there are people right now across this country who are very, very upset with the United States actions. One, because they, may not agree with the policies of Donald Trump and the implementation of them. And so, I mean, you're talking about people who could be wearing a shirt either in favor of or opposed to the United States, very, very reasonably protesting immigration policy, say, surrounding certain Venezuelan individuals, right? Like this is a major, it's a major news story, and it has people really wound up. It has federal judges, I think, or no, they were state judges, I believe, but it has state judges harboring unlawful attendees in their homes and getting arrested for it. Like, that's crazy.
We had a judge in Massachusetts who was prosecuted under this kind of for allegedly doing something like that. And so, yeah. And the idea that you couldn't protest that peaceably, even a little loudly. I mean, I respect Mark Randazza greatly, but he said, we'd be willing to have a quiet protest. I want a loud protest, just not loud enough to break the noise variance. But yeah, I mean, it's weird to quote some people, but I believe it was like somebody in Congress said the point of a protest is to make people uncomfortable. Now, I don't 100% agree with that, but yeah, it's going to make some people uncomfortable. That's
why I don't go to them. Like, right. On either side, like I don't want to be around it at all because it's annoying.
It's annoying. It's loud. It's in your face. It's democracy in action. Democracy is messy. Politics is messy in when the rubber hits the road. Things happen, and maybe you're embarrassed about what you said, or maybe you're hurt by what someone else said, but hurt feelings. That's the First Amendment goes beyond that. We are very lucky in this country in the last 100 years to have such a robust First Amendment, because we can see it even in the countries that we're very close culturally with, that they just, in my opinion, don't have free speech. They have free speech on some subjects, but they literally are prosecuted for saying things that in America you can go down to your park and say out loud, and they can be very extremist things. They can be very insulting things. They can be swear words. They can be racial insults, but they're protected. Obviously, if you're doing it in certain ways, it's not. But F the Draft, classic example of vulgar language, but it portrayed something political. It was allowed, and that's one of the wonderful things about our country, that people can come here and you can say that. I can get on this with you, and I could say a million swears, and
you're welcome to, by the way. It does not bother me at all.
I appreciate that. My father would be happy. He likes kidding, Dad, I love you.
I just like a good slur every now and then. I really want to put someone down based on a immutable trait. Like that's That's what gets my day going.
Oh yeah, that. Well, that's their right under the Constitution. It's sort of like one of these things. Like you get to the point in these First Amendment cases, just like, all right, I don't agree with this guy, but the Mark Randazza has a great quote on the top of his Twitter feed. It's like you always have to protect the scoundrel's voice first, because it is the slippery slope. They go after the scoundrel first because it's easy to argue that the scoundrel should be put down, that their voice should be taken away, that the crazy person, not the crazy person, but the extreme person should be taken. We don't want extremist language, but then extreme is now redefined into the next closest one and the next closest one. And you need those people at the edges, at the margins, saying the horrible things that you would never say, and you would never invite them to dinner, because then you're safe. Because then you and I can have a discussion about, in a grown-up way, and use what language and not feel like, the Gestapo is going to be beating down a door, or the KGB or the Stasi are going to be listening in and go, you know what you said, it's cancelable, and now we're canceling you. You're not going to, your social credit score is gone, or this and that. And we've survived for a very long time with this kind of robustness, and I only hope to help it to continue in the future.
Yeah, and it sounds like you're out there doing it on the front lines, which is awesome. You're working with great organizations, and you're representing in this case, which is again, it's really good. I mean, I may joke about it a lot, but obviously I have a First Amendment interest, a very strong one. I've always been a strong believer in free speech to its pretty much to its extremes. But now I have, a monetary interest and a monetary risk. What I say can get me sued at any point in time. And so making sure that I have the right to comment on these public issues, and that a politician can't, use my speech against me in some way or another is critical. So I really appreciate that you're out there doing it.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy to do it. I do it not just for you, but for everyone, because it's just, what's that quote from Star Trek? But the first link, the chain is forged, kind of from Next Generation, where he talked about fighting that. I always like that speech, even though it's a little bit over the top. It is true. Patrick Stewart's just always just a little bit over the top. I love him. He's a great actor, but
yeah, he went a little hard on some of those Picard speeches.
Yeah. But if you go back, you got to realize he was actually, I learned this from another YouTube video. They were not so sure about going with him as the leader, as the center of the show. So that's why Riker was there. If you remember, Riker's personality was basically a young version of Captain Kirk.
Riker's personality is, whenever any woman enters the ship, he tries to enter them immediately. And it's the funniest thing. My wife watches Star Trek kind of like as background noise, and just going through all the different series. So Next Generation will come on. I just love going and watching, because like any woman comes on. And there was even one where Riker like fell in love with an agendered race. And I was like, Riker, I don't even know if that has holes for you, man. What are you doing? It was wild. He is such a hound. And it's funny because these days we have sexualized media in completely different ways. It's hard to think of Next Generation, go, wow, that show's sexy, because it's not. But man, Riker is putting plaster on walls. So to speak. I don't know how else to say it. He's a beast.
Well, yeah, I think, like I said, this YouTube video, I clued me in about why he was there. They were unsure. They just wanted to back up Captain Kirk. And the idea was, if people didn't like Picard, they were going to kill him off after 1 or 2 seasons and put Riker in charge, and then just Captain Kirk in charge again, sleeping with aliens on different planets. But obviously Patrick Stewart managed to, right the ship on that one.
He's still around. It's like, give up. You had your time. Someone else needs to be knighted.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's enjoyed it. He's going to be Professor X, until he's literally 90. I mean, it's just like that joke from Wolverine. It's just like, yeah, doing it till you're 90, because we will pay you a lot of money, and you can show up in the. He'll have a mind off with I don't know, Tony Stark or somebody in the Marvel universe by the time they mix them all together.
Yeah, and I like him for what it's worth, and I thought the Picard series of Star Trek was actually really enjoyable mostly because of him. Like he's a very compelling actor, so always fun. Well, thank you so much for calling in and updating us on what's going on. If anything else happens, feel free to let me know, and if you wanted a place to come and yell about it, please do. I find any First Amendment talk is always something I enjoy. And then, of course, people are interested in whatever's happening with this case. So I'll clip out this interview and post it up separately so that people can watch it and see what's going on in the Buffer case and just, again, get a good little discussion about free speech as well, because I think they forget how important it is.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it is. And it's very fast moving in the Buffer case. It's even faster moving than the trial because, again, time, place, and manner matter. So we're trying to get those protesters back to where they should be before the trial or demonstrators. I'm not even going to say protesters. Some of them just demonstrating where they should be before this hearing is out and before this trial is out. And it is a race against time because who wants to demonstrate after the trial's over?
Well, every minute that you can't speak your mind is a minute that is of your liberty that is taken. I mean, it's gone. If I wanted to go protest the Karen Reed trial today, and I can't do it because of this order, I will never be able to protest the Karen Reed trial in the way that I would chosen to do it. And that's something that is undervalued because I think people, they don't look at it from that perspective. They just go, oh, well, that person wants to talk about that thing. It's like, no, they need to talk about it now. Like for whatever reason, you may not agree, but they need to talk about it now. And that's when they want to do it. And saying, wait till tomorrow. Well, their opinions may be different tomorrow, or they may be, they may lose interest. They may be dispirited after that. Something might happen. They might die. They may never get to say what they wanted to say. And it seems weird to be like, well, who cares? But it's like, well, they did. And that's all that matters. Like no one else gets to tell you what to care about and what you get to speak about and when you get to do it. And we're too happy to cede that to the government. And it's like, no, we have all these ways to talk now. We should be talking more than ever. And the government should be backing off more than ever because I do think that social media has created a pop valve for some of the violence and the incendiary nature of protests. And I think we've seen since 2020 a steady decrease in violence associated with those things. And I don't think that's an accident. I do think that as we're able to engage in public forums that aren't jealously controlled, that gives people the pressure release that they need so they don't, pop into violence as frequently.
Yeah, it really is that it is healthy. It is healthy for a society to have this. I sometimes I think back in the olden times, even in strict monarchies, they would allow for a few days of the year where like the underclass was allowed to insult the upper class with impunity. I think they call it.
I'd be waiting for that day every year. Like,
that's Shakespeare's play, Twelfth Night. That is part of it. In the English celebration, I believe that it was either that one night or maybe the 12 days after Christmas, where there was an inversion, and so you were allowed to work because they had very strict regulations back then. You actually couldn't wear certain clothing unless you were of that class. So people would flip around. The queen would come out, or the monarch would come out and actually do silly things, and he'd put his jester on the throne and things like that. And that was like, and they did it in many cultures because they thought it was spiritually and psychologically important for people to get out, the airing of the grievances, as the Costanzas might say on Seinfeld. But it is an important thing. And with free speech in our society, that allows the airing of the grievances. And in a multicultural, multi-diverse, very large society like ours, if we don't have those points where we can air our grievances every single day, I think it's a testament to keep our country together that we're allowed to, protest in such a myriad of ways and speak our mind.
Yeah, I fully agree. And like I said, one more time, just thanks for being one of the guys out there actually fighting for it. A lot of I try to talk and educate people about it, of course, but there has to be people who who keep my job working. So And you're one of those, like I said, you're one of those guys because you're out there doing it. So thanks again for coming on and updating us. And like I said, anything that happens, if you need an outlet, please let me know and tell Mark I said hi.
I will. Now I've got to go write a brief in 3 days, so wish me luck.
Get it, brother. Have a good one.
Thank you. See ya. Thanks for having me on.
Yep. Peace. Here, I'll pull him out of the show. And there we go. I thought that guy was super cool. I hope you guys enjoyed talking to him. I got to get this banner taken down. But yeah, I like talking about free speech. Brings back good memories. Makes me feel all happy. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm trying to bring on lawyers who you may not have ever met before. Of course, if they're relevant to this case, I want to bring them on as well. But get some diversity of opinions and experiences and practice areas out here on the channel and engage in some of those legal discussions that I quite enjoy. I hope you guys do too. We're going to wrap up with, we got a couple of super tips to go through, and then I gotta bail for a little while. I've got, I think my kids have a band concert tonight, and then we'll see what happens. I've got the Mark Randazza video, clipped that out, or well, I had Brian clip that out, I guess is a more appropriate way to say that. So that went up during the show. So if you did not get a chance to see that, but you would like to, we've got it clipped out. So there's no, I don't know if Brian had to do much editing for it, but there's that. We'll get this interview clipped out. I'm going to get I've tasked Ryan with getting the cross-examination of this Turbo Nerd clipped out, although he's not done yet. So I don't know if I want to put it up right away, but I want to get that that video ready to go as soon as cross exam's done on him, because I'm liking it. I'm liking how Alessi is picking him apart. So trying to get more short content coming out. I know people have expressed that they really like that because they don't have to sit and go through 9 hours now of live stream to get what they're after. They get to just get some information about it. So I'm trying to get more of those out for you guys. In exchange, make sure you go watch them, please. Share them around if you like them, if you think they're interesting, if you know people who are looking for information about this case. Direct them our way. Throw out maybe send them a link or two to one of the Karen Reed related short videos and say, hey, this guy's covering the trial, and we have fun stuff that happens, on the breaks and stuff like that. So that would be really helpful. Let's hit these super tips, and then we'll call it a night or day, and then we'll see what happens for the rest of the day. Not Cupcakes says the lady who had to take her jacket and shirt off last week is the same lady arrested today, Erica Walsh. The YouTuber is Tom CPU. His channel is Seeking Justice with Boston Mike and Tom CPU. And also, Not Cupcake says, Turtle Boy says it's more than 80% female. That's what I would suspect as well. Without any joking, true crime has become such a popular genre amongst in the demo women, 18 to 55, really, I guess. Probably a little older than 18, maybe 30 to 65 or something. But it's a demo that makes a lot of spending decisions, and true crime has them hooked. So it's great for advertisers, and it's great for content distribution. So this case hits a lot of those things, and so I think that you're going to find a largely female audience and a largely female investment at in the protests and stuff like that. Fret Pound says, fake it till you make it. JD Corey says, wow, did the Hair Club for Men reject mention, cut and paste? Next, he's going to thank ChatGPT, then ask Grok to write a report on Kurt's micropenis. I can't. Why are you guys like this? Who made you this way? Never gonna not be funny. Renee Giraldi over on Rumble. Thank you for gifting a subscription over on Rumble. I do strongly desire to get some members only content out that will be, it should be, I think on Rumble Studio, I can stream to Rumble members only, YouTube members only, and locals at the same time. And so that's in the plan coming up soon. I just need to find the right time to do it. Talk, maybe sing some karaoke or something. I don't know. Got to find more stuff for people to be annoyed by and make fun of me for, so my feelings can be perpetually hurt.
Gigabytes, gijigity, gigajitty. Come over for some casserole and I'll give you my microprocessor.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Kurt wants to swallow all the cum that's in you.
Ew, no, gross, bad, Ronnie. No, you go back to your bed.
Nick, nobody can spell your name, but I'm not kidding you, sir. Get a haircut or us chat. Gremlins are calming there. Much love, lols.
No, Cookie. I worked hard on this hair. I sit and concentrate on it. I'm like, grow every single day. All right. I think that's what we've got for super tips. I think we've got all the super chats. I want to make sure. Well, wait, we got a couple things on here. My bad. Ben Togel says, I like this new movie, Legally Bald. Great plot. KH8 says, so for Brennan's misleading the court to how this is just a complete surprise ethics violation. All lawyers have a duty of candor before the court. So I guess in theory, it could be an ethics violation, but he's not going to get one. Kim Jong-un says, my fetish is thick midgets and Karen Reed being my Uber driver in a hot cop outfit. Kim Jong-un says, you think Karen would be my Dami mommy? Yes. Without hesitation, I think so. Nancy New 12 says, I highly recommend The Cross of Trooper Paul from the first trial as a lunchtime entertainment. Funniest witness, in my opinion. AJ destroyed him. Maybe we could do that tomorrow. That could be very fun to go through. Otherwise, there's the text messages of Proctor about Karen Reed. I think those would be fun as well. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. With that, I think that's it. We're gonna wrap up for the day. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Maybe there'll be some other stuff too. All right. Talk to you soon. Have a good day. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along with his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight. We'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a bow, more of Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we choose as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the wide shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the problem better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who had